seems like you can hear me. If you could unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you very clearly as well.
Okay,
Excellent.
good. I just wanted to just check it out. Okay.
All right.
All right. I will see you at 1. At I mean 8 your time.
Yep, it is.
Thank you.
And you're scheduled for 9:30. And I will be available in the Zoom meeting all day and preferably via the chat.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll mute you now, but you're welcome to stay online.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Två. I can hear you. Welcome all to the very first edition of Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit here in Gothenburg. I'm very excited to be here today with all of you and also you listening in from around the world. My name is Cecilia Olme and I'm the Senior Vice President at Sweden-India Business Council. Sweden-India Business Council is one of the world's most active country-to-country networks. We work with our members and partners and we make magic happen. So today we are in Gothenburg because we as an organization wanted to support our members and our partners and connect India and Sweden, in particular in AI and digitalization. So I also want to say a few words about what we do, but the best one to talk a little bit more about what we do with ISBLRT and SITIS is no one else but Artie Davis, our Senior Vice President, who is also our lead and head of our sustainability initiative. So nice to have you with me here on the couch today, this morning in Gothenburg, Artie.
So good to be here, Cecilia, and thank you to everyone that's with us here in person. A big shout out to being able to sit together face to face and talk after so many years of having to work from home and digitally. But to the people that we have online, thank you for joining us as well. We have an exciting day of 7 panels back to back on all issues and discussions around digitalization and AI. To come back to SIBC, we are here today because of our members and because of the work we do with our partners. One of those is the India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable, the CEO partnership between India and Sweden in 4 different areas, digitalization being one of those. We also have a collaboration that's represented in today's discussions, which is the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership. All of these are triple helix collaborations, something that will come up again and again during our discussions today. The importance of working together, but also working across sectors and across specializations. Cecilia.
Yes, so on the specialization point, also what we love to do is to connect these leaders in the India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable with what we do with the governmental bodies, also with the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Platform, and that with the startup scene. And I run something which, if you haven't heard about it before, you would know a lot about it by the end of the day, and that is the Sweden-India Tech Community. So we connect the startups with the scale-ups, with the grown-ups, with academia, with investors, with corporates, with governmental bodies, media. I can see a few of you in the audience today, and also influencers. And this is what we, in short, are doing, and I do not want to take more of your time before we start with exciting panels. But we're here to connect Sweden and India, and also to connect Gothenburg. So I hope after this day there'll be a lot of connections. You would have learned a lot about what we do, and look forward to a really exciting and happening first edition of the Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit. Do we mention some of the amazing partners? I think we do. We're very happy to be here at Chalmers, of course, and a special shout out to Business Region Göteborg, and also to, of course, Pioneer the Possible, Vinnova, and to Wipro, who are supporting us. And also a partner, Embeddle, in Gothenburg has been very much a part of this initiative. So a little special shout out to you. As I will then start off the day saying, let's roll.
Let's roll. Namaste, and let's start the day.
Namaste.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank
to
you.
start, I'd like to actually welcome to the couch Dr. Kaushik, the director of Volvo Campex in Bangalore. Before we look forward, let's look back. What we're doing today is building collaboration, building bridges. Volvo Campex is perhaps the best example of how this can be done. Volvo Campex Gothenburg started many years ago as a hub of innovation and business partnership. In 2019, we had Volvo Campex Bangalore start work. And on November 10th, Dr. Kaushik, you had the first Innovation Summit, a large degree of expectation, a great day of results, and of course, a winning team at the end of it. Tell us a little bit about the Innovation Summit and, of course, the journey that Volvo Campex has taken from Sweden, now in Bangalore. As we work with Dr. Kaushik to
Is this okay?
take care of the...
Now it's on. Okay. One more time?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you look at external world, we have close to 55,000 startups and a lot of industry and I think it's switching on. Okay.
We're having our first cup of coffee here. It's all good.
Is okay now?
Yes. It's good.
Okay, I'll not touch this again. It's not just the startups that why it came to Bangalore. We have a lot of R&D centers from different companies, not just Volvo, but also other R&D technology companies and industry from government research institutes. So that leads us to your other question about the Innovation Summit. So when we look at innovation, we also see while we celebrate our success, we want to inspire people who are doing a lot of work and getting a lot of success as well. So we wanted to have an outward facing and recognize the good work done by many, many other companies in the area of sustainability and transport and mobility innovations and solutions, including infrastructure. So we said, well, when we do the summit, while we do what we do, we wanted to learn from the best of the industry. So we had a lot of non-Volvo participants in that, because we wanted to learn how they do it, how a 3M does it, how a Qualcomm does it, how another company does it, so that one, we learn, but also share that learning with a lot of people. So when we looked at the award winners for the sustainability in transport and infrastructure, we said, while we look at the possibilities of what we can do, we want to inspire more people to pursue this as an innovation and inspire. Like I said, inspire was a key word. We want to inspire more people. And I think when we recognize these people, one was in the startup category. Zip was the first one in the small scale startup category, and Tech Mahindra was the other one in the bigger organization category, so to say. They did a wonderful work in terms of fleet management and energy management. Both of them are very interesting topics for the future, because one is about people within the logistics chain, but also energy as such is saved. Energy saved is energy made, we believe. So I think put together, the impact can be very significant. So we thought these things can impact a lot. But like I said, the bigger impact going forward, Aarti, is that more people get inspired by this, and we want this to get bigger and better. That's the idea.
Thank you so much. And I think that's something we're seeing in the work that we do. It's one thing to have the experience, but sharing the experience, moving forward together, takes us further and actually gets us there faster.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And of course, Helene Nicholson, your counterpart from Gothenburg, will be with us later to share more about this journey, the vision, and the mission. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Aarti. Thank you, everyone.
So we now move to the first panel of the day, made possible by Pioneer the Possible, pushing boundaries forward. This is Vinnova, Business Sweden, the Office of Science and Innovation at the Embassy of India, and the Team Sweden stakeholders. What I'd like to do now is invite Cecilia Oskarsson, the Trade and Events Commissioner of Sweden to India, to join us on the sofa, and hand over to Bhairavi Singh, the moderator for today's panel. Bhairavi, over to you.
Right, Aarti, thanks very much for that. And hello and welcome to this very special panel discussion on vertical integration in the automotive industry the opportunities, challenges, and the way forward. Now, the auto industry has been going through a massive transformation as it moves from the traditional internal combustion engine technology to, well, electric vehicle mobility and alternate fuels. This transformation has been fast forwarded in a sense by the pandemic related supply chain issues as well as technology disruptions and policy changes. Now, today we have a very eminent panel to discuss all of this, including the synergies between India and Sweden in the sector and the best global practices for vertical integration. Let me introduce our guests here today, Cecilia Oskarsson, Trade Commissioner for Business Sweden to India, Mr. Kamal Bali, President Managing Director of Volvo Group India, Ravi Kiran Annaswamy, who is the President, Co-founder and CEO of New City Technologies, Sriram Lakshminarayan, President and Chief Technical Officer for Tata Technologies, and Mr. Sudhendu Jyoti Sinha, Advisor, Infrastructure, Connectivity, Transport, and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog. Thank you all very much for joining us for this panel discussion today. Mr. Bali, if I can begin with you with a more macro question on what do you think is the status of the automotive industry as of today, and why do you think vertical integration is needed, if it's needed, and to what extent is it feasible? Mr. Bali.
Yeah, thank you, Bharvi. Thank you, Business Sweden, Team Sweden, to have me on this show. Pleasure to be there along with other panelists. Bharvi, as you rightly said, I think our sector is going through a tectonic shift. I think the automotive industry is going through a shift which is probably a century late shift. You know, I mean, it's coming after almost 1 century. It's a very, very major shift, to say the least. So we are living in an era of transformations, new opportunities, partnerships, and as we will speak about it over a period of time, over the course of this debate and discussion, we will know what are the shifts taking place, and I will touch upon them very, very clearly. So, of course, when it comes to the matter of vertical integration, I think there are several drivers for integration. You know, typically could be, you could have a strategic component or an aggregate which will provide you a competitive advantage. You want to do it yourself because it is your differentiated USP. Something like we did our own engines because we wanted to have leadership on fuel consumption, on emissions and other things, right? Typically. Or you could have critical component from technology point of view with not many matured sources of supply are currently available. That could be another reason. Of course, then it could be an innovative idea, a unique idea which you want to keep with yourself for some time. But I think this used to be the typical drivers for integration. But now there are several, as a consequence of the shift which we are seeing, there are several new drivers which are coming. I think the biggest driver is the new opportunity landscape which is opened up. Because since the sector is transforming, so new set of opportunities are coming up. There is also a huge opportunity which is coming in the form of China Plus One, where the global manufacturing is being rebalanced, or the value chain is being rebalanced in a very, very big way. So a complete value chain is getting created, leading to new business models, new revenue streams. So therefore, people to really take advantage of those. Then, of course, factors like sustainability requirements, circularity, reuse. So I think there are a number of factors which are driving the need for vertical integration. But when it comes to my mind, vertical integration is not just doing it completely by yourself. You can also have a strategic partnership with another, work together jointly. And so there are very many methods. We will touch upon some of those. Volvo has several examples going through, but I will stop there and I will come back to the other part of your question in terms of what are the trends.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit more in detail, Mr. Bali, but what Volvo exactly is also doing in this space. And of course, there are many business models to follow, not just one. But we're just opening up the debate right now. So we're just going to take first comments. Mr. Sriram Lakshminarayan, your thoughts on the status of vertical integration given that Tatas have successfully integrated many of their businesses. I mean, what Mr. Bali was essentially saying here is that we're talking about this kind of level of integration in the sense because of the disruption that we've seen in the market, and the need of the hour is then to relook at some of those aspects.
Yeah. First of all, Bhairavi, thanks so much, and thank you, Team Sweden. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be part of this panel. On behalf of Tata Technologies and I personally, thank you so much. So I'd like to give a different perspective on this question, Bhairavi. So if you look at what Mr. Bali was mentioning, the industry is going through tremendous amount of disruption, but where are the disruptions coming from? The disruptions are coming from three factors, right? The ecosystem, the whole ecosystem has completely changed. That is why we are talking about it, right? The second is mobility. Third is consumers, you and I, right? I mean, the expectations of consumers have significantly changed. I'm sure that Ravi is going to talk about some of those elements as we go along, right? Now, as these three major elements that are disrupting this industry, the real question comes is, vertical integration is not a new thing that has come up today, right? That was always there, and then people moved on to horizontal integration, and now, you know, it's as they say, right? When change happens so fast, there are traces of the old that you will see as well, right? So that is pretty much what we are seeing, but with an improved version. I think the critical point is what Mr. Bali touched upon, which is like, is vertical integration, are you doing it for the strategic nature of it? Are you doing it just to avoid a short-term, problem that you're facing? So if it is strategic in nature, then the vertical integration needs to bring in innovation. I think it needs to be called as innovation integration. So which means, in other words, as Tesla calls it, as value integration, right? So if that being the case, then it opens up a whole new set of opportunities, new set of revenue lines, new set of partnerships that is going to stay in the longer term. So that's on the first part of it. Now, if you look at Tata per se, I mean, we from Tata Technologies have been supporting customers with our offerings in the full vehicle program of electric vehicles, taking it into digital as well. But if you just step back and talk about, companies like Tata Motors, right? The vertical integration has been accomplished through a different way. So for example, under the Tata group, you have all these different players that are there. You have Tata Power, you have Tata Chemicals, you have Tata Communications. So the idea is, how do we bring in a strategic partnership, so wherein which you already have a base to build upon it, tap into the things that are available. In a way, it is like a pseudo vertical integration type of a model that is sustainable in the longer future. And I'm sure that as we go along, we will talk about more elements of it, which is like the forward integration and the backward integration and the maturity of each of it. So this is, at a high level, I wanted to leave it at this point.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Mr. Sinha, if I can come to you now from a policy point of view, what are some of the initiatives that the government is taking for, I mean, not just vertical integration, but just, the movement of the auto industry going forward? I know there's FAME2, there's PLI scheme. Just talk us through some of the initiatives that the government is taking.
Thank you. Thanks to all the participants and to Team Sweden for holding this thing. As it was told rightly, that the disruption is expected from three quarters, that is ecosystem, mobility, and of course consumers. Now, in the mobility spectrum, as we see, the greatest disruption that is taking place is that of change in the fueling technology. So now we are transforming from traditional ICE vehicles to that of the electric mobility. Now, number of initiatives have been taken. Of course, we have started I would say that very late, while other countries have almost put in 20 years kind of thing, 15 to 20 years. In electric mobility, in going by this disruption, we are slightly late, but still we are catching up very fast. Now, we have got a national mission on transformative mobility and battery storage stationed right at Niti Aayog that is steering the whole thing forward. We have got a FAME scheme, which is a flagship scheme of the Government of India, that is for the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. That scheme has been re-strategized in the month of June, especially for the two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and the buses. And we see the results today that maybe 5-6 months earlier, the OEMs didn't know whether they should be going in for production or not production. They should be waiting for the consumers. Now it is just the other way around, including that of Tata's, that they are completely ramping up their capacity, and new OEMs are also joining the entire spectrum. So that is the second thing. Very recently, PLI scheme on automobile components, precisely with emphasis and very pronounced thrust on electric mobility, that has also been announced by Government of India. And we have got the PLI scheme on advanced chemistry cell and battery storage, knowing it full well that the life, the soul of the battery is advanced chemistry cell, and we do not manufacture even a point of it in the country. It's time that we start manufacturing. So maybe by 2024, the country will be witnessing the first Make in India battery, and that is the time when you will see that in all the vehicle segments, the upfront cost of electric vehicles come down below that of the ICE vehicles. So that problem will be solved. And yes, a lot of initiatives, a lot of incentives we are going. We are also wooing the investors. We are doing road shows all over the world to invite the investors to be in India and get into the spectrum of, get into the area of advanced chemistry cell. In fact, the Swedish transport minister, I was with him last week, Thomas Andro at COP26, and he has also welcomed us to be there. So we will be going over to them also. So there's a lot of initiative is going on, and this is pulling off really, really very well. And most of the states, they are having their EV policies in position. All the IITs are gung-ho, going on technology. As many as 9 IITs, they are working. They are pulling off.
There's plenty is happening, sir. Yeah, two important points from what you said. One, of course, about the battery and the cost of the vehicle going down. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. It's a very important point being made. And also, of course, collaboration between India and Sweden. And this is where I want to talk to Cecilia Oskarsson, who's the Trade Commissioner for Business Sweden. Cecilia, you work with both Indian and Swedish enterprises. Where do you see synergy between these two in terms of vertical integration, otherwise in the auto sector, as Mr. Sinha was also pointing out about, the two countries working together?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I'm happy to see you. I wish you were all here, though, in Göteborg. It's a bit lonely on the sofa here. But answering your question, well, Swedish automotive industry has been very innovative for many, many years, and the Swedish automotive companies have been working with vertical integration for quite some time as well. We have seen a couple of examples already. Volvo's joint venture with Northvolt is one example. We also heard about the Campex already, the innovation hub. There is also examples of Scania working with a couple of companies on LNG. And similarly, we can see that leading Indian companies in the automotive industry are doing exactly the same thing. So I think that both countries could share knowledge in this sector and work towards common goals, especially in VI and the collaboration within AI, digitalization, but also the growth of the EV sector.
Absolutely, Cecilia. Thanks for that. Let me go to Ravi Kiran Anaswamy now. And this space is so important for innovation, as Cecilia is also pointing out, digitization, AI. And startups will be essential to this as, we transform from the traditional IC vehicles to EVs and alternate fuels. Mr. Ravi Kiran Anaswamy, take us through what exactly Numocity is doing in this space and, how much do you think of this vertical integration as possible, as feasible?
Thanks, Vaidehi, and thanks to Team Sweden for inviting a startup into this panel. It's always nice to be a part of it to explain to you what we see the world as and how we see the ecosystem evolving. When we look at clean mobility and electric mobility, we see it from 4 different pillars. Traditionally, you will see an automotive company trying to go towards electric and transforming themselves towards an electric mobility. At the same time, to fuel it, you need an electric grid utility and other industry, which has been traditionally there for several hundred years now, gearing up to fuel these vehicles, which is what they were not doing. What we should not forget is, along with these two, which is what mostly gets talked about, you will now have all of them connected. So you bring in a telecom industry, which is an IoT coming in. If you don't get them in, you are not going to get all the workflows working. And the last player, which we usually not look at and ignore them, is the digital and AI companies who come in, because one of the disruptors when this thing changes as an ecosystem, like Sriram said, it's an ecosystem now. It's not one player dominating. Of course, there are larger industrial houses like Tata's who may have businesses in all four, and they may be able to do few things, but many others would look at it as an ecosystem. There are different players and different areas of innovation. And for us, the way we see is that digital and data would be a source of disruption. So once the data comes in from all of these sources, the disruption is at the multi-level. And now this disruption could be done by any one of these companies, vertically integrated. I mean, they may be doing it internally. But if you look at other industries, like in telecom, what happened in the last 2 decades, and internet when it came in into all the application space, the disruption will come from small and companies who are really clear on what they are changing. And most of it also is directly consumer related, consumer data coming in, which adds a very different layer and a dimension to what each of these players can do. So that disruption can be easily tried, validated by startups. And I think that's where we believe, though there is going to be a significant amount of vertical integrations across all these industries, there is going to be quite a bit of disruption coming in from smaller startups who will come and plug in and probably change the game altogether, which otherwise may not happen. That's one perspective as a startup, and we believe that it is going to be a healthy mix of vertical integration and an ecosystem-driven approach, where there is a room for smaller companies also to disrupt, also to change the game and change the rules of the game. I think that is something which is going to happen.
Yeah, sure.
And
Mr. Bali, just going back to the specifics of what Volvo is doing in the space, you've committed yourself to a 2030 goal of going all electric. I know that you're doing something with Volvo Green. What are some of the strategies in place for companies like Volvo as they transition to the new age, as it were, of the automotive industry?
Yeah, Bhairavi, thank you for asking that. And let me step back a bit in context of what the gentleman and the lady on the panel have just talked about. I think I want to talk a little bit about the transformation which is going on, and what are the elements, what we're going to see going forward. What are those mega trends? And it's not just only about electric vehicles. It's much more than that. And so what are the trends and imperatives that will impact the way forward? I think that's very important. I believe there are going to be 7 elements which are really going to decide. We've already talked about some of them, but I think let me share some of these. First one is EVs and alternate fuel carriers. I think that's going to be the first trend which is going to drive so many things. The second one is obviously automation, as Sriram also talked about, driver assistance systems, full auto in confined area, fully automatic vehicles in case of ports and mines, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure communication. So that could be the second piece. The third piece is new transport concepts, very, very critical. So whether it is for the last mile connectivity, or it is for hub to hub transportation, there's going to be a mega shift there, and you will see number of startups coming in that area. The fourth which we are seeing is obviously connectivity, digitalization, use of AI tools, and so many of such. And these are going to lead to completely different business models. And of course, when I talk of business models, there could be several. It could be ride sharing, multimodal, interoperable transport systems, cargo aggregation and distribution, mobile infotainment, charging infrastructure. Then there could be cameras, sensors, AI and ML tools, so on and so forth. Right, so many things. And then of course, the sixth imperative is data. What are data is going to be generated as a consequence of connectivity from vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to the urban environment, and vehicle to the traffic environment. So a lot of data is going to be generated. What do we do with data? Who owns data? So those are some of the challenges which Mr. Sinha is going to be confronted
Yeah.
with. And then finally, how does regulation respond to some of those challenges? And that's going to be a big challenge, because we will have to be bold and move to regulation 4.0, where regulators across ministries need to connect and act jointly, just like the government has talked about PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which is a phenomenal plan, and I think something on those lines will have to be done. So what I'm trying to say was that some of these 7 trends or 7 elements which are going to be there in the mobility ecosystem, they are going to lead to many more new opportunities, a completely new economy, so to say, I would say, and it's not going to be simply vertical integration outright. It's not possible for one player to do everything, because the landscape is going to be huge. It is going to be, as I said in the beginning, an era of partnerships, an era of collaborations, an era of trust. And I think this is something very, very trust, transparency, and collaboration is going to be the key, because the landscape is going to be huge. And when it comes to Volvo, let me tell you, we have already started this journey. We are developing battery packs together with Samsung. So it's again a strategic partnership only for Volvo trucks, electric trucks. We are working with Aurora to jointly develop autonomous transport solutions. We are working with SSAB to bring world's first vehicles made out of fossil-free steel. So another thing which we are doing, we are then working with cells. We have formed a joint venture with Daimler, where we are working on hydrogen, manufacturing hydrogen fuel cells, and then finally also getting into a JV with Daimler and Traton to install and operate high performance public charging network for battery electric heavy duty long haul trucks
Yeah.
across Europe.
Yes.
So now things are happening across the Volvo spectrum of things. And my point again to emphasize is that several new opportunities are going to open up. It's going to be integration in some areas where it is strategic for you, but you will also have to work hand in glove with your partners to really,
Yeah.
really take advantage
Right.
of the value chain. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Bali, for that. And you did touch upon the fact that it's not just about the EV landscape, but much more in terms of alternate fuels and so on. We're going to be touching upon that, and of course, battery swapping as well, and charging infrastructure. But just to go back to Mr. Sriram, Tata Motors, in a sense, dominated the EV sales in the first half of this fiscal. As India's leading automotive integrator, what do you think are some of the challenges that OEMs are facing in terms of, are they largely on the infrastructure side, or on the manufacturing ecosystem side?
Yeah. So Bhairavi, couple of things. I think pretty much Mr. Bali summed it up, most of the elements of it. So if I were to pick on some of the things that he said, I think today, if you look at it, number one is about for the Indian market is about cost, right? I mean, you needed to bring down the cost to level wherein which this become affordable at scale, right? That we are talking about. Then the second question is the whole associated infrastructure that comes along with it, right? I mean, because today there is always this apprehension to say that, okay, if I go for this, even if it is, I'm environment friendly, I'm environment conscious, but is this sustainable for me? Is this something that I can do, right? I mean, that is the number two. I'm purely looking at it from a consumer standpoint, because the consumers, end of the day, are going to dictate about what sells in the marketplace, right? So that is number two. Now thirdly, if you look at it, I think the bigger problem, whether we call it as vertical integration or we wanted to bring in, it's about why are we doing certain things, and what is the big why, right? I mean, it cannot be, as I said in my opening remark also, it cannot be based on a temporary shortage of a supply or something like that, and hence I wanted to do this. While that problem is real, I think the bigger problem is I wanted to launch in something that I wanted to differentiate. Take Tesla, for example, right? They started on building their own autonomous software building on their own without waiting for some of the companies that needs to come in, because they believe that it needs to be superior. So that was their thought process, right? I think it's a combination of all of those things that is going to determine where this industry is going to go, particularly from an Indian market standpoint. The specific question that you asked about some of the challenges, you needed to ramp up production. I think Mr. Sinha rightly said that. I mean, if government push is there, so these are all things that are going to happen, in parallel, wherein which you produce it at scale, so it becomes affordable. Then you have a capacity to get the parts that are needed for you to make mass production. You bring down the overall cost of it, add a layer of digitization on top of it, which is where people are going to look at it before purchasing a vehicle. I think that is going to determine this. So one last point, I mean, this is an interesting analogy if you look at it, right? Purely look at it from a consumer standpoint. Take your mobile phone and then you take your car, Bhairavi, right? You can draw a lot of parallels to it, right? Both needs charging, both needs a superior battery, both needs styling and ruggedness and everything that you wanted, for you to get attracted to it. Both of it, people look at it from a security standpoint and then from safety perspectives. But the important thing is, as a consumer, while all of this are true, you would look at the embedded software associated with it, and then what all applications that can sit on top of it. Ravi will know about this, because this is the key to it. So your car is going to be just a device wherein which all of these applications sit on it. Why am I making this point is because this is extremely important when you target it at scale with the chip shortage and all of it, that embedded software needs to be built in.
Right. Therefore, I'll go to Ravi Kiran now. And Ravi, you had initially also spoken to me about how battery swapping has two sides of the story essentially to this ecosystem, one from the consumer point of view and one from the corporate or the company point of view. Also the charging infrastructure, which all our guests have talked about, and it's a fragmented segment right now. There are private players, there's the government, there's the issue of the power grid. Take us through some of this as you handle stakeholders at all levels.
Yeah, thanks, Bhairavi. See, one of the topics which anybody going towards electric mobility right now talk about is the range anxiety. The topic which comes to everybody's mind is, how do I fuel my vehicle? Where do I fuel my vehicle? And how easy it is, can I find it? Can I get my energy? I think this is where the first hurdle of any of this adoption of electric vehicle comes up, because that's in their mind saying, do I need to? But the way we saw the market was 85% of India's market right now in the first wave of adoption, or nearly 90% of the market, are the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. Their requirement of energy and charging is very different from what you need from a passenger car or a truck. The requirements are very different. One are looking at very low voltage batteries and kilowatts, and they need just a socket to charge themselves, and the rest needs a charging infrastructure. So this is where the first wave of disruption happened, to say, when we look at the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, most of them who are adopting to it are the ones in fleet and logistics segment who want to keep their vehicles on the road most of the time and want to ensure that they get the best total cost of ownership and reduce their operational costs. So the idea here is, do I need to wait for a charging, even though the 2 kilowatt battery could take, let's say, half an hour, 15 minutes, depending on the charger and the socket used. Do I need to wait for it? Can I get them on the road at the earliest? So that's where the idea of battery swap came. Because we have done it in India with LPG cylinders in the past. We have done where the vehicles could come and swap their cylinders and go. I think that concept was there in the mind, and that's where the battery swap came in. Now, battery swap is good as a model, wherein you can say that I can come quickly, swap my batteries, and then I get an energy when I want it, and I'm done. However, this is just one side of the story. Now, when you look at it, who provides this battery as a swappable battery? Now, there is somebody who has to own the asset, and this battery is almost 40-50% of the vehicle cost. So you're subsidizing the owner of the vehicle by somebody else taking this capex into their operations. So unless you find a player who now kind of cross-subsidizes your energy cost by owning up the battery cost and sets up an infrastructure for doing it, it is not very easily viable. So where does it work? It works for fleets, definitely. Whether it's logistics, passenger, last mile, it works very well. But if you try to scale it up, it will have its own challenges. I'm not getting into the technology challenges. There are many with technology. I will not get into it. At the same time, now as a second wave, now we realize that we don't need to swap battery all the time. You could also provide smart sockets by which people could charge. I mean, like if you go to an airport, taking the same mobile phone analogy, you can use any public socket available to charge your phone.
Yeah.
Very similar thing is being done as a second wave now. First wave was we talked about battery swap. Now we are talking about, can I get the smart socket, 16 amp, 32 amp sockets all around the country so that people can come and charge their 2 and 3-wheelers fast. So this is something you will see in the next months. The third thing to look at is the stable and reliable charging infrastructure for the other class of vehicles. When you look at passenger cars, mainly looking at the 4-5 cars we have in the market. One of the things we realize is that this is the first time as an Indian car owner, you're going to fuel your vehicle on your own. It is a self-serve. Unlike the way we are used to now, somebody fills your vehicle. This is the first wave of adoption where you're changing the consumer behavior because the person is going to come and charge on his own. So this is where a lot of digital technologies, the stability and the way you bring the network becomes extremely important, because you need to make it as easy or seamless for everybody to be able to charge the vehicle. And at the same time bring India has been a digital native in the last decade, thanks to the 4G and the networks we have. Everybody is very comfortable. So using the right digital technologies to make them comfortable, that they can come, they can charge, they can pay without any fear, the way they would do with payment right now. So that's the 3 waves I would say.
I think there's lots of angles to the battery issue, and we'll get into it more. But I want to go back to Cecilia and talk about not just EV adoption, but also what the government is doing here with the National Hydrogen Mission. I know that Sweden's interested in that as well. Cecilia, do you see collaboration here, given that both countries, I mean, India is now getting into the renewable energy space, but Sweden is, of course, a leader in some ways in that space?
Yeah, sure, I do. I really want to connect to what you said, but also what Mr. Bali said earlier, connecting to the Gati Shakti scheme. What we see right now is that India is really expanding its renewable energy in the complete energy mix, and they have, needless to say, very ambitious plans here. It's ranked as number 3 in the renewable energy index as of now. And on hydrogen, I know that India plans to commercialize this through the National Hydrogen Mission as an alternative fuel. And as you said earlier, Sweden is a leader, especially in circular economy. So there are many companies here that are undertaking the use of hydrogen cell fuel and as an alternative to fossil fuel in Sweden then. But tech, we have to remember that tech and infrastructure are still being developed worldwide. And here I see big opportunities for Sweden and India to cooperate on the synergies on the goals as well. I know that Volvo is already working on the use of hydrogen cell fuel.
Yes. That's true. And Mr. Bali, do you want to talk about the hydrogen cell fuel and what Volvo is doing there? But also, I just want to ask all our guests here that, I mean, there is one argument that believes that fossil fuel is still the most convenient onboard technology. So going forward, will we see more hybrid powertrain technologies, or because EV adoption still is complicated, it has many aspects to it. So talk us through that, and of course also what Volvo is doing with hydrogen. I think you're on mute. Are you? Go ahead. Mr. Bali, I think there seems to be some audio issue with you. Just get that checked. We're just going to check that audio issue for you, Mr. Bali. But just if I could take that to Sriram, do you believe that fossil fuels are still the most convenient onboard technology, but there will be hybrid, hybrid form going forward that could have everything from, electric to fuel cell? and a transformed IC engine?
Mr. Bali?
Yeah, Sriram, go ahead. Sriram, go ahead. I think we're
Yeah,
having some difficulties with Kamal's audio.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Kamal would be the best person to answer on it. I mean, seeing it on the ground. But so if I can share my perspective, I think the key to it, Bhairavi, is this is going to constantly evolve, right? That is why there is this big question mark on this whole topic of vertical integration, right? Like, are we betting heavily on one thing? And if that one thing is going to constantly change, how is this going to sustain? So that is why. So the reality of it is not going to be one or the other. It is going to be all of the above. So that is how this is going to be. There's going to be a combination of multiple things, and I'm sure from a government perspective also people will say that there are investments that are happening. And whenever we get the audio back with Mr. Bali, he could say about what is happening from an OEM standpoint, right? I mean, from a vehicle manufacturer perspective, what they are looking at it. But that is why it is extremely important in the vertical integration context, whether we talk about, what components of it do I wanted to build on my own, what sort of IP do I wanted to build on it. It needs to be looked at it, as my opening remark is about value integration, which is like, how is this constantly going to evolve and support that? Because unless you do that, you would solve a short-term to medium-term crisis, and then something else kicks up. Then you're sitting on a capital intense, and what do you do with it, right? I mean, this was part of the issues in the 80s world of vertical integration, and then a lot of component manufacturers started coming out on their own, right? So I think this is, so a short answer to that is, it is a combination of all of it, and ties it back to the vertical integration. I think it is extremely important. There has to be a strategy in terms of what is the value that this will bring it up, as we see a 3 to 5 year roadmap.
Right. Mr. Bali, are you back with us in terms of audio? I believe the problem is from your end. We've got it checked here. So I think you're on auto mute. So I think while we resolve that, I just hope we can resolve that quickly. Mr. Anaswamy, just, to talk a little bit about how are the value chains in a sense different for, electric vehicles and IC vehicles? If you could tell us that, and how important is machine learning AI in this space now?
Sorry, let me unmute myself. So I was on mute. I got it, by the way. See, the value chain, if you look at it, there are multiple, each one of them depends on which perspective you see from. The vehicle OEM would look at it in a different way. In utility in industry will look at it in a different way. I'll take one of them just to talk about it because there are different perspectives on it. I always look at it from the energy value chain to say, how does the energy which the vehicles now need as a fuel, how do you look at its value chain? So there are the three definite aspects we always see. One is, where does the energy come from? So when we look at clean mobility, it's extremely important now that we get it as clean as possible. Otherwise, the total neutrality goes out. I mean, then we are as polluting as ever if you're really trying to just move the problem from where the current pollution is to the point of source of generation. So that is one aspect. And second is, how does the energy get transacted to the users? This is what we talked about, the battery swap, the charging and others. And the third is, once the electricity is in the battery, how do you optimize it? How do you monetize it? And how do you take care of the value of your asset? That's the third level. So when you look at, keep energy as one common factor and see how things go, I would look at the generation aspects. I would look at the transaction aspects. I would look at how the consumption happens. So when we look at EV as an ecosystem, from the fuel point of view, we need to always remember these three aspects and then innovate and work around those. And digital is extremely important because whether it's now electricity coming from utility, or when you transact coming from chargers and battery swap, and when you look at energy in the battery, now you get to integrate as an ecosystem all the three different players. One is a utility player, one is a vehicle OEM, the middle one is where the consumer business happens, because now you're trying to trade energy or give energy to the consumers. So this is where the digital layers come in and integrate all these 3-4 players. It could be done by one single player or an ecosystem of players who bring all of them together. At the end, the idea is to make it seamless and effortless for consumer to use the energy so that they can fuel and move on. And second is to ensure that each of these players, whether it's a utility to optimize and save their grid, safeguard their grid in terms of when the heavy load comes up, because you don't want to disrupt your other business, because you're also giving electricity to every other industry, not just to automotive. And on the automotive side, to safeguard the battery, because that's your biggest asset. So the digital layers will come in on the energy value chain to ensure all these three are protected.
Yeah. Mr. Bani, I'm just coming back to you, and I certainly hope we have you back. There's lots to talk to you about. But I'm going to Cecilia Oskarsson for a second about, the elephant in the room is essentially COVID and what are the lessons from it, which is why we've seen so many disruptions in the market, especially for the auto industry. So, Cecilia, what do you think are some of the lessons for COVID, not just, in particular for auto industry, but in general for industry and the movement forward?
Okay. Yeah, well, COVID certainly leapfrogged the investment in digitalization. It's clearly visible anywhere in the world, and I see it a lot in India as well, and in any sector of the industry. And specifically in the auto industry, we have seen companies transforming their sales and service significantly. We have seen new age companies like Ola coming up, who completely converted the sales in the automotive industry into a complete digital mode. Though the start of this, we have seen more and more companies redefining the customer experience through digital transformation and digital mode. And COVID has, of course, enabled those companies to look more inward and reduce disruptions in their supply chains. And I guess vertical integration is one outcome of the companies planning to reduce the disruption of their supply chains and helping them to also rationalize the cost that they have.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Bali, so I just want to add to what we were asking you earlier, and also that the government has made flexi fuels. It's going to make flexi fuels mandatory, and would that require obviously additional infrastructure, additional costs? We already know that the component costs are going up, the steel prices are going up. So for the auto industry, that's already in such a it's trying to transition quickly and smoothly. You think it's just adding more layers?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. So first, I completely agree with Sriram that it's not going to be this and only this. It's going to be, I think, various forms. I think all tools in the box will have to be used for this complex transformation from ICSF to battery. Typically, and I agree that battery will, at least in India, maybe 90% vehicle battery operated by 2030, 70 two-wheelers, probably cars to some extent, maybe 15 to 20% by 2030 towards battery electric. But long haul trucks would be more, I believe, more hydrogen fuels, long haul trucks. And ICSs are not going to die. ICSs will die.
Right. Mr. Bali, we are hearing you, but it's the audio is low and it's also coming and going. But I'm picking up some of what you're saying about hydrogen cell fuel also being important in the space, and some of the connectivity. I think it's a connectivity issue from maybe your end or ours. But just going back to Mr. Sriram, Lakshmi Narayan, on what are the expectations from the government? I know that Mr. Sinha spoke about what the government was doing in terms of policy, but this space, what do you expect from the government, Sriram?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So, no, I think Mr. Sinha laid it out, very clearly at the beginning. So this is pretty straightforward, right? I mean, one is this real? Is this going to happen? Everybody is aware of it, and this is going to happen. This is the future. And just like not only in our industry, I think as we move towards this the climate change, corporate average fuel economy, all of those things that have been talked about. Because the CAFE regulations in Europe and the rest of the markets are very, very stringent, right? So there is no choice for automakers to adopt this. And if you were to adopt this, and then even if you look at, so that is from an automaker standpoint, right? Now look at it from a consumer standpoint.
Yeah.
Consumers, particularly the millennials, buy anything and everything that has a cost attached to it, right? I mean, I think more and more people are attached to products where there is a social cause, there is a message, there is a broader story attached to it. So there is a segment of new car buyers, particularly in the Indian context that I'm talking, wherein which are 60% of our populations are under 40 years of age plus, then who are going to be the target market that is coming in. I think Ravi touched upon this point, which is to say that the fundamental question that is there in the mind is the anxiety of what do I do if there are, because today you don't have an anxiety in terms of getting your fuel done. So it is about the infrastructure associated with charging stations, the infrastructure associated with mass buildup, whatever we call it as gigafactory, the infrastructure, because of it, you are able to bring it down. And then the campaigns around it, that the clean energy campaign and other things. I think so. This is not like the expectations from the government is government needs to do 10 things and then only we will do it. I think there are things that are going to happen. At some point of time, all of it needs to converge, because this is the key. And the other important thing is that I think, again, it was Ravi who touched on this, because we are no longer one industry. So this is industry without borders, right? Say, for example, that if you have a charging station which is not a supercharger, but it takes about an hour for you to charge, then you got to have a food industry associated with it. It is not like in 5 minutes you're going to put the fuel and then take away, right? So if you're going to put your thing for charge, then there is an ecosystem of, just like, you have a McDonald's type where there is a play area for kids, and then there is some restaurants, there are things that you can go around it. So I believe the key thing is that is in the Indian highway, end to end, if you look at Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the number of infrastructure stations, and I know there are work that is happening. I know Mr. Sinha is not there. As you read through it, they are talking about setting up, X number of charging stations. Some of the traditional fuel companies are getting into this space as a partnership model. Lastly, I think this is going to be a total disruptions in terms of the partners in the ecosystem. You're going to see a lot of non-traditional partners who are going to come in, and then it could be, the simple thing about battery swap, it could be about end of life, it could be about quick things. So it's not one thing that is going to lead to it. As we go along this, everybody recognize this problem statement. If I were to put my money on it, I think this is going to be a significant disruption, just like how India adopted the digital payments. That is how this is going to be. In a couple of years, this is going to be significantly big.
Sure. Mr. Ravi Swami, now just taking from what Sriram said there about, how a lot of the growth in this sector will have to run parallel for the ecosystem to become, fully changeover. But I do want to touch upon two things. One is, of course, the range anxiety among consumers, and also the chicken and egg situation of whether the charging infrastructure should come first or the vehicle should come first. And India largely kind of missed out on the mobile phone revolution in a sense. How do we prevent that from happening in the auto sector?
So if I look at it purely from a charging infrastructure side, it's been a question which everybody is raising for the last 2 years, saying chicken and egg. It depends on how you see the market. Now, there is a supply and there is a demand for it. So when you look at the supply, 2 years back, we had limited number of vehicle options. So when you don't have an option for a consumer, the demand is going to be very little. I mean, it happened in the mobile industry 20 years back when you had 3 phones. Indian telecom industry was less than 30 million. As the supply started in terms of more variety, more options, consumers will rapidly adopt it, provided the infrastructure is in the same way. If you look at the 2G when we installed 20 years back in India, the phones were few in number. Consumers were very few. The charge of call charge was 30 rupees to 60 rupees per incoming and outgoing. the infrastructure was very limited. Nobody invested in infrastructure till these two were solved. I think with more option of, let's say, the two-wheelers coming in, the cars, right now we have limited number of vehicles on the road. The moment there is more variety, the need for having a proper infrastructure will come in. And then I think it's like a jugalbandi. This will grow and this will grow. And consumers will adopt it rapidly when they see that these two are going in hand. Having said that, in the last 2 years, more than the number of vehicles coming in, there has been a lot of interest in charging infrastructure because people want to invest in it, not just by government. Government has given a push for subsidies and charging infrastructure, which people are doing. I've been deeply involved in this industry, doing it actually on the ground. Last 1.5 year, even though we had COVID, we've had rapid charging infrastructure getting deployed on the ground. As we speak, every day we see several hundreds of equipment coming on the ground. So there is a kind of a hope that the supply will catch up with the infrastructure. So there are a lot of people investing on the infrastructure, hoping that there are more vehicles, more cars and more two-wheelers to come and charge in those points. It's a risk a lot of people are taking that this will happen. I think it's a very positive way of looking at it, that it will happen. I think that's the hope a lot of small and medium players are taking.
From everyone on the panel right now, and I want to say thank you so much, Bhairavi, for being our moderator today, and for the panelists for joining us. And I'd like the audience that we have here with us to give a big hand for our first panel of the day, Pioneer the Possible Vertical Integration, and thank our speakers for being with us.
Thank you.
So we now have a short video to play on Pioneer the Possible before we move into our second panel, Pioneer the Possible, Test Beds and 5G.
Believe it or not, the sustainability shift is on. Vision is becoming reality. Many of you all around the world are working hard to make this happen. Thank you. Thank you, scientists, for pointing out what's happening to our planet and what we need to do about it. Thank you, creative souls, for ideas and inventions bold enough to make a real difference. Thanks to all of you who embrace them, building sustainable businesses that the next generation supports and might even like to work for one day. Thank you, change agents, for actively choosing to live and consume in more sustainable ways. Thank you, leaders, for showing courage. Ambitious climate goals help us drive change on all levels in every corner of the world. Because our emissions are your emissions, and yours are ours. Let's make this transformation the greatest collab in human history. Together, we can pave new ways forward.
Thank you very much. And like we said when we opened the panel today, Pioneer the Possible is supported by Vinnova, the Office of Science Innovation, Embassy of Sweden in India, and Business Sweden. SIBC is partnering with the Team Sweden stakeholders to make a discussion and share discussions on what we can do to move ambition forward. Now, the video you just saw, of course, laid out some of the ambitions that come, of course, on the eve of, or not the eve, the following discussions we've had at COP26. India has made some bold statements. Sweden, of course, is leading the discussion on transition. But what's important in this is testing, is collaboration, is experimentation. And our second panel today on the role of 5G and test beds to pioneer the transformation digitization is one way of discussing these outcomes. We have a panel of experts with us. On the sofa with me, we have Dr. Umakant Soni, CEO and co-founder of Art Park. Online with us, we have Eric Borlov, Program Manager at Vinnova, Susanna Mattsson, Deputy Director, Swedish Ministry of Infrastructure, Division for Digital Employment, Lena Kokreja, who's the Senior Advisor at the Office of Science Innovation, Embassy of Sweden, sitting together with Per-Arne Ekensi, who is Head of the Office of Science and Innovation at the Embassy of Sweden. We also have Subhash Mondal, who is the Head of R&D, HCFL Limited, Subrata Mitra, Head of Government Relations, Ericsson, and Professor Fazar Saran, who's at IIT Delhi leading computer science. A lot of people on today's discussion. It's a very, very busy panel, but also please note triple helix panel. We have industry, we have government, and we have academia to discuss today's very interesting topic on 5G and test beds. I'm actually going to start with Vinova. Vinova, Eric, you have the responsibility of coordinating and creating the testbed infrastructure. Before actually I ask you the question, we need to set the stage. I just realized that Per-Arne and Lena need to set the stage for us. So I'm going to actually turn to Dr. Per-Arne Wikström to actually give us the welcoming address for today's panel before I turn to Eric and then ask our panelists to contribute to the discussion.
Okay, hello everyone, and good morning everyone in Gothenburg in Sweden, and good afternoon to you in India. I'm delighted to be here, and of course it's a pleasure to be able to welcome you to the Pioneer the Possible session of this role of testbeds in supporting digital transformation. I'm really looking forward to this. Based here in India now, I would say that collaboration is definitely the key when it comes to getting things forward and playing with the concept of Pioneer the Possible. I think that collaboration is something that we need to do to pioneer the possible, and I'm pleased to tell you, listen here and watch this, that you will meet some of these collaborating pioneers today from different contexts around Sweden and India. The Sweden-India Innovation Partnership, as you know, has gone from strength to strength in the last couple of years. I'm happy to have joined this ship of progress together with the Swedish and Indian friends and colleagues here. And we've had several high-level meetings during these years, and they, of course, have boosted the interest in bilateral collaboration between our countries. And we've seen multiple joint calls being launched between our countries, and we have, I know from the Swedish side, we've had co-funding of about 150 million Swedish crowns, matched by the Indian side. And so we have done a lot already, and we will be doing a lot in the future, of course. Today's discussion, I think, will provide an opportunity for dialogue on how we can improve the relations between our countries even further. And in my role as a counselor here in New Delhi, I have focused on measures to improve collaboration between the research infrastructures between our countries. And when I talk about the research infrastructures, to me, clusters, incubators, test beds are natural parts of it, and really, really important and crucial for this collaboration. Today, the focus is on 5G test beds, and 5G can definitely be a game changer, of course, for our industries and economies. India's 5G leap is about powering tomorrow. From smart cities and industrial automation to connected devices, big data and cloud computing, 5G is seen as a key catalyst that can fuel future growth. And as per National Digital Communications Policy, it's believed that India's digital economy has the potential to reach $1 trillion by the year of 2025, driven by increased proliferation of smartphones, increased internet penetration, of course, growth in mobile broadband, data, and social media. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the panelists today on how they are disrupting the market and creating value networks. So bring it on, pioneers. Thank you.
Thank you, Per-Arne. And of course, the Joint Innovation Partnership that you mentioned has been one of the overriding factors for the operational engagement between India and Sweden in the last few years. We've been working with you and your team to get ground level results, and the calls that you mentioned have been critical enablers to move this discussion forward. I'd like to turn to Lena to set the stage for our discussion and, as you say, enable the pioneers we have on our panel today. Lena, over to you.
Thanks, Aarti. In the last few years, the use of the term testbed has increased in Sweden and in India. And I think several initiatives to push both quantity and quality of different testbeds have been initiated in both countries. Speaking for Sweden, recently the Swedish government launched the initiative Testbed Sweden, which aims to make it more attractive to invest in Swedish research and innovation environments. Very happy that we have Vinnova here. Vinnova, the Swedish innovation agency, regards a testbed as a physical or virtual environment in which companies, academia, and other organizations can collaborate in the development, testing, and introduction of new products, services, or solutions. Test and demonstration environments are becoming increasingly important for the public and private sectors as goods and services are developed at a more rapid pace and they become increasingly complex. 5G, of course, will have a major impact on the industry and enable value-creating innovation in several sectors, as Parani just highlighted. Both public and private businesses have a lot to gain from the testbeds environment and the opportunities for innovation that the 5G testbeds create. Both India and Sweden have invested in the testbeds for 5G testing. Cross-border collaboration is crucial in fast-forwarding the 5G global race. During today's moderated dialogue, we will hear about the 5G testbeds from some of the pioneers from both India and Sweden. The session will also offer a platform to discuss potential collaboration between Sweden and India in the area of testbeds. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers today. I'm especially thrilled about the different perspectives that we will gather from today's discussion. As Aarti said, we have a triple helix panel, so we'll hear different viewpoints today. We have representatives from government, industry, academia, but also managers of testbeds, as well as the end users of these testbeds. And with that, I would end here and request Aarti to take it forward with our esteemed panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. And like you mentioned, there's a lot of innovation in the testbed arena, but India still has very few testbeds to speak of. We need to move forward. We need to get Sweden and India working together because Sweden has the experience for this sharing. And that brings me to you, Eric. You are working with Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency. You have the responsibility for coordinating and holding together the testbed interactions in Sweden. How can we take this from your experiences here to create an international collaboration? And in this case, what can we do with countries like India?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting Vinnova to come speak here at this event. So I think a couple of things. I think what used to exist will still exist tomorrow going forward. So we will still see the old existing test beds be strong and be used, and this classical idea of test beds will still be around for a long time. And I'm thinking now of testing the technology and standards. That's a core function for any kind of test bed. It is also for us as an innovation agency a way of supporting cooperation between stakeholders and needs owners. This is sometimes forgotten aspect of the test bed when we sort of focus only on the technology itself. And the test beds will still be a way of easing and sharing resources, so you can, by testing somewhere else, you create efficiency and space for your own test facilities. So what is changing and what is maybe considered a little bit new? So cooperation can be more than just a test. It could be these kinds of roundtables that we have today and other kinds of dialogues around issues concerning the testing and the development itself. What is new a little bit is that we can benefit even more from external users. We have our own users, we have our own developers. This is existing in our own organization usually. What we don't have are these foreign users that we don't today normally have access to. This is a way we could use this cooperation even more. And we know that the world is global, has been for many years, but it's still expanding, and we see even a more global context in everything we do today. What is slightly new also is that test facilities used to be very physical. It is a place where you go. This is changing a little bit. It doesn't have to be a physical place. It could be a virtual digital testing site. We can do things different going forward. So what we see now on the horizon are this aspect, of course, of digital. And when we talk about test beds, then we sort of look even more at interoperability. It's not only a question of standards, but it's also a way of operating together. And it is, for this discussion around test beds, it is, I think, important to think about what is the required new digital infrastructure going forward. It is not the same as it used to be. For example, we need more things happening around payments, identity, security. We have some of those answers, but we don't have them all. And one really difficult thing, which is also happening, but not always on a good level, is data sharing. How are we able to share data? It's sometimes a question of technology, of course, but it can also be about integrity and security. And how do we regulate and do this in an efficient manner? So these are some aspects that are sort of still ongoing, and some aspects are changing. And as an innovation agency, this is one of our tasks going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eric. And of course, the point you make about data sharing. And you have a country like Sweden with the data points that we have, and a country like India with the data points they have, and the sharing on analysis and data formulation that we can actually make if we can collaborate and find ways through regulation to actually achieve common agendas and objectives on the ground. And actually, that's a question I'm going to come to Professor Saran at IIT. Now, you've been working, of course, with 5G testbeds for a while now. You've been running some of the early 5G trials in India. What do you see happening in India as the testbed discussion expands in this arena? And how do we actually answer the question of access? As you develop the testbed technologies and the discussions, how does academia, industry, and users like myself benefit from this? Professor Saran, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
No, good. So the thing is that these test beds, like in India, 5G, we started a little later than others. Licensing is still under discussion in India, so there's no licenses. Only a couple of experimental licenses have been given for trials. And but the Department of Communication, which is responsible for this area of 5G, has funded a number of IITs, IIT Delhi, IIT. If I can share a slide, it may be easier, but anyway, I can just tell you.
You can share a slide from your computer if you...
Okay, I'll just do that then. It says host disabled participants screen sharing. So somebody has to allow it first.
Yeah, well, they're, I think, fixing that in the back, but if you keep telling us your thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So in the meantime, the department, this is one of the first times they have done it. In 4G, they never did it, but they funded a number of academic institutes.
Professor Saran, if you want to share, it's able now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe we continue talking, Professor Saran. It might be
sorry,
taking
just
some time.
trying to get the slide up. share. Okay.
Great, we see
so
that.
here it is. So, so this gives you a picture of the participating institutes. So they are so they're all over the country. I don't a bunch of IITs or ISCs, 6 or 7 of them, and the department funded the Department of Telecommunications Ministry of IT funded it. I don't want to. These are the names of the institutes and the individual activities they perform. We don't have to go into the individual activities, but you can see there are 5 IITs and ISC Bangalore, and there is a research center called Samir, which specializes in RF and antenna. And they have divided up. This was funded 3 years ago, so it's almost in the completion stage now. These are the different pieces that got built. There is the core network part that was built by IIT Bombay and with some contribution from IIT Madras. There's IoT devices and sensors part that is done partly by IIT Hyderabad, partly by IIT Delhi. There's work on vehicle-to-vehicle, the ISC and IIT Delhi were involved. There is the millimeter wave work at 26 gigahertz, which was done with Samir, Chennai and IIT Madras. And then the cell phone, the other parts like that. You can see it, there is also the 3.5 gigahertz part. So we did both the millimeter wave and the sub-6 gigahertz 5G as part of this implementation. And this goes
Professor,
into...
if I can ask you, from these examples that you're showing us, what do you take away as being the core advantage of having these different test beds and rolling them out?
Right. So the core advantage is that, first of all, you gain much deeper insight into the technology than you would ever gain. And even the second part is you can then expose both your users, potential users and operators, to what the technology entails, both in terms of how they will roll it out, what are the challenges of it, as well as how they will use it, right? In the end, the question is, you can say it's 5G and it's a lot better than 4G, but from a user perspective, what does it mean? What is an application that they can run on it that they could not run earlier, or run better on it and earlier it was not running well? So those are the scenarios, whether it is in the IoT space, different kind of monitoring and other activities they can want to do, or it is in the remote vehicle operation or autonomous vehicle space. So these different use cases is one important way you can expose, and that can be used to learn how the technology can be better suited to those application scenarios. So it's a sort of a iterative, agile process through which you are able to refine the technology, develop better understanding of how the technology should be used for a particular use case. And that can help with the society rolling out different scenarios, whether it is smart city scenarios when we talk about 5G, or the operators figuring out how to monetize the users so that they get value out of 5G and so they are willing to pay more. So these are the benefits from all of this. Just walk through the pictures in the slide. I won't talk about it. You can see the standard stuff. So
I think what we're going to talk about now, of course, is the evidence-based industrial applications. And having test beds like the ones IIT are participating in allows for industry to really learn from a use case perspective and apply it to a commercial rollout. And of course, we have with us today, in addition to the Triple Helix model and government and yourself, we have Ericsson on the panel with us today. And we have Subhatra Mitra, great, we see you now, Head of Government Relations for Ericsson. All of us, Professor Saran, great, I'm going to ask you to stop sharing. All of us reading about India's 5G test beds are seeing the trials that are being run now in India in limited scenarios. It's very exciting to see. I think the rural village scenario was the first test bed to be rolled out, and we, of course, will hear more in the coming future. As in your perspective of Ericsson as a key player in the industry in India, what do you see happening on the test bed and 5G ecosystem as we move forward?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Indeed, a pleasure and a privilege to share the panel with esteemed people, especially Professor Sharan. Good to see you, sir. Now, if I can just take the audience a bit back into time. If you see the Indian government's approach towards 5G has been well thought through process. If I can take you back to say the National Digital Communication Policy, which was released in 2018, and the 5G High Level Forum Policy, a document sometime in 2019, they very clearly laid out that test beds will be one of the way to promote 5G, especially among Indian startups, IoT players and others, so that they could harness the power of 5G and do. And I think it is to the credit of the Indian government and IITs that we have seen a massive public test bed come up, as Professor explained, spread all over the country. And I strongly believe this will accelerate the growth of IoT and other startups in India to harness the test bed to roll it out. I think that's a huge transformation. And I think for once we must compliment the government of India and the IITs for rolling it out. And I'm sure, when we have the discussions, say 5 years or 10 years down the line, the impact of that will I'm surely be visible very clearly then. Now, coming on to the aspect of 5G and what we are doing, you are aware of the ongoing trials, which is field trials, which is happening in India with the operators. We have the privilege of doing with involved in some of the trials with the leading operators in India. While there have been a lot of talks, one of the recent trial results which I would want to emphasize on is on the the rural trial. Because one of the arguments that was always made out is that is 5G relevant for rural part of India? Is it relevant for rural this one? And that's when we felt that it was important to demonstrate the power of 5G. And what we did was that along with our operator customer Airtel and Ericsson, we got together and we did a trial in one of the rural parts of Delhi NCR region, the national capital region. We went a bit away from the capital and we did a trial. The trial was carried out on 3.5 megahertz mid-band. It is the test spectrum which the DOT, Department of Telecom, has given to the industry for the operators for the trial. And what we had seen is that we used the existing FDD spectrum was also used. We almost demonstrated more than 200 Mbps throughput was achieved on the 3GPP compliant 5G FWA device, the fixed wireless access device, at a distance of more than 10 kilometers from the test site. And this is in a rural environment. And similarly, as part of the trial, commercially available 3GPP based 5G smartphone connected to that trial network delivered again almost 100 Mbps of speed, again at a distance of around 10 kilometer plus. So while we are doing a lot of trials in the urban areas, I think this demonstration that 5G is aptly set for India to address the rural India, I think will now give confidence to the policymakers, will give confidence to the industry and this entire ecosystem that India plans to come out from the rural part of India, what we call as Bharat, I think is there. And second, which also nicely dovetails into this overall government of India strategy of doubling the income levels of rural India and increasing more economic activity there, moving people away from say coal farming into other agriculture related activities. I think the power of 5G in rural India demonstrates that yes, now you have a technology, you have a communication platform. Now only the dreams will translate into reality by a lot of startups. And if you see the startup space again in India, DOT has been doing hackathon, 5G hackathon was there. There was a massive participation from Indian engineering talent from colleges and startups. And there were very interesting startups which have come and demonstrated how they plan to harness the power of 5G to address a lot of use case requirements, not just in urban sectors, but in rural. And now coming back to on the test bed piece of it, how we see the way we look at it, this is that now 5G is almost enough proven technology around the world. As Ericsson, we ourselves have rolled out almost 97 networks in almost 46 odd countries. Globally now close to there are 170 commercial 5G networks. So our request is that it's time for India now to roll out the 5G network. We are hearing that there was a positive statement from the minister about proposed 5G auction next year. And once you have this 5G rollout, you will have this testbed facilities, not just the one which, say, IIT have set up. You would also potentially have testbed which could be set up by the operators. You could have testbed set up by other entities using the services from the operator. And this testbed could actually become as some kind of a service offering which they could offer to all the startups, because we are talking about thousands and thousands of startups or companies who are going to access that, and that's where it's going to do. So you will have the IIT this as a fulcrum, and you'll see the rest revolve around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrata. And I think what you're touching upon is something that will come up again and again during the course of today, is how AI, digitalization, 5G can democratize access, really allowing for startups to join the discussion, allowing for new actors to come on board to actually take the discussion forward in ways we have not predicted before. But all our speakers to this point have actually talked about national testbeds, have talked about the importance of understanding foreign users, but we don't have any cases with us right now. So I actually want to push our comfort zone a little bit. And to do that, I will turn to the government. I will turn to Susanna, working for the Division of Digital Deployment, Ministry of Infrastructure in Sweden. Now, working with testbeds, of course, there are examples that we've heard in Sweden, there are examples, many examples in India, and these will continue to develop. But how do we actually collaborate? We heard earlier today that digitalization AI brings us to a borderless universe. There is no such thing as country-specific discussions in this universe. Data will drive what we do and how we understand the world around us. What can we do with this new connectedness when it comes to 5G and testbeds to collaborate not just within our countries, but across countries?
Okay, so thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to this panel. And actually, I guess the invitation goes to the Ministry of Infrastructure for Digital Deployment. And the reason that I'm here as the representative of the ministry is that I'm engaged in the work of Council of Ministers, the Nordic Council of Ministers, notably with the part that is engaged in digitalization and the encouraging and development side of 5G. And there's a rotating presidency of this Nordic Council of Ministers, and in 2018, Sweden had the presidency, and then the Nordic Prime Minister signed a declaration on 5G, stating that the Nordic region should be the most integrated region in the world, and that it should become a common Nordic space. And among the policy goals that the Nordic ministers agreed upon in order to realize this goal was actually to encourage the development of new testing facilities. And the rationale for including the testbeds in the declaration is that they are widely recognized as instrumental in the development of 5G for developing new products, services, and business models. And it was pointed out that the implementation of the declaration is dependent on the cooperation between governments, national digital authorities, and stakeholders from the ICT and telecom industries. So in order to elaborate on the question that I have been asked to talk about during this panel, I will draw experiences from the work of the Nordic Council of Ministers on the 5G testbeds. So in order to implement the declaration, it was decided to carry out the baseline study in order to get a picture of what the situation really looks like in the region regarding testbeds. And a consultant was commissioned to do this baseline study. And one finding that the consultant saw is that there's a vast range and variety of testbeds and other test activities going on in the Nordic and Baltic regions. And they report almost 50 testbeds for 5G. And this report was performed during 2019, so I guess the number of testbeds may have increased since then. But they could see that there are testbeds of varying kind, that they are public, that are offering services to anyone interested, as well as testbeds that are closed, serving the need for an individual company or other stakeholders. And the mapping also showed that the Nordic and Baltic countries have the potential to become a leader in the application of 5G, that is in manufacturing industry, transport, or agriculture. But the report also showed that the level of Nordic-Baltic 5G collaboration is quite low as far as testbeds go. So among the things that the consultant highlighted was that there are different driving forces towards testbeds in the different countries in the region. For example, in Finland, the main driving forces are public organizations in collaboration with operators, academia, and cities. In Sweden, they saw that the industries are strong driving forces in creating using testbeds, but also municipalities and universities feature 5G testbeds in Sweden. In Norway, they could see that the operator Telenor is a major driving force for 5G testbeds. And in Denmark, they saw that the driving forces are the Danish Energy Agency together with the operators, TDC. In Iceland, it's the Operation and the Spectrum Agency that are found to be drivers to 5G activities and testbeds. And lastly, in the Baltic countries, the consultants found that the governments are behind the driving forces on these activities. They could also see that most 5G activities are local or national, that really few are transnational, and that there are very few test beds in this region that feature cross-border collaboration. So the consultant also made a SWOT analysis for the Nordic-Baltic region for 5G activities and development of 5G. And among the regional strengths in the region are that many 5G testbeds are active, and that the Prime Minister declaration is a strong signal of the political interest in 5G development, but there are several strong verticals like manufacturing industries and transport, and that the region has telecom leaders such as Ericsson and Nokia, and the history of the IT leadership in the region. But they could also see that there are certain threats towards the development of 5G, and that is the low coordination between governments and public authorities across the region, and also that China, the US, and South Korea are way ahead of us. Among the weaknesses, they saw that there are little coordination of 5G activities, and there are difficulties to identify new business models. And among the opportunities, they could see that the region could take a lead within especially manufacturing and transport industries, and that there is a high number of local 5G initiatives from cities, municipalities, universities, and industries. So the consultant concluded in his report that there is a need to focus on regional cooperation between 5G testbeds and showcasing the region's strength on 5G innovation, to remove existing regulatory barriers to 5G networks across borders in the region, and to support regional and cross-border cooperation between testing environments. So
Susanna,
that was the
thank you.
study.
I think you raised some very interesting points here in terms of we have different activities and different actors coming together, and even within the Nordics, we have a need for greater collaboration, communication, and sharing of experiences and access. And you raise a very good point of having different triggers. I would say it's very similar in other countries that policy becomes the pipeline for business activity. It's the insurer, it's the safety mechanism, it's how you know you have a way forward. I know that's the case in India as well, and government plays a key role in reassuring users, public and private, that they will be behind them as we keep taking the next steps. Now, our next speaker on the panel, of course, is working with industrial and academic partnerships, and will also be cognizant of the fact that government plays a very key role in reassuring your steps as you move forward. Shabas, you're working with the head of R&D for HCFL, and I wanted to ask you, what has been your experience with this triple helix every day and the role that government plays and what that means for you as an industry player working with academia?
Thank you, Arti. And it was great to hear the previous speakers bringing different aspects. So I have been in the Indian telecom for last 30 years, have worked with various academia as well. And specifically in 5G test bed, I have been involved with Indian Institute of Science for some time now. And of course, Professor Saran is here. I have interacted in different forums in this. So one of the thing, of course, HFCL has started 5G journey just about 8 months back. I am in this organization for 6 months. I am creating my own private test bed. But I would like to share some of my experiences with the test bed in general and my thoughts about how I see this academia industry collaboration coming together and the value that test bed is creating. If I really look at it, like Professor Saran said, 5G test bed sponsoring by Department of Telecom was a major step. Subrot also endorsed this, which allowed the academic researchers to go beyond the pure theoretical research to get result, quote unquote, to make something concrete which realizes the technology beyond the pure research. And I think we have seen a reflection of that in terms of India for the first time playing a significant role in the 5G standardization. India published its 5G-I standard that became one of the 5G radio interface technology endorsed by ITU. This is probably the first major milestone that I see, and then the test bed had a big role to play in this. And as I mentioned, I am a firm believer of the industry-academia collaboration. If I had to go back and ask the government one thing, what probably could have been enhanced a little bit in this test bed initiative is, can we bring an industry and make the fund access to the industry? Of course, the industry participation was enabled. That is why I was able to access the test bed. But can you have a milestone-driven, the fund access, and then also bring in a end customer, one of the operators, and then say, you define a problem. If done, you commit to deploy it. So that way, the researcher who enable a set of startups or the folks who really want to solve the problem defined by operator get 360-degree coverage of it, which I believe would really have a much more engagement. And I would extend that little bit to say the cross-border use cases. Today, if you look, Subrata talked about the 5G hackathon. I was one of the jury into that. There are 100 ideas that were rewarded, recognized, and then that is gone through the second level. I was a mentor and jury in the second level as well. So it has really given rise to a lot of startup ideas and has been an opportunity to nurture them. If we can bring Sweden and India together and say that cross-border problems, can we give a Sweden use case in Indian test bed? Can we put an Indian use case into Sweden test bed? Can we do the researcher exchange program? If any of those kind of things are done, I guess it will do a lot of good to this. I also have one suggestion that I have been a chair into IEEE Industry Connection Program. And if you look into the IEEE Industry Connection, it works in a boundaryless fashion across the globe. The researcher can come together to create a test bed and then see if there is a potential that has not been solved in the existing standard and then come up with some ideas to nurture. So if we can take an industry-relevant problem and bring into this cross-country test bed, if we are conceiving one, so for example, today, network disaggregation is a big issue. HFCL is working on ORAN compliant product creation. One of the challenges that I will face is the interoperability that I have to do and the investment, research investment that is required to procure the tool chain. It's a phenomenon. While I'm buying it, but I would look forward to a test bed which actually can give research as a service, tools as a service from the test bed. And if it is accessible for very expensive tools that I cannot afford, I probably can access to that. I think these are some of the things I guess would really help, but I really appreciate this opportunity to make me part of this initiative. Looking forward to deeper conversation as a follow-up.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. We'll come back to the panel with a lightning round to set the stage for the future 10 years. But you've actually given us a great segue to Umakant Soni. Umakant is the CEO and co-founder of Art Park. And what Sebastian just said is what I'm going to actually hand over to you, Umakant. We're looking for interoperability. we're looking for cross-border, we're looking for access to users and toolkits. Now, Art Park, with its focus, and of course ISC is one of your partners as well in the state of Karnataka, can be this kind of one-stop shop for all the different ambitions put on the table today. Tell us about Art Park. While we wait for your mic to be fixed, Art Park has started 3 years ago, and of course many of the companies that are part of the Sweden-India corridor are talking with Art Park to set up cross-collaborations. And Umakant is here from Bangalore to continue those discussions on site.
Yeah, so very quickly, the way I see, and just give you a quick background of Art Park, and of course myself as well, I've spent almost close to 20 years coming from industry. Last 12 years have been in AI space, first as an entrepreneur, and then as an investor. I set up the first AI-focused fund, venture fund in India called Pi Ventures, just focused on funding AI companies. And it was interesting that we looked at almost close to 430 companies, and we could find only 2 companies which were working in the connected car space in India. And then we actually, asked the entrepreneurs, like, why aren't there more of them? And they said that if they actually want to do connected cars at global level, they have to go to South Korea to test it. And that was actually a big trigger for us, because that gives you an insight as to the challenges the startups face. So when we set up Art Park with the seed grant from Government of India under NMICPS mission from Department of Science and Technology and Government of Karnataka, close to $32 million in seed fund, with an aim to bring global industry, academia, and governments together in a place which could actually lead to India-specific technologies which could also be relevant to the world to actually develop. We actually kept that perspective at the center of how we are approaching the testbed. So in fact, we're very happy to announce that we're actually setting up a 10-acre space, which is actually we're going to have 5G testbed, working along with Indian Institute of Science. And the interesting thing is that it's actually for both ground mobility as well as aerial mobility, and we're focusing on ultra reliability, low latency. That's the core perspective that we are looking at, because that's actually going to be the future. And I just wanted to actually add to what Subhash and Suzanne was talking about, that the future, if I see, by 2030 we're going to have close to 1 billion people as digital nomads. That means they could be anywhere, and they would be working across borders. And to actually pioneer that possibility, we are opening these test beds up for collaboration, of course, with industry, also with academia and governments, with a perspective to spur innovation, not just in mobility, but also in healthcare. We're talking about education, we're talking about agriculture. And I think it's important that we take a wider perspective on these test beds, because it could be possible that you could actually have a nurse in India taking care of a patient in Japan or somewhere else, or maybe a child being nurtured by the education talents of a country like Sweden in India. So there are various possibilities of future that we need to grow somewhere, and I think that's where the role of test beds is actually extremely critical from 3 perspectives that I see. One, of course, to find out what are the new use cases that could emerge, and that's where the innovation part comes in. The second one is about standardization, and I think some of the people touched upon it that earlier, that we need to actually have things that will work across multiple industry players, and that's where we are experimenting with Open RAN, and I think we need to probably accelerate some of that efforts, and would be very happy to actually have industry, academia, and other players also collaborate and join us. The third thing that I see is, and actually that's very important, is that while 5G is the beginning, we actually are looking at advanced communication, and COVID has actually proved that. I mean, this is a great way to actually bring that into focus. We are digital physical in more than one ways, and I think that's just going to accelerate. So we actually have to probably accept that as the new normal, and project forward. And that's where I feel that we need to bring all of us together to support this digital massive transformation, which might result in, as some people say, $15.7 trillion of new economic value by 2030. And I think if we are able to collaborate and collaborate well, I think we could probably take a larger share of that.
Thank you, and I think that's a great way of putting it, to set the vision forward. Now, 2030 is a number we hear a lot in the recent discussions about creating a better tomorrow. So I actually want to take your example and now come to the panel one by one and ask them to say what they would like to see when it comes to test beds, collaboration, of course, like you say, Mukant, going beyond just communication, but actually healthcare, education, accessibility, regulatory standards. What do we want to see by 2030, not just in Sweden, in the Nordics, and in India, but in a cross-collaborative way? And I'm going to start again from the way we started the panel in the morning. So Eric, I'm going to start with you. 2030, what do you want to see?
So we heard a lot of good examples on how testbeds are creating value today. This is not true for everyone yet. So not everyone has discovered testbeds. And I think testbeds is a way of engaging new users, to invite them and to find a way of cooperating. So that's one aspect of testbeds, the renewal of actors or players in an area. And I think we still haven't used enough the existing priorities in our society. So today we might talk a lot about climate, cybersecurity, sustainable cities. This could be also used to strengthen the testing and to create a new kind of win-win situation, both for policy and all actors involved in those priorities. So this is something I think will be strengthened going forward.
So testbeds is a dialogue built across a multi-stakeholder platform. 2030.
Exactly.
Great. Professor Saran, over to you.
So what I would like to say, first of all, hopefully we'll be seeing 6G in 2030, not 5G. That is on a lighter note. But I think what we would like the testbed to do is to help us speed up the innovation side. If there is some key technology which is being evaluated in a testbed in Sweden, and it is of use or potential use with some modification to other parts of the world, developing countries like India, for example, then can we sort of partner with some Indian companies, Indian entities, whatever kind of entities they are, and try to collaborate and sort of look at the problem, look at the potential solution that the other company is coming up with. And so this collaboration with testbeds could be to actually demonstrate that across platforms this kind of thing can happen. And so it becomes, today what happens is a company has to first fight it out, prove it in one market. And once it has been able to do that, then maybe that will get copied by others, or that company itself finds the resources to make it available. So whatever gets innovated, some new idea which is very useful to users in some part of the world, just doesn't travel as fast today as it could. So that would be one sort of intent of the whole exercise, by bringing all the stakeholders together and with the support of the relevant sort of bilateral frameworks that the governments have, so that whatever issues of IP and other can be resolved in amicable ways. Right?
To speed up innovation and create kind of a global prosperity opportunity by sharing experiences. Great. Thank you very much. Subrata, we come to you for Ericsson's point of view. You will be operationalizing this vision. What do you see by 2030?
2030 is a lot into the future. I think Professor Saran said we are looking at 6G, a lot of work is there. And the tentative timelines are obviously 6G will be there. But see, the reality is that we are living in a rapidly changing world on the cusp of a lot of new era of possibilities, and technology is driving all of them. Having said that, we are also seeing some of the most important factors, whether it is socio-economic or political and technology factors, are also coming in. For example, this entire thing around bringing down the carbon footprint level. Just to give you an example, with increased consumption, that's an area. So you'll have a lot of factors which will drive technology. So technology on its own will be there. You have leading technologies, not just 6G, you will have Internet of Things, you will have extreme wireless. We are talking about moving into spectrum bands beyond. And I think here test beds will play a very critical role. Even when 5G gets completely rolled out and 6G will start coming in, these test beds around the world, we hope they will all be then connected, and then it won't matter. You will have, wherever innovations happen, they will have access to this test bed. They can do their experiments. We were looking at possibility why have it. For example, any kid, any innovative kid sitting in any part of the world can access a test bed, innovate, and let the mankind benefit from it. So I'm extremely positive for the next decade.
Thank you. So what we're saying now is test beds, of course, sets the rules for engagement. In this case, 5G is our use case. But of course, the rules for engagement can continue as technology improves and technology actually expands. Now, with that, I come to Susanna. Now, you talked about, of course, the baseline study that was done, and you outlined some key strengths and some weaknesses and needs for moving ahead within the Nordics in this case. So, of course, you have a roadmap ahead of you of what could be done, what needs to be done. What would you like to see between now and 2030?
I would like to see, if we talk about Sweden-India collaboration, I think it would be useful to make a baseline study in our countries as well, to see where are our strengths, where are weaknesses, where are the opportunities, and where are the threats. And this would go first and foremost perhaps for the 5G, but then also for the 6G testbeds, because that will be the important technology that will be the driving technology by 2030, I think. So it's not the time to let go of 5G. We have to increase collaboration there as well, then also to phase over to 6G.
Great, and we have Per-Arne and Lena with us who heard that. So baseline study between India and Sweden in this area coming to you soon from the Embassy of Sweden. I'm going to end now with Subhash. With the work that you're doing on the ground, what would you like to see by 2030? 5G, 6G test beds.
Right. Yeah, so 2030, as Professor Saran and Dr. Mitra already said, it is the year of IMT 2030, the official 6G standard. So I would look at three things. One, I already said, cross-country use case, meeting the UN sustainable development goals. One of them being is digital well-being, emotional health specifically in the pandemic context. I am saying it has a international significance. I actually am doing some work in IEEE, but I will not talk about this. So cross-country, across the globe relevant use case, I think, and the 5G, 6G is a innovation test bed, bringing the multiple disciplines together on a single communication fabric. So that becomes a very, very ripe case for the test bed. Second thing I would say is the inclusive access to the test bed. Right from the researchers to equitable engagement from the industry, equitable engagement from the consumers who are going to be the benefactor of this research, all of them coming together and engaging in a meaningful, milestone-driven engagement. Third is the access. I think, Eric, you talked about digitalization enabling global access to the test bed, a model for publish, subscribe, exactly the way the cloud-native architecture has evolved. The telecom and network coming together, enabling that, even in the research test bed, I think that would be phenomenal. So these are the three things I would look for.
Thank you so much. And I think as Per-Arne started today's panel by saying, we are here together to pioneer the possible. And these are the pioneers on the panel with us. And we're so happy to have you all here. And we look forward to touching base again next year to see where we've come and where we're going to. Thank you again. I'll ask the audience to give our panel a big hand. With that, we come to our first coffee break. Please stay online with us. We will start again at 11:05 with our welcome addresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
ha mer eller? Ja, vänta då. Då får vi ha ljudet på så här. Ja, inte det. Bättre så. Nu då? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Ingen skillnad. Sänker lite här först då. Bättre än du då? Inget upp. Nu då? Någon skillnad? Nej. Det är ju svinkonstigt. Och inte nu heller, nej. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ingen skillnad nu heller, nej. Fast det ska ju inte... Jag fattar inte varför inte... Varför kommer det inget? Varför händer det ingenting? Är det någon skillnad nu då? Nej, nej, nej. Nej, jag fattar.
Ladies and gentlemen, online and in the room with us today, we are very happy to welcome you to the first Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit. SIBC is here together with our partners, Business Sweden, Wipro, Embeddle, and Business Region Gothenburg, here in Gothenburg at Chalmers. To inaugurate the day, I am very happy to welcome to the stage His Excellency Ambassador Tammaya Lal, who has now been traveling the length and breadth of Sweden, meeting industry experts, understanding what can be done to collaborate between the two countries. And I invite him to give us the inaugural welcome speech.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is great to be at Schaumels in Gothenburg, an important innovation hub. Earlier this morning at this forum, we have seen some useful discussions already. And we have here the CEO of AstraZeneca, Mr. Leif Johansson. And we also thank CEO of Niti Aayog, who will be joining us for this session today. All of you are experts. I may have some general remarks to offer. The pandemic has accelerated the digital transformation of economies and delivery of critical services. This will only speed up further as we look at the post-pandemic recovery and the ambitious green transition ahead of us to address global warming. Whether it is life sciences, development of drugs and vaccines, or other healthcare solutions, the booming fintech and edtech sectors, smart grids or smart city solutions, circular economy or energy efficiency, manufacturing or agriculture, or e-governance facilitating lives of hundreds of millions. In all of these, AI and digitalization are the primary drivers. This also presents great opportunities for cross-cutting collaboration. India and Sweden are among the leading economies implementing this transformation. Both are deploying digital technologies for growth and productivity that is also socially useful for addressing social challenges in an open, ethical, and inclusive manner. Sweden is a global leader in innovation and sustainability. All of us know here in this room. IT and digital sector already accounts for 20% of its GDP, which is among the highest in the world. Indian firms and professionals are deeply engaged in this ongoing digital transformation in the Swedish economy and society. And India offers large-scale digital competence that few other countries can offer. India too figures high on global rankings on AI industry development and technology adoption. AI research, for instance, on data analytics and language processing is thriving in India. In the last 5 years, I understand that 4,000 patents have reportedly been filed by the Indian entities. The startup ecosystem in India is also booming. Stanford University's Institute for Human-Centered AI has ranked India as 6th on its latest Global AI Vibrancy tool in terms of research output, economy, and inclusion. India has the highest rankings on AI skill penetration rates and global gender parity in this sector. AI and digitalization sector is also attracting substantial government funding in India. India is also the top contributor to public AI-related code repositories in GitHub. India is pushing the deployment of digital technologies as public goods and for an inclusive scaling up of development interventions. Huge successes are already visible, whether it is the rapid creation of digital identities for more than 1 billion population, or the enormous achievements in financial inclusion of hundreds of millions, the instant and transparent delivery of subsidies, or the massive adoption of digital payment platforms driving down the costs, or the unprecedented vaccine delivery program that is nearing 1.2 billion mark in less than 10 months. India obviously provides scale, and that also translates into big data. And as big data and AI innovation drive the transformation at scale and with speed, we know that trust and cybersecurity become crucial. Here we can see that our values are more aligned in the sense of being primarily open and people-centric. And the focus is more on data empowerment rather than mere data protection. Public goods driven instead of merely being platform driven data use. Our common values are the basis for deep political commitment to this partnership. India and Sweden have continued to work closely despite the pandemic. Our prime ministers have interacted thrice this year, in March in a bilateral summit, in June in India-EU summit, and at the COP26 very recently. Our ministers of trade and commerce, defense, and science and technology have also interacted this year. Last week, our environment and climate change ministers co-chaired the high-profile meeting of the Leadership Group on Industry Transition, LEAD IT, in Glasgow. Both countries are pushing for a cleaner transition for the hard-to-abate industrial sectors. And this, of course, will require innovative technology solutions, including digitalization. Innovation, sustainability, and green transition remain the core areas of India-Sweden partnership. Together with SIBC, the Confederation of Indian Industry, and other partners, we recently organized the 8th edition of India-Sweden Innovation Day, which highlighted the range of collaborations between big corporates, startups, R&D institutions, and government agencies. The newly established India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center is also a good example of collaboration between governments, industry, and research institutions. A year ago, here in Gothenburg, the Indian company HCL opened its first European cybersecurity fusion center. Swedish majors like Saab with Mahindra and the Volvo Group have started innovation and R&D centers in India, among many others. Earlier this year, the Swedish Institute organized an interesting Sweden-India mobility hack to design and test ideas for safe and sustainable transportation. Recently, I was at the AI factory in the Luleå Technical University that is coming up with solutions, for instance, remote predictive maintenance of railways or for mining industries. And again, there is a huge potential for collaboration there. In conclusion, I would like to say that AI and digitalization provide huge opportunities to intensify collaboration, building upon mutual strengths, competitive advantages, and shared values, and open, transparent, inclusive, and citizen-centric approaches. I once again thank all the partners for putting together this timely and useful platform. The 2 reports on data management and skilling being prepared by the India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable will also be of great interest. Today's discussions and these reports will provide guidance on the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. This morning, we had discussions about the steps the government of India is taking to drive digitalization and AI with testbeds. And we got some panel members talking about how they would like to collaborate together to move testbeds from what has been a very national level and AI, make it international. So I think the people that we have in the room with us today and online can make this happen. And as we say, pioneer the possible. Thank you for being with us today. Niti Aayog, Government of India, has been established with the aim to achieve sustainable development goals with cooperative federalism in focus. In August 2021, they published the Responsible AI for All report, which said, for India, the era of AI holds promise beyond economic growth, the promise and potential of solving some of the country's most difficult social and societal challenges. I would like to invite to the stage now Shri Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, who is actually the author of these very words. Amitabh Kant, would you please give us the inaugural address?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly delighted and glad to be a part of this important day because, as rightly pointed out, it is time that the Swedish and Indian AI digitalization ecosystems get a better understanding of each other and build on the synergies to capitalize towards artificial intelligence for all. Sharing the stage with great minds like Ambassador Tanmay Lal, Mr. Johansson, Chairman of the AstraZeneca, and Mr. Bhattacharya from Sweden Embassy, I'm confident that the promising world of Sweden-India artificial intelligence collaboration has a great symbiotic future. I thank Robin Sukhia, SIBC's President and Secretary General, and his entire team for having envisioned this event and bringing together our diverse yet like-minded goals towards building a collaborative artificial intelligence ecosystem.
The potential of artificial intelligence is well recognized, and to question it or establish its importance in today's world is a futile exercise, simply because AI is silently turbocharging our lives every day. As a country, India has carved out a niche for itself, where we are now the third largest startup ecosystem in the world and the highest share of deep tech startups. It is projected that AI has the potential to add over 500 billion to India's economy by 2025. What India has achieved in terms of digitization is greatly inspirational. Every Indian has a biometric, every Indian has a mobile, and every Indian has a bank account. And therefore, we throw up a lot of data. The financial inclusion has been enormous. Over 526 schemes of the government, we transfer money straight into the bank account of the beneficiaries, ensuring that there is no wastage of any resource. The Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which is really a scheme about opening bank accounts of over 430 million Indians, has led to every household having access to formal banking system, along with a platform for availing low-value credit, insurance, and pension scheme. The India Stack, with its APIs, Aadhaar authentication, that is the biometric authentication, the e-sign, the UPI has allowed businesses, startups, developers all to utilize the public infrastructure and offer varied financial services. The unified payment interface has become a way of life for millions, leading to transactions through the mobile. 80% of the transactions on the unified payment interface are peer-to-peer, reflecting the replacement of cash and India becoming a highly digital economy. The UPI recently crossed its $100 billion transaction in October. And the good thing is that while it's a public platform on top of it, all private sector, whether it's Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay, Samsung, all of them have innovated on top of it. With payments problem being solved, the focus shifted towards lending to both consumer and MSME-based lending, and fintech has allowed innovation, allowing new models to come up, such as flow-based lending. And Lending Card, Pine Labs, MobiKwik are Indian startups who have done this. All of them have used artificial intelligence to provide cash flow-based lending. And after payments and lending, focus then shifted towards personal finance, money management, investment, and trading. And a plethora of top-class startups have come up in this space in India, Zerodha, Grow, Upstart, to name a few. And they've created an ecosystem of modern investment apps. And therefore, what we are seeing is this tremendous energy, vibrancy, and dynamism of Indian startups who are transforming the landscape in India. We are now witnessing the emergence of financial products which target the more complex segment. For instance, the new insurance tech companies such as Digit and Acco are greatly simplifying insurance, covering end-to-end cycle of origination, underwriting, claims, and selection. And therefore, this supplemented by platform approach, what we have seen is that India is not merely data rich, but is now increasingly data intelligent and is technologically leapfrogging in many of these areas. As a nation with the second highest population in the world, our artificial intelligence goals are aligned with our need to deliver specific solutions across a wide spectrum of socioeconomic indicators. And our challenges are many. They relate to enhancing agriculture productivity. They relate to finding a solution for water management. They relate to finding solutions of electricity. And most of our AI innovations and solutions solve for 1.3 billion population of India. And we are confident that these innovations on improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, can serve as a bedrock for AI innovation solving global challenges. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Sweden in April 2018 to sign the Joint Innovation Partnership for a Sustainable Future. The decision was rooted in our shared values of creativity, innovation, society, and sustainability. These shared values are what drive India's AI ecosystem every step of the way and continue to be the reason why India has retained its position in the Global Innovation Index as the most innovative country among Central and South Asian countries. We will continue to drive this innovative ecosystem even further. India's research aspirations are rooted in a two-tiered, fundamentally distinct approach. One is core AI, which is fundamental, foundational in nature, focused on creation of new knowledge at par with global pace of AI landscape. Second is the lab to market, which is focused on application-based, cross-sector, collaborative research that takes innovation to the market. It is with that approach that funding opportunity is worth the commitment over $17.5 million matched by Government of India. Collaborators have been agreed by both Sweden and India. And as outlay and we implement this strong collaboration, we hope to do so ethically and responsibly. Our belief is in responsible AI. And when we turbocharge this on the wings of artificial intelligence, we set an example of two innovative countries driving research towards a shared global vision of AI for all. Eventually, artificial intelligence has to be harnessed for the good of the people of the world. And as India solves problems of its people in agriculture, in education and health, it'll be finding a solution not merely for the people of India, but for the next 4.5 to 5 billion people of the world who will be moving from poverty to middle class in the next decade and a half. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish this forum all the best and a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amitabh Kant. You make some key points about the role of AI in democratizing access, financial inclusion, improving the learning outcomes for children, and of course, health outcomes for harder to reach access in villages. What has really happened and shown us how AI can catalyze change is, of course, COVID. COVID has been a game changer for the AI landscape and moving us forward in terms of vaccine development and, of course, understanding how data can drive change. We are very happy to have with us today Leif Johansson, Chairman of AstraZeneca, and one of the key building blocks of Gothenburg's research community. Leif, I'd like to ask you to come to the stage and give us your thoughts on today's discussions.
Ambassador, colleagues, friends, and I see many faces here. It is very good to be able to be with you on a morning like this. Let me share a few remarks for the Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit, which AstraZeneca is one of the proud partners. I'm just looking at the wall here. I went to university here, and one of the persons on that wall actually was one of my teachers, and he said, if you really want to know, Leif, how to get lucky in life, you should marry good partners, you should have a wonderful life in terms of development, you should make good business in the stock exchange, and on top of all of a career. The only way that you can achieve that is to take the advanced course in thermodynamics in my third year. The man from second to the left there. I felt that it has gone rather well, and I think, Ambassador, with the effect of climate change and everything else around us, thermodynamics is actually still quite a very good subject to get into. I'm much looking forward to our session later today in the India-Sweden Health Innovation Center. That's going to be moderated by my friend, our managing director, AstraZeneca's managing director in India, Gagan Singh, and I will get back to this later on. But first, let me start by addressing the situation we have all been facing for almost 2 years now. I have certainly, and I believe all of you may have, taken a large step forward in terms of digitizing my own work life. Last year, I was able to have 40% to participate in more than 40% more meetings, than I did in 2019. They were, of course, virtual then. And I appreciate being able to connect with stakeholders across time zones to an extent that was not possible before in real life. But we now have that productivity increase, a fairly dramatic productivity increase if you think about how we can get 40% better productivity in terms of number of people whom you can meet. As a company, we have also been heavily involved in helping to end the pandemic. This week we turned a milestone, we were actually celebrating, with more than 2 billion doses of our COVID vaccine released for supply to 170 countries. The largest share of these doses, I'm happy since I'm here in India, is used in India through our collaboration with Serum Institute of India, who, by the way, deserves an applause also. They've done very well. The past 2 years has taught us a lot about the need for continued collaboration. Collaboration between companies, between companies and academia, but also between countries and cities. I was born and raised here in Gothenburg with a little stint into Southern California, which explains my non-Scandinavian accent. I went to university here, like I said. I've spent a large part of my career here. Never have I seen better conditions for collaboration between business, government, and academia than I do today. There is a mutual understanding here and now, but also in many other places, that we need to solve the challenges of tomorrow together with our partners wherever they may be. If, or perhaps rather when, we have another pandemic coming, we should all do what we can to even be better prepared, so that knowledge and resources serve the greatest common good. Now back to AI and digitalization and the very first Sweden-India summit on this topic. As a member of the India-Sweden Business Leader Roundtable, I have, over the recent years, been fortunate to support collaboration on science and technology between our countries. The India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center was established to bring this ambition to life, in line with the spirit of the Joint Innovation Declaration by our Prime Minister and the bilateral MOU on health. The center is built on the Swedish quadruple helix model of innovation, in which academia, industry, government and society work together to nurture innovation. From the start, AstraZeneca has been a proud knowledge partner to the center's core partners, AIIMS Delhi, AIIMS Jodhpur, and of course Team Sweden. We are happy to see that the Innovation Center has seen great progress despite the impact of the pandemic, and we are thankful for the efforts that all our partners have invested in making this successful. 14 highly innovative startups are solving some of the core challenges in the healthcare delivery. Startups such as Cure, Dosi, Arogya, AI, Geotronics, Blackfrog are doing groundbreaking work in areas such as AI-based diagnosis and vaccine delivery. AstraZeneca has been able to help them access new markets in India, as well as around the world, via our A-Catalyst Innovation Hub network. The center is currently evaluating 700 applications from the second Innovation Challenge, and I look forward to get to know the second group of startups that will join soon. I'm also very happy to see the progress the center has made on other initiatives, such as the creation of a skilling program for nurses for diabetes education. This will be rolled out across India next year, and again, we have looked at how to scale that. We have an objective to train over 5,000 nurses in 2022. Another example is the Center of Excellence in Comprehensive Patient Support Services in Oncology, which was launched at AIIMS Jodhpur and which aims at improving better care and better quality of life patients coping with a very difficult disease, in this case oncology. Over 300 patients have already been supported by this initiative. I hope you share my excitement for this great example of collaboration between our two countries. The session on India-Sweden Innovation Healthcare Center at 17:45 will give you a glimpse of the great work and will showcase some of the startups that pursue frugal and accessible healthcare for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're very happy to have the healthcare panel this evening and a real dedication to the team because that will be 10:30 in the evening, IST. And they are there together and have big plans for our panel, so I hope everyone here stays with us. Leif, you make some really important points about the strength of growing locally and then developing that commitment and that collaboration to an international level. We could not be here today if it were not for the partners that we work with. Of course, yourself as an ISBLRT member, the Embassy of India in Sweden, and the Embassy of Sweden in India are core members of the dialogue that we have to develop our roadmaps and our understanding of what should happen in the future. We are very happy, therefore, to have Gautam Bhattacharya with us today, Charge d'Affaires in the Embassy of Sweden in India. Gautam, you've been working in many countries over the course of your working career. You've been posted in Chile, in New Delhi multiple times, and have worked with international trade policy in Asia and Oceania. We'd really like to hear from you today about your perspectives on what we're discussing in terms of AI digitalization and cross-collaboration in this case, which is critical to moving forward together between India and Sweden. Gautam, for your closing remarks.
And ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Lal, Leif Johansson, and Mr. Amitabh Kant, it's an honor to have heard such luminaries, so I will be very short today. And Arti, I've spent most of my life actually working life in India, between Sweden and India. Therefore, maybe with a 20-year perspective, you will allow me to say that the fact of the matter is what we've heard today from the three distinguished speakers just preceding me is a testimony to how far we have come. For example, when I started at the ministry 20 years ago, the collaboration between Sweden and India today is truly multifaceted across academia, industry, government. There's no lack of actors on both sides taking initiatives. And it's a joy for me personally, having worked between India and Sweden for so long, to see that our job is actually taken care of now by others. The state does not have to push anyone. So, I mean, I don't think I should add more to what Ambassador Lal has said. He very accurately and eloquently portrayed the relation between our two countries and the close relation that we've had between the two prime ministers. And we hope, of course, this will continue under a new prime minister from Sweden. When it comes to the innovation partnership, again, Mr. Johansson and Ambassador Lal and Mr. Kant have also mentioned the multifaceted cooperation that we have across sectors and the joint calls that have been made. I think there's room for more. I think that we cannot be complacent. We still work in a bilateral setting. It's not as if India and Sweden are the only players on the planet. We see a lot of competition. And I think we jointly in this space need to consistently and consequently make sure that we have this triple helix engagement between the two countries. So we can't become complacent either. And I see there's lots of room for scaling up. Finally, a comment on the topic of today's conference, digitalization and AI. I think that what Ambassador Lal said, and also Mr. Amitabh Kant touched upon, the fact that we're two democracies, one very large and one small, but still two democracies, counts for a lot. And this is something, when we go ahead in this field, should really, really build upon. And I think a special link between Sweden and India should be built on how to protect the integrity of humans on this planet while still going ahead with AI and digitalization, because it is a very tricky balance. And I think Sweden and India could have a very, very interesting dialogue, especially in this field. So without much further ado, I'd just like to say from the field, I've been here for 5 years now. I've seen how quickly this train now is accelerating. So I would like to say to all the Swedish and Indian actors listening, please get on the train because it's breakneck speed now. You have to get on board. So thank you, everybody, and looking forward to listening to today's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gautam. Before we close today's panel, I'd like to ask both the Ambassador and Leif one follow-up question, just your thoughts. Leif, you have seen a lot happen now, especially in the last 2 years. What would you like to see as we move forward in the collaborative healthcare space between India and Sweden? You have AstraZeneca with a huge partnership with Serum Institute. What are the next steps for India and Sweden in this area?
I think the real challenge for healthcare systems in the future will be to make them more resilient than they have been, to be able to withstand outside external shock in a different way. That will mean a better preparedness for what comes our way. And I think, for example, Serum Institute of India was well prepared to be able to make large amounts of vaccine. AstraZeneca vaccine basically originated in an academic collaboration with Oxford University. So it's a good example, that whole sequence of events, how in this case India was better prepared than most countries. The other one I think is going to be sustainability on healthcare systems, so resilience and sustainability. And aspects of sustainability, perhaps the most important one, is that we need to be able to hold on to it for financial reasons. There are a number of examples of countries that have come up to very, very high levels of GDP as paying for healthcare systems. Most of our countries, certainly not Sweden and not India, will be able to get there and spend that amount of money. So we are going to have to find ways on how we can innovate ourselves into such a way that our healthcare systems will be equitable and accessible for a very large part of our population. And as someone who is very focused on innovation and R&D, etc., I think those are good news. That's exactly what drives science, R&D, and development when you have a challenge that takes orders of magnitude of cost out of something that you used to be taking for granted. And I think we have a combination of Sweden and India can do wonderfully well in this area.
Thank you so much. Equity and access, very strong key points, both in terms of healthcare and, of course, the larger debates that we're having right now in terms of global commitments on an international landscape. Ambassador Lal, you've been with us for about a year now in Sweden, and recently you've been touring the country to meet industry partners and to see what's happening on the India-Sweden ecosystem. We'd be really interested to hear your reflections of the last week and how you feel this is paving the way for the way ahead, again, on the Sweden-India corridor.
Thank you. This has been very interesting to see how much energy and interest is there to build this forward. Like Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya said, that a lot of work has gone on, but then a lot of potential is there. And whether it was Swedish companies working with the Indian partners or the Swedish other agencies working in India, and also Indian companies who are invested here in a range of sectors, from not only digital solutions, but manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, steel, and so on. So extensive work is going on, and that can only happen when both sides see interest in it. And that is only likely to multiply further. So, for example, in the COP recently, India announced major new sort of targets, and that will again require immense investment into R&D to achieve the energy efficiencies or the renewable circular economy, etc. So again, huge potential there, and I can only see it grow further.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say SIBC is looking forward to working with ISBLRT and with the partners, both with the embassy in Sweden and in India, to work to make these ambitions happen from an industrial perspective and also from a policy perspective. Thank you so much for being with us today for the welcome address, and we thank you for your time, and we move forward to the next stage of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we get it?
Yes. If we can give, our VIPs will now leave the stage and we'll get to the next panel. So if you give us 2 minutes to change mics. Yes. panel. One of the key initiatives for today's discussion is pioneering the possible. We had 2 panels this morning discussing how Sweden and India can push our comfort zone to creating international test beds, 5G trials, and of course moving vertical integration forward. Before we move to the next panel, I'd like to play for our audience the Pioneer the Possible brand video. SIBC is very happy to have Vinnova and of course Team Sweden support us in today's discussions and dialogue. We had 2 panels this morning with the Team Sweden stakeholders, Business Sweden, and the Office of Science and Innovation. The Office of Science and Innovation is, of course, the key actor on the joint innovation partnership between the 2 countries. This video is a testament to what can be done when we look together to the future.
Believe it or not, the sustainability shift is on. Vision is becoming reality. Many of you all around the world are working hard to make this happen. Thank you. Thank you, scientists, for pointing out what's happening to our planet and what we need to do about it. Thank you, creative souls, for ideas and inventions bold enough to make a real difference. Thanks to all of you who embraced them, building sustainable businesses that the next generation supports and might even like to work for one day. Thank you, change agents, for actively choosing to live and consume in more sustainable ways. Thank you, leaders, for showing courage. Ambitious climate goals help us drive change on all levels in every corner of the world. Because our emissions are your emissions, and yours are ours. Let's make this transformation the greatest collab in human history. Together, we can pave new ways forward.
Thank you very much. We, of course, stand on the edge of a new dawn. We've had 2 weeks of intense discussion in Glasgow. We have new commitments on the table, and we have a future that looks brighter than it possibly has done in the past 20 years. But this requires leadership. Leadership requires openness, agility, humility, and flexibility. We are very happy today to have some of these leaders with us for the next panel discussion. I'm going to invite to the sofa Tom Johnson, Chairman of Comient, Helene Nicholson, Volvo CampX, Umakant Soni, CEO of Art Park, and Staffan Truve, AI Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, change makers, disruptors, leaders for our tomorrow. We're going to start today's discussion with a dialogue with ISBLRT. The India-Sweden Businesses Roundtable is a CEO forum between the 2 countries in 4 main areas: skilling, digitalization, smart cities, and defense. Tom Johnson here with us today is the co-chair of the Digitalization Working Group. CP Gurnani, who could not be with us here today, has recorded an intervention and is also the co-chair on the Indian side of the Digitalization Working Group. So we'll start today's panel discussion with CP's recording.
Good day to everybody. My name is CP Gurnani, and I do want to take this opportunity to say how much I miss sharing the stage with Tom today. I know that Arati Davis has done a phenomenal job of bringing the whole of Swedish India Business Council together to discuss a very, very important topic, which is AI and digitization. We all know that AI and digitization actually grew during the pandemic. Last 12 months, or maybe now 18, 19 months, the digitization has grown more than it had grown in the past 15 years. And most of us believe that AI and digitization will now accelerate so much that what we saw in the last 18 months, in the next 18 months, it will be minimum 2x of it. Now, does it mean it's an opportunity for Sweden and India? I think it is more than that. More because we are all aware that Wallenberg family has invested a lot in creating leadership, bringing in PhDs and scholars from all over the world to various universities in Sweden. Question now is how to bring that knowledge on one platform, which is the Swedish India Business Council. How to make this collaboration become a showcase of success where we do social inclusion, where we address the last mile connectivity. We look at problem solving by collaborating together. We all understand digitization in AI means focus on cybersecurity. It also means being fair and transparent. It also means creating jobs, not destroying jobs. So we all have work to do. I am excited because these continuous dialogues between Sweden and India have only created use cases. Customers or partners like Volvo, ABB, Ericsson, all have worked on various use cases which may be applicable to one industry or more. It's the same way Tech Mahindra, Kalyani, we have worked together to create use cases that are relevant to masses. So together we will succeed. And Tom, I promise you that I will come and visit you in Sweden. Again, Arati, thank you. Thank you so much for hosting this conference. I am missing, but I can only say is that my thoughts are all with you, and I look forward to our continued dialogue and enriching both Sweden and enriching India, making it a better place, making it a better society, making it a more impactful digital society. Together, we will show the world how India and Sweden will become examples for working together. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CP, for giving us that as a baseline to start from. Because what we will then move on to is, of course, the role of business to make these changes. The Indian-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable is one constellation of change. The Digitalization Working Group is, of course, as Sri Amitabh Kant said, turbocharged in terms of moving forward the discussion on AI, digitalization, and the ease of doing business. Today is a momentous day, as I understand, for the Digitalization Working Group, because we launch 2 handbooks. Tom, I'm going to invite you to the stage to tell us more about that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Arati. Can I sit here?
Yes.
And do it? Yeah, thank you. It's much more comfortable there if I have that. Thank you so much indeed. And first of all, it's great to see CP looking so well there, and I look forward to visiting India and seeing him very soon. A little bit background on what's happened here is that one of the 4 initiatives within the India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable is digitalization, and CP was the co-chair from India's side, and I was the co-chair from the Swedish side. And we worked very much to see how can we take the best of what's happening in India and the many things that's happening in Sweden, how can we bring that together to really accelerate, turbocharge our activities within the digitalization within industry. We started off very much by bringing people together from India into Sweden, visiting companies, visiting academia, talking to governments, and we did the same into India. But we quickly realized that we had to get a bit more practical within this. We had to really put, let the rubber hit the road, as you would say there with it. So what we decided to do is to focus on one area, one geographic area, Pune in India, because there you find leading Swedish companies, you find leading Indian companies. So we focused in that area and said, how can we bring together the expertise from these companies there to work together as a team to drive things forward? So we picked 4 Swedish companies, or 4 Swedish companies came forward, which were Alfa Laval, Atlas Copco, Sandvik and SKF, and 2 Indian companies, the Bharat Group and Tech Mahindra. And we put people from these groups together to sit and work and practically say, okay, what should we focus on? How do we drive this forward? They fairly quickly, after meeting and getting to know one another, put on the table all the things they were working on, and fairly quickly came down to focus on 3 areas that we should work on there. The challenge of upskilling, reskilling our workforce, the challenge of data management and how we could use data management and AI to accelerate the work we were doing, and then last but not least, how can we share best case examples between the companies so we can borrow with pride and take them into other companies? And I'm not going to focus on the 3rd example, but there's been really good cases where technologies developed in one company has now been used by the other companies locally to help accelerate their work. But I'll not focus on that there. To get that, we had to put a project structure in place, and hopefully this will work to show that project structure. It doesn't, but anyway, I know it. Anyway, so we put a project structure in place with 3 groups there. It's up now, there, with it there. 3 groups, 1 looking at HR reskilling, 1 looking at data management, 1 at best practices, with a team leader, a local team. We needed, CP and I needed a quarterback in India to make it happen there. We're too far away from doing that. We needed someone to make it happen there. So we have Yokesh from Bharat Group, Abhijit from Tech Mahindra, and Henry from Atlas Copco. Originally, the box at the top there was actually Matthias Andersson from Alfa Laval, but he's now moved on. He was a country manager, and he's now moved on. So these were the groups, and they got together to define some things. And as you say, Arati, it's an important day because they've worked immensely hard over the last 2-3 years in challenging circumstances, not even being in Pune, not being able to meet, to really look and see how they combine the knowledge in different ways. And from that, they've then worked to develop 2 handbooks. The first is the HR skills handbook, and basically that's looking to see how can we look at the skill sets that are required to actually help reskill, upskill our workforce. And why is that important? Because very early on, many people kept telling us, but you need to get rid of the old people, bring in younger people from university. We need more young people in. Actually, we have tremendous competence in the workforce, so focusing on upskilling, reskilling was important, but not just on the theory, actually focusing very detailed, practically, how can that happen? And they picked best practices from each of the companies to look at that, and they look at a number of areas there, and that handbook is now ready. It's got actually 10 sections in it. What is Industry 4.0? What are the essential competencies you need to have in that? Looking at the different roles and how you map them, and then going through training programs that are already available within the companies or externally to be able to do that. How to do the training, it worked on there, then going to delivery, assessments, etc., there. It's about 90 pages, that handbook there, and that handbook is now ready to be released, or will be shortly ready to be released. It's ready now. We just have a couple of things to do I'll come back to. The second one was very much focused on data management, saying how can you implement Industry 4.0 and how can you use it in a practical way in a manufacturing environment. There's lots of books and cases out there, but this was practically from people doing the job. And there again, a handbook's been developed there. It has actually, if I remember correctly, 11 sections. If I click, there you go, 11 sections within it, 121 pages there. And it does everything about data management, about visualization, but also it moved on much more to look at AI and machine learning, to look at cybersecurity as sectors there. So these handbooks are now ready. This is the first time we've really talked publicly about them. What I love about these handbooks is 2 things. One is that they've been developed by industry for industry. They've been developed by people who actually are doing the job there, saying, this will help me do my job better. I think that is really good. It's not from any consultant, with great respect to them. It's people who actually do the job, who have actually come up and said, this will help me do the job better. And it's with the second thing is its contribution of 6 companies, both Swedish and Indian companies, that's brought it together and interacted with academia there. So these handbooks are now ready. What's the next phase? We're now working on how to roll them out in a basis to get them into bite-sized chunks to be able to roll them out piece by piece, which will be ready sometime in the first quarter to do that. I must say, I think the team have done an outstanding job in very difficult environment there. And I really want to, this is not me, this is not CP. It's Henry, Abhijit, Yokesh, and Matthias, who's done the job down there. They're the ones who really deserve the credit for the work they've done. And all their associates in the companies, because there's been a lot of people from each company heavily involved in this. So it's an important step forward. And I think it's a good, tangible example of combining the knowledge from India and Sweden together in a practical way. You can get beneficial elements out of it there that can be a win-win for both areas there.
Thank you so much. And before we give you a round of applause for today's launch, I just want to say that is a sign of humility and vision and agility. The team has worked really hard. SIBC, the Secretariat of ISBLRT, has a chance to engage with the team members at any time of day or night, actually. And that's an amazing commitment to taking this discussion forward. With that, we'd like to give you a round of applause for the launch of the Digitalization Handbook.
That's for them, not for me.
ISBLRT and the team.
Yep.
But I'd actually like to ask you to elaborate on one part of that. You made a comment about working together in the team of the companies that were selected and daring to borrow and share. What I would like to say is you touch upon the next step of taking it forward, going maybe beyond ISBLRT and Pune, and sharing with a wider audience for use case development.
Yep.
How do you see that happening?
First quarter, I think. Once we get it into bite-sized chunks, there, because I mean 90 pages of handbook. What will happen if most people get the handbook is it will collect dust on the shelf. They'll look at it, they'll flick through the first few pages, and then they'll say, very good, there. We want to make it in bite-sized chunks that's practical for people to be able to practically implement it. And that's the work that's underway right at the moment. And that's not just for ISBLRT members. We want to roll that out there. So that's the first step we're doing. The second step is we're very close to establishing a second working group in Bangalore to focus more on the value chain, because this is focused very much on the factories, on manufacturing, the people in the factories, to focus much more on the value chain, because I think there's a huge amount digitalization can do to impact the whole value chain.
We have Uma Constantine sitting right next to you that can make Bangalore happen in turbocharged.
I know, he's here now, he's going to talk over lunch.
My one last question to you.
Sure.
We've been talking a lot today about the future and the roadmap for the future within the sector of AI and digitalization, within the work that we're talking about today in the handbook. Again, we come and stand here at a very new world with new challenges. We're looking at a global commitment to try and achieve a 1.5 degree climate increase in temperature. We've talked about the role agriculture can benefit from AI, how healthcare can benefit from AI, how learning outcomes can benefit from AI. I'd like to hear from you, how do you think industry can contribute to this challenge and actually see changes on the ground with AI digitalization using some of the evidence you've received so far?
Without a shadow of a doubt, this is an important element within this. If you use the data that you have from the machines, if you use machine learning and AI in the right way, you can produce more with less to better quality and more on time there. So I think this will play a role, an important role within the factories. But I do believe the bigger role that we must do with AI and digitization within the industrial environment is to look at the full value chain. We must remember that 85, 90, 95% of emissions from a product are not in the manufacture of the product. They're in the use of the product. And you can use data management and AI tools to help not only give your customers a more environmentally friendly product, but help them use it in a more environmentally friendly way there. So I think that without a shadow of doubt, we must keep going this, and we must go to the full value chain. But this is I mean, you can reduce scrap significantly if you can run your machines in a better way. You can reduce energy consumption significantly if you run your machines in a much better way. To do that, you need data, but you need data that is usable and that's practical to be implementable.
Thank you very much. And with that, actually, that gives me a really good segue to Umakant Soni, sitting in Bangalore, who you'll be working with very soon, I understand. But Umakant, with Art Park, with what you're setting up in AI and robotics, we've got the keywords of data use cases and actually developing actually operational results. What is Art Park doing in this area, and what do we see for the next 5 years?
Absolutely, and thanks for asking the question, actually. Very quickly, there are a couple of perspectives.
Actually, Umakant, I'll come back to you in a second, and I'll just go to another speaker. Helene, we'll talk to you about Volvo CampX. We had Dr. Kaushik this morning that was talking to us about the recent Innovation Summit, and of course the journey that CampX has taken to bridge the Sweden-India corridor in a very real manner. Volvo CampX has been here for a long time, driving innovation, driving technology development, and commercialization. Please, we'd love to hear from you about your thoughts.
Thank you very much. And first of all, great to be here, and thanks for inviting me here. I would like to actually tie into a little bit what you were into, and on a broader perspective, because CampX is one tool to drive and accelerate innovation, and representing the Volvo Group, it's within the transport industry, obviously. But I think, coming back to what you were into, the big challenge that we all are standing in front of, and you referred to the COP26 that was recently in Glasgow. And I think here as a company, I'm very proud that we as a company have really taken big commitments to really stand behind that we will, by 2040, only have on the road fossil-free transport solutions. And that comes back to what you were into, that in the past, what we have been representing has, of course, while on the road, driving with fossil fuels, obviously there are emissions. But there we have really taken the stand. But coming back to, with AI, well, with data, there is such a power, it's a gold mine, to really increase efficiency also. And there you can really improve the way you use whatever it is that you use. And I think here, we as an industry really have a strong role to play to show the whole picture from the end to, from the start to the end. For example, for young people, when you buy something online, what happens? Is it magic when it enters your house, or what happens in between? And that is, from one point, educational, but it's also very inspirational, because it's such an interesting question to answer to. And there, coming back to the initiative with what Dr. Kaushik and I are running now, the CampX, and that is really about, we have so many questions in this huge transformation, so many things that we can never anticipate, we cannot plan for. So we are trying to address it, but more so trying to accelerate it, make it simple, make it quick, to be introduced, to be integrated into the Volvo Group, whether it's in India, whether it's in Gothenburg, it's on the different sites, it doesn't matter, but simple and quick, and to really see that you can bring these innovations to market quickly. That is really what we are aiming for. And we also understand, and this is a strong driver for the whole industry, that this will never be able to happen on our own. So we need to work together. And we have this big challenge. We all are driven by contributing and by change, but we cannot do it together. So I think that these are the main things. Keep the focus. You were into that as well, Tom. Focus on a few things. For Dr. Kaushik and myself, it's a lot around, the electrification of transport. It's automation, where you can improve the efficiency quite a lot and make it simple by self-driving, for example. To keep some focus, find some focus areas, start with that. make it simple and quick, so you don't have to wait forever. Get going. It's like integration, and then accelerate to market launch, because that is really what we are striving for.
Thank you very much. So if I recapitulate what you just said: simplify, accelerate, introduce, go to market.
Yep.
This requires the role of enablers to actually make this happen. Volvo Campex, both in Bangalore and Gothenburg being one, Art Park being another. And Makala, come back to you to talk about exactly what Helena's put on the table and the role of Art Park to create this change, accelerate and simplify.
Absolutely, and I think thanks a lot for the opening remarks by GP Gurnani and of course by Tom, and highlighting the way leadership is responding to this massive wave that is AI, and we all know that it's going to create this massive upside, $15.7 trillion by 2030, and it's important to understand that what actually it means for us as a country, and also the companies that are actually engaged with. So if I look at 1975, which was the peak year of industrial economy, where we connected up to 1 billion places by rail, by roads, by water, by air, the ratio of tangible to intangible asset was like the tangible assets were like 4 times more than the intangible ones. And if we shift to 2005, this ratio flipped because that was the rise of the knowledge economy. You could sell the excess knowledge of one person to another because they were connected by internet, by social media, and we connected up to 1 billion people by 2005. Now, with AI, what we are seeing in future is 5 billion people which are connected, interacting with 50 billion intelligent devices, which will also be connected. And they together will form what we think about as the AI-driven experience economy, where you will actually have the experience of the digital intangibles in some sense. And there the ratio of tangible to intangible is going to be like 1 is to 9. More than 90% the value will actually lie in these digital intangibles. And it's important to understand the implication of this phenomenal change. What it will mean is that the tangible part will actually get increasingly automated, and that actually will mean that it will become more energy efficient, more sustainable, and the creativity of human beings will drive the intangible value creation. And one of the big challenges and reservations people have about AI and robotics is that it will actually lead to reduced jobs. That will not be true. It will actually increase in the number of things or experiences. For experience creation, you would require many more jobs to be actually fulfilled. A case in point is that if you take an iPhone, it takes 1,200 engineers to make the iPhone, and most of the phone production is actually automated. But on top of that, you have 1 million games and application, and they power a massive economy of creators. And that actually is the future that we are looking towards. And it's important to realize that, because this has massive implication for us as a country. We are 1.36 billion people. Even vaccination, and it was so nice to have this talked about in the morning. We have reached 1 billion people which are vaccinated, and it is a massive, massive effort. Moving 1.36 billion people, just in terms of mobility, it requires phenomenal effort with respect to the current means that are available. Educating 230 million kids in India requires out-of-box thinking, and that is where I see we have a major role to play as we think about the disruptive nature of the opportunity in terms of AI, and how we can make it inclusive and sustainable at the same point of time. And that is where Art Park has been set up with mandate from Government of India with a $32 million seed grant under National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Mission, which is $500 million of investment by Government of India into creating AI research and innovation ecosystem. And ARTPAC is playing a nodal role in shaping that perspective of bringing global industry, academia, and governments together to collaborate and dwell upon how do we actually solve these massive challenges of having inclusive healthcare, education, and also mobility. And some of those solutions we're thinking about in three perspectives. One is what we're talking about in terms of moonshots. We need to take some bold approaches to solve that. And we are actually ideating on a few of these moonshots and would love to involve the industry and, of course, Combient as well on how do we think about that. The second perspective is the massive entrepreneurial ecosystem that we have in India. Just last year, we actually added close to 30 new unicorns. So we know that there's a lot of talent there. So we actually have rolled out this ARTPAC innovation program, which will actually allow, whether you are a Swedish entrepreneur or a startup, you could actually come and work with us. So it's open to, we have actually a global investment committee. Robin Sukhia is actually on that as well. So the ARTPAC innovation program allows the global entrepreneurs to come and join the pool in India and work with us. And we are just launching a $100 million venture fund to actually fund companies further on. And we see that as a whole pipeline. With Moonshot, we can create these disruptive technologies which could convert into opportunities for startups and innovation. And then we could actually seed them and co-invest on this innovation bridge to actually help them grow and reach this scale. And underpinning this is what we are talking about as gold standard data sets. Because India, we have the advantage of the scale. And while people talk about data, what people don't understand is that to mine the gold, you need a ton of ore to get to a few bits of gold. And data is exactly like that. So you're going to...
I'm going to actually interrupt on exactly this point. Because, of course, one of the challenges between India and Sweden is the data sharing and the issues of privacy and how to actually build the use cases. Could you comment on actually how ARTPAC is working around that challenge and that regulatory hurdle in this case? And if anyone else would like to comment on this. Please.
Absolutely. And one of the approaches, and you actually have hit the, a really, really important point, that for this data collaboration to happen, one of the big challenges is that how do you share data confidentially and while preserving the privacy so that you're not infringing upon the fundamental rights of people. So we actually built a whole new framework called Data Setu, which is for secure data collaboration using hardware enclave enforced confidential computing. And we would be actually working with a few of the partners to actually create more proof of concept around that. We also have, and in fact, we launched something called X-Ray Setu, which was for enabling lung health detection during the COVID wave 2. And we actually tried that approach on to make sure that people who were actually sharing X-rays with us, their data was actually protected. And we saw that actually approach works. So if this confidential compute data approach actually takes on and it becomes mainstream, I feel it will actually allow us not only for us to create these gold standard data banks, but actually get companies to share data to actually enable the innovation and unlocking, not just within one country, but across the countries. And I think that's the future of data collaboration in terms of AI we are looking at.
Thank you very much. And I think this is going to be something to keep in mind as we go forward for enablers such as yourselves and creating new use cases in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is not able to be with us today and is a core sponsor making today possible. Chief Technology Officer Subha Tatavati from Wipro is joining us today to talk about the importance of enabling business and technology. Subha is actually not in Sweden, and she's actually in the US. It's quite early there. So she has recorded today's intervention. So if we can play that right now.
Is probably one of the most important technologies of our time. It is transforming a wide range of industries like manufacturing, telecom, automobile, retail, healthcare, finance, legal, as well as information technology. Organizations across industries have understood the potential of AI and have moved towards intelligent automation to improve the customer and employee experience and boost productivity. The landscape of AI's presence in businesses has further expanded from being just an enabler to becoming an essential factor to define and direct the growth strategy of any organization. Our recent survey on state of intelligent enterprises confirms that while 95% of business leaders surveyed sees AI as critical to intelligent enterprises, yet only 17% of respondents are using AI across their entire organization. Companies need to stop thinking about AI as a technology and start thinking about how they can leverage AI as a foundation to create an intelligent enterprise, one that is empowered to create new kinds of customer interactions and unlock new revenue streams. We have developed the EIQ, Enterprise Intelligent Quotient Framework, to assess enterprises' current intelligence level. We've leveraged this framework to help many of our clients, including a Swedish engineering group, to find areas for infusing AI and intelligence to their HR and finance processes. In fact, EIQ framework was first implemented at Wipro in our HR shared services unit to accelerate performance and increase the impact of HRSS or HR shared services unit. Leveraging this framework, we implemented intelligent interventions across HR processes to enable a comprehensive AI-led digital transformation. Wipro's HRSS serves the mission of onboarding new employees and keeping the firm's current employees engaged. We needed a solution to speed up processes across hire to retire life cycle and deliver more business value. The project faced the significant challenge of serving over 200,000 employees, serving clients across 6 continents, and that population continued to grow rapidly. Processes also varied dramatically between countries and needed manual inputs. Enterprise Intelligent Quotient Framework helped us reimagine user journeys and streamline our HR processes. Overall, the project saved 25 million a year and transformed Wipro's HR shared services. We also won the Hackett 2021 Digital Award for this initiative. AI not only optimizes internal processes and improve employee experiences, but it could be used to harness and drive revenue generation and superior customer experience. Companies are revolutionizing the way they engage with their customers by leveraging AI-driven content personalization and conversational systems, thereby enhancing revenue generation achieving cost optimizations. Enterprises should adopt a 3-pronged approach to deliver on the business outcomes. These are right processes, right technology, and right capability. Having the right set of processes will ensure consistency in delivering promised business outcomes through intelligent systems powered by the right technology and right capability. The goal of AI strategy should be to use AI to infuse intelligence that enables companies to interact with the world much like people interacting with their own environment. We worked with a large Swedish networking and telecom company to help set up their conversational AI center of excellence with further engagements in the area of AI democratization and many other capabilities. We are working with them to overcome typical challenges organizations encounter during such journeys, such as identification of use cases, ROI assessment, and adoption at scale of self-service and inculcating culture of citizen data scientists. AI service also can be an accelerator for faster time to value for enterprises. Over the past few years, Wipro has made significant investments in building accelerators like contract intelligence, enterprise know your customer, anomaly detection, intelligent document processing, and AI lab to deliver customized AI solutions for our clients. These solution accelerators have delivered shortened time to value at lowered cost and minimized investment risk. These AI solution accelerators are platform agnostic and utilize Wipro's IP like Wipro Homes and Data Discovery Platform. We work with a German multinational automotive parts manufacturing company, wherein we leverage our AI lab to carry out advanced image analytics using visual inspection neural networks to detect defects during the manufacturing process on the shop floor. This yielded more than 99% accuracy. AI today is also driving intelligent automation of business processes. The biggest challenge faced by companies in adopting AI are around knowing what the technologies can do for them and where and how they can be applied. Wipro published a state of automation reports in 2019 and 2020 to help organizations with their intelligent process automation journeys. The report provides frameworks on how enterprises can identify right business problems, define success criteria, evaluate right technologies, ensure smooth implementation and adoption, manage risk and change management, build trust in the AI systems, and build business resiliencies. We work with a Swedish-Swiss multinational corporation to use AI to analyze and categorize the reasons for their outstanding accounts receivable. Outstanding accounts receivables. This was a problem. This helped them relook at their strategy and inculcate best practices in their collection process. Another example wherein we worked with a French multinational company providing energy solutions to create an analytics and AI COE for supply chain, which helped them provide data-driven insights. Leveraging this, they were able to improve their demand forecasting accuracy by 25% for electrical equipment. The most important aspects of all these applications that we just talked about is centered and anchored to responsible and ethical AI. Increased use of AI in decision-making is necessitating AI solutions compliance to legal and ethical norms. We lack an industry-wide common standard responsible and ethical AI. Wipro has developed a framework called Ethica, where Ethica represents explainable, transparent, human first, interpretable, common sense, and auditable to help guide organizations on this very issue. We have used this framework with NHS Scotland to lay down AI COE blueprint and implement it in a phased manner by creating tools, accelerators, and frameworks for provisioning the ML platform, validation and operationalization of ML models in production. The tooling was designed to empower citizen data scientists and data scientists with an environment to train and productionize AI ML models to enable wide-ranging AI use cases for businesses. With that, I would like to conclude my session with this message. The age of AI is here and now. Enterprises of future will be intelligent enterprises with AI implemented at scale. To realize AI's true potential, organizations will need to infuse intelligence across their enterprises. Business leaders will need to simplify AI deployment, adopt a democratized methodology, and harness and utilize diverse skill sets. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Subha for giving us this recording, and of course Wipro for being a supporter for us today. We really welcome and appreciate that. Wipro has a table outside in the exhibition area if you'd like to visit that after this session. But I want to touch on something Subha said, and I think it's been something that we've all talked about at different points in this panel, which is how do you accelerate this conversation? McKinsey, of course, released a report recently saying, of course, AI uptake has been dramatic in the last 5 years, but we're still missing out on a lot of potential. Still a lot more that can be done. And how do we actually achieve the potential that's still unmet? Helene touched upon not looking at life in silos. The collaboration in a 360 view is really critical, not just Volvo Campex, but the ecosystem that it works within. And I'd like to ask Staffan Treve, Chair of AI Sweden, to take the last words as an ecosystem builder, as one of the panel of enablers. How do you actually make this change happen equitably and for societal benefit?
Thank you. Actually, I'd like to comment first what Nankant said about scale before. 15 years ago, when I was running the Swedish Institute for Computer Science, we were, maybe I should stand there. We had a project where we were building a secure distributed database for healthcare in Sweden. And then we got the opportunity, thanks to a Swedish-Indian research collaboration program driven by Vinnova on our side, to start collaborating with some Indian partners on that. And of course, you go then from 10 million people here in Sweden to 100 more in India. You know, and it's the perfect thing to go to a researcher and say, now you need to think about how your algorithm scales to order of magnitude. And to me, a lot of the opportunity from a Swedish perspective, doing things with India, is those 2 orders of magnitude. I think we should think about that when we think, what kind of things we should solve. Another thing, before I go into what I'm really talking about, so in my daily life, I work at Recorded Future. We're a threat intelligence company. So I thought I would, just as we're here all being enthusiastic about digitalization, maybe a word of warning about the security aspects. Actually, one of the biggest disclosures we've made as a company this last year is that in an investigation, we found more than 10 Indian power stations which were infected and communicating with China in a way they should definitely not be doing. So I think as we think about these opportunities, let's not forget about the risks and the fact that we need to take these things into account when we build all these solutions. Third thing, I'm sort of a bit allergic to AI as a term. You know, I think sometimes you're sort of creating too much magic. I like to talk about algorithms, you know, and there's a scale of algorithms on how intelligent they get. But I think a lot of the things we do here is not particular to AI or machine learning or so on. It's really a continuous scale on how we're building more and more sophisticated systems. So let's not get overly lured. With that, my role here today is to talk a bit about AI Sweden and what we are doing. So I have the honor of being chairman for that organization. And I'll try to go through quickly the kind of activities we have. So very quickly, AI Sweden has been around for less than 2 years. Actually, it was about 2 years since the idea was conceived. In discussions where we said that we really felt there was a need. So there are a lot of initiatives in Sweden going on the research side. We already heard mentions of the Wallenberg initiatives, WASP and so on. You know, so we're actually doing quite well on the research and higher education side. But of course, it takes time for that to sort of percolate out into society. So what we wanted to do with AI Sweden was really to accelerate the practical use of AI, both in business and in society. So that's the ultimate goal here. So what we decided to set up was a distributed national center for applied AI. We wanted it to be neutral, non-profit, encompassing everything from academia to public sector and private sector. And really to have ideas of how we can make people collaborate in a more open and sharing way. So we've established that. We are now building up an organization. We have 6 nodes, so we're covering, you can say, Sweden geographically. The idea is that even if we can work in all kinds of different digital ways, it's still important to have some physical presence to be able to sit down at a whiteboard or stand at a whiteboard together and do things. You know, we're still fooling ourselves if we think that we can actually be creative over Zoom, I think. So that's been one key thing, to build something where you distribute it but still working together. We've worked a lot on getting partners, and I'm actually amazed with the speed with which the guys have built up the partnership. There are today more than 100 partners in AI Sweden from 4 different sectors. One is, of course, the public sectors. And I think if you look at Sweden, I mean, we are embarrassing in terms of how poor public sector is in digitizing what they're doing. We have Skatteverket, the Swedish tax authority. That's one of the few government agencies who's actually sort of embraced digitalization. The rest is crap, mostly, honestly. So, you know, which is a big opportunity, actually. Then we, of course, have the universities. And then on the industry side, I'm extremely happy that we've been able both to attract the very largest corporations. You know, we have AstraZeneca, we have the Volvos, etc. in here. But we also have, I think, 40 small, medium-sized companies, which is, of course, where a lot of the new interesting stuff is happening. And we are really creating a platform for them to work both with governments and with the large corporations. And this is the key thing. If there's one message you should remember about how AI Sweden works, it's this, that we invest together in projects, but we then share with many, not only with all the partners within AI Sweden, but also with the rest of the world. So one of our key goals here is to develop materials, knowledge, etc., which is openly available. Good example, one which I've been personally engaged in myself, is that we did a project over the last 2 years to build up better resources for natural language processing in Swedish. You know, Swedish being a small language, there is no big commercial interest from the Googles and Amazons of the world to do good language resources. So we decided to take an initiative to build resources for that ourselves, and then to publish those things as open source so that they are freely available to anyone in the world to build solutions on it. That's exactly how we want to work. Otherwise, there are 4 main areas which sort of define the activities. And I'll go through these quite briefly. Some of them will actually be elaborated on, I think, in later sessions in this afternoon. So this way, the partner networks, the talents, the shareable resources, and the leadership. So we have a bunch of network programs, everything from very regional, you know, bringing people together in a region to actually sit down and discuss what they could possibly be doing and forming new relationships there, all the way up to training and learning on a higher level. We have an executive program, for example, and so on. So these are key, just to get people to know each other. But as I said, I'm most enthusiastic about creation of shareable resources. So we have a program for that, where we develop not only concrete things like the NLP stuff I mentioned, but also best practices for how to do data handling, how to do data sharing, how to think about integrity, and, you know, how do you live with GDPR and all the other lovely regulations we have, and so on. And again, you know, these are all openly available results which you can use. Maybe most important here, you know, apart from the language side, we're also working on distributed or federated AI. Another great example of where, it's as you mentioned, this is something which is necessary if you're going to do this large scale, especially if you want to do sharing and building models of data across nation borders and different legislative places. Then you clearly have to understand how to do decentralized or federated learning. So that's another one. And the third is on healthcare side. So I think we're trying to address some key areas where there are many different partners who can work together in a creative way. So Data Factory is something, because, you know, for the large companies, it's not a problem to set up the actual technical and, well, maybe even human resources. But especially if you want startups or companies from more immature areas in the industry to start working, they really need some sort of place to go and get started. And that's why we created the Data Factory, which is, in part, it's a technical infrastructure. You know, there are machines and there's servers and infrastructure and so on. But maybe more important, it's availability of models. So for autonomous drive, for example, some of the partners have donated interesting data sets here. As I mentioned, we're developing some of our own as well. But maybe more importantly, we're developing the tool chains, all the sort of grunt work which needs to be done to take a clever model and actually put it in use to operationalize AI. I think that's still sort of one part which people are ignoring, the complexity of actually operationalizing these kinds of systems. So again, we're building resources for that, and we're sharing them in an open way. Another example, as I mentioned, is legal aspects of this. Then we have a transformation program. So when we did an inventory of this, we went out and talked to Swedish companies. 3/4 of them had not even thought about what AI could mean to their business. And even though we like to work with the whole spectrum, I mean, it's very easy to get interesting results done if you go up to the 1% who are the sophisticated guys. But I think the long-term value is in taking the laggards and moving them up the scale, at least get them started to do things. So this has been a key thing, to be able to start to do maturity assessment of a company, to understand where in our programs should they enter, what's the correct place for them to start working with AI Sweden. And then we have a whole chain of different ways of helping them along, from a preliminary case study, just from a business perspective, what's interesting, all the way up to actually training people to get started. Talent shortage is, of course, one of the major challenges which we're trying to address. As I said, I think we're starting to be in a decent position in terms of graduates coming out of universities. Chalmers, KTH, Linköping, etc. have bumped up their production of engineers on the AI machine learning side in a quite impressive way, actually. And we're boosting the research side with the WASP program and so on. But of course, I think one of the more important things is how do you actually take all the existing hundreds of thousands of engineers out there and make them move up. You have all the industrial experience, but you really need to figure out a way to have them start using the new techniques. I'm sometimes amazed or horrified when you go out and talk to great engineers who maybe have been only out working 10 years, but they've still lost contact with the research front in terms of what technologies they should be applying to solve their problems. They have their old toolbox, which they got from the guys over there, and they sort of keep using that instead of staying up to date. It's amazing or scary. So we have a bunch of programs we're running in terms of talent. It's everything from, again, executive training to have them understand the opportunities, all the way to young talent programs. So we're both working directly with new graduates coming out, but also, engineers of different states of maturity or age, whatever you want to call it, which I think is a key thing to actually getting enough critical mass to make this something which can happen at a large scale. As I already mentioned, in some recent survey, there are so many surveys, there are so many lists. You can, if you want to be on any list, you can always find a number. So picked one here, where Sweden counted as 38 in the world on AI strategy, government AI strategy. I think that's maybe flattering, or I mean, it's, I think we might be even lower than that. There's tons of stuff to do here. We're working very hard. I can tell you it's not easy in Sweden. If you go to Swedish parliamentarians and talk to this about them, there are, of the 349 people in parliament, we've been trying to get hold of them. I've found maybe 4 or 5 who are interested in this subject, enough to actually spend an afternoon talking to us. I think we have a huge challenge in having our politicians understand both the opportunities and the risks at hand. So there's much more work to be done here, and unfortunately, AI is not a sort of thing which pops up in the top 10 list of what politicians care about. And I think we need to figure out how to at least get it on their agenda in some way. And finally, international collaboration. So as I've said, we've only been around for a couple of years. We've worked very hard to establish the national network. We've started to have some collaborations in Europe, for example, with German research institutes and so on. Just this fall, we established a collaboration with Montreal, very natural since they are doing a lot of interesting things in the field of AI, both from a research and an application side. And I would, of course, absolutely love for us to, as a next step, figure out ways to work with India here.
Yes.
It's very hard to work in information technology and not work with India, isn't it? So, I hope today could be part of the starting point of actually seeing how AI Sweden can establish closer collaborations with different entities in India. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we look at what the panelists are saying to us today, borrow with ease, dare to share, create use cases by users, and develop and move beyond the 1%. So we talked a lot about what we can expect during the course of the day about 2030, 2050 as milestones, but I'd actually like to ask each one of you, we'll be back next year. We'll be having this discussion again. What use case would you like to be talking about next year that we've actually reached some tangible outcome on? I'm going to start with Tom.
I would like to see the handbooks actually rolled out both in Sweden and in India to not just the big companies, but to the small and medium companies, because I think they need it much more. And the big companies need it, but they need it much more. And I think there's areas where we can collaborate with AI Sweden. There's some of the things we've got in there with it. So they're the two things I'll work on.
That's great. So we look forward to having you back with us next year to talk about exactly that. Helene.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, there is, if I pick one area where I think, there is so much you can do in terms of different types of using data to increase the efficiency and do smart services. Maybe I would like to see something that we could scale up in the transportation area, both in Sweden and in India. It would be in the area of self-driving. So to see how that could be done in a secluded environment, a controlled environment, but really see it happen. And the technology is there, no doubt about that. It's only to say, you talked a little bit about it before, legislations, making it happen, making everybody come together and actually implement it. But it's possible, so hopefully we can see it somewhere in a mine somewhere or so.
And of course, Volvo is part and leading the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership.
Precisely.
Where this is exactly some of the discussions happening. So we look forward to making this happen
because
with
it is safe and automated.
Exactly.
That I should maybe point that out. To me, it's like something completely doesn't need to be spelled out, but you're right, it needs to be spelled out. Safe and automated.
And then we're looking for test beds to try this out.
Definitely.
And with that, I come to Umakant Soni.
Yeah. That, do you see already?
Exactly.
Just in the small chairs here, lots of connections. That's great.
Absolutely. And I think, test beds is a natural place to collaborate, and would love to have you as one of the partners in that. As I look forward to another year, I think the critical thing that India can bring to the table is, of course, we are a supermarket of problems. So we have the data for the problems. I mean, you have hospitals every 2 miles or whatever. You don't have a problem with making sure that healthcare is accessible in the remote parts, of India that we have. So I feel that the problems that we are trying to attempt to solve with moonshots, those are tough problems, the big problems that will lead to the societal scale AI that we talk about, and I think something that you mentioned. So yes, I think that's something that would love to put it on the table and see if you're talking about moonshots in mobility, healthcare, education, can we get partners to collaborate on that? The second part that I would love to actually also see is the innovation partnership where startups, the talent, technologies can flow easily from Sweden to India and India to Sweden across, and that the innovation bridge that we talk about. I think that would be something to look at, like how many startups can we support in terms of accessing markets in India, or growing things together in India, or going to Europe through Sweden. So it could be any of these channels that could be really interesting to explore.
And that is also a great interaction between us and Dr. Kaushik and myself with the CampX platform to attract and really work together with startups, for example, and get them scaling up within our own company.
Stefan,
yeah, I agree with everyone, of course. I mean, there's so much opportunity. The problem is there's always to choose, right? I think, on the startup side, I think that could be an interesting thing from an AI Sweden perspective. The fact, we have our own startup program. It's sort of ridiculously restricted to Swedish startups at the moment. I think having a collaborative program there where you could have help startups from both sides, both look at their applications at a more global scale, but also, get help ways to get into each other's markets would be excellent.
I think one thing we could add on startups, not related to ISBLRT, but I'm chair of Combient, and we have established a group called Combient Foundry to actually act as the matchmaker between big corporations and startups, and they're working truly global. Truly global. We have startups interacting from all parts of the world with the companies, and one of the challenges is helping the companies define what is the what is the opportunity they're trying to, or what is the problem they're trying to address, what is the skill they need, or on the other side, acting as a way to help the startups interact with the big companies and get into the big companies there.
Yeah.
So I think there's an area we could talk between Combi and Foundry in that there, because it really is a very successful program in bringing startups and big corporations together. And there's many good examples of big corporations like Stora Enso, Husqvarna, etc., who have worked with startups as a direct result of the program.
Fantastic.
So let's look at that.
Yeah.
We're really happy as SIBC to bring everyone together after 2 years of working virtually, because nothing works quite as well as sitting across from each other on a sofa and talking about the potential for future change. I'd like to give a big hand to our speakers for being here today, and we look forward to hearing more next year.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we will break for lunch. We'll be coming back at 1:30. For our online audience, please bring your lunch to the table, or tea or coffee, and join us in 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
welcome back, everyone. You who have been taking a lunch break and you who have been maybe having a chai in India or else where you might be in the world. For you who were not here early in the morning, when I introduced myself, my name is Cecilia Oldne and I represent Sweden-India Business Council. Sweden-India Business Council, as you can see, is very much the main organizer of this event. And I thought it could be good to take a step back and understand why we're here today and why we organized the event. Well, that is to connect our members, our partners, and also the members of India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable, the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Platform, and the Sweden-India Tech Community. So earlier today, of course, we have Leif Johansson, a chairman of AstraZeneca, welcoming us in the welcome address, together with also Ambassador Tanmaya Lal and others. And where we are today is in Gothenburg. It is very much a hub of life science, of health tech, AstraZeneca being here. We also are in Gothenburg for the reason that we work very closely with Business Region Gothenburg. Ulf Landin sits on the board of Sweden-India Business Council. And yes, he's also here on front row today. I'm very happy to see that. It's important for you to understand what we're doing. We really want to connect Sweden and India in all the different sectors that we are operating in. And here we are going to talk more about a subject that is very close to my heart, and that is, again, life science and medicine. So with no further delay, I wanted to introduce to you also from, of course, the Business Region Gothenburg, Iris, and Iris Örn. She is the advisor, the life science investment advisors at the Business Region Gothenburg. And we've had the opportunity to spend some time together. I'm just really impressed about what all she's doing. And she has put together this amazing panel with, of course, members and partners of Sweden-India Business Council, but also people that she works really closely with. And therefore, I'm going to have you, Iris, introduce this panel and take it from here. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much, and welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. And I'm very honored to be presenting this fantastic panel. We have here beside, we have Ulla Enquist. You are a professor at Chalmers, but you are also the head of molecular AI and discovery at AstraZeneca. We have Lars Lindwelt, representing both AI Sweden and Västra Götaland region, the county council in West Sweden. We have Charlotta Gummesson, CEO of Sahlgrenska Science Park, and we have joining us online from India, Vijay Chandru. You are in Bangalore right now, and we have also from India, but this time joining us from Norway, Sachin Gaur. Just to say, Vijay is actually the founder of the company Strand Life Science, which is now also from the industrial group Reliance Life Science. And as I said, we also have from India, but this time from Norway, Sachin Gaur, which is senior advisor of Nura AI. Welcome, everybody. And today we are going to talk about life science, healthcare, AI, data, and everything within the frame of Sweden and India. And we will start by talking about something that many people ask for, and it's actually competence. And I will start by asking you, Ulla, we all know that AstraZeneca is a very international company. You have people over 70 different nationalities working here at Mondal. And I also know that you look for competence locally, but also, of course, internationally. So I would like to know, for the work that you do with AI and discovery, which kind of competencies are you looking for, and where do you find it?
Okay,
I'm very sorry for a very concrete.
For very concrete answer, that might be more difficult. So of course we look for talent globally, particularly in fields like data science and AI, where I think there's still a global lack of educated people. I think it's catching up the education, I think particularly on the master's level, but I think there's still a gap on the PhD level. What we particularly are looking for are experts that can bridge, say, two fields, like AI and medicine, or AI or biology, or maybe AI or robotics. So that's something more than just the AI component. And another field we are also interested in is because we are generating so much data is the AI engineer that actually not only can build models and evaluate models and present models to a project, but actually can do that with massive data sets and a lot of the latest state-of-the-art architecture and deep learning like transformers. So I hope I was concrete enough.
Is it easy to find?
It's very difficult to find. It is, and because we are looking all over the world. And if you know someone that would be interested with the competence, then please contact me, definitely.
Okay, so I see it is a challenge for a large company like AstraZeneca, of course, to have people and to find people that have access, that knows skills related to AI and digitalization. And now I would like to ask you, Lotta, as the CEO of Sahlgrenska Science Park, because I know that you are working with SMEs and with all other companies within life sciences. Do you think, or have you seen an increase in the demand for AI-related competencies? Is it something that the companies you work with are also looking for?
Thank you, Iris. Yes, we definitely see in this part of Sweden and in the Nordics an increase in demands for working with health tech and the possibility that health tech and the life science industry gives. And so almost all entrepreneurs and companies that we meet with and their health tech solutions have AI as one component, but that is only one component and technique of many. And when it comes to dealing with patients' data or your personal data, we see an increase in demand on how to use the data, and challenging is data readiness for AI. So how do you get the data? Is it secure enough? And are the sensors connected with the data secure enough? Are they evidence-based and so on? So it's very many different type of competences that are needed. And so what we see also is an increased demand when it comes to data visualization. And I heard such a great, I never heard it before, because I was talking actually to Siddhartha, an Indian, being here from India. He is here and he has this company Walkbeat. And I know that Cecilia told me he's also a member here and so on. He couldn't be here today, but I can tell you then. Then he said, well, we need good data visualization artists. That it's like a creative thing. So I think that was really interesting. And so it's very important then to build trust in how you got the data and how you get it. And also I would like to say that the complexity in the landscape of regulations and laws around healthcare and this type of data is crucial to navigate in. So that's something that we help companies with.
Thank you, Lotta. And I'm thinking now, I would like to ask company, Vijay, you are in India, representing the company Strand Life Science. And if we now go from talking about competence to actually talking about data, okay? How important is it for a company like yours to actually have access to data? And if you can please also explain a little bit about Strand Life Sciences.
Sure, absolutely. So Strand was born about 21 years ago. We were 4 professors in data science and at the Indian Institute of Science, and we saw the 4th paradigm or data-driven science taking hold in biology, particularly in molecular biology, with the Human Genome Project and so forth. And so felt that there was an opportunity for machine learning, data visualization, and so on to play a major role in research biology. And Strand actually started out as a bioinformatics company, a platform company. Talent in computer science was not an issue. I think we're teaching at India's top-ranked university in data science, and and AI, and we were already ourselves experts in machine learning and so forth. So we were able to attract excellent talent. We had to build the talent in biology, which again, fortunately, the university provided us with that. I think I'd just like to mention that the talent, the competence that we sometimes lack in doing these kinds of companies is good product managers, because the people are not necessarily trained in thinking about these advanced scientific products and how the market needs can be laid out. I think on the data issue, at least to begin with, when we worked in research biology and built the tools for research biology, I think there was a lot of open data, which agencies like the NIH in the US through NCBI and the European bioinformatics communities as well, the EBI and so forth, EMBL had put out lots of open data sets, and so we were able to build tools by leveraging those open data sets, and we were able to serve the scientific community, which was our initial customer base. When we got into healthcare, the situation became different, because I think that was about 10 years later, and there's always a challenge of getting high quality data along with the metadata and the clinical metadata that you need to really make good AI inferences. So when it came to actually taking all of this bioinformatic knowledge into precision medicine, there has been a challenge of finding good data for that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And last, now, when the question or when the wording healthcare was mentioned, also during the day we have been talking a lot about AI Sweden, but not so much within the frame of healthcare. So can you explain for us what is AI Sweden, but with, with the biotech healthcare touch on it? What are you doing there?
I had a lot of other answers I would like to give first.
Please, say yourself.
One thing that I understand now, we talk about talent attraction. We talk about finding the people. Our problems in healthcare is that we can't employ them. We don't know what a data scientist is. We don't have a title for it. So we can't offer them anything. And when you start to think about working in a knowledge organization like healthcare in some way are, we are really working with scientific things, research and so on. But we are also very well trained professionals. So we think we handle the world. So we need, in a way, open up here and find ways of working with companies in the new way of thinking. I used to sometimes joke and say institutions like Sachin and VI represent here, we need institutions and industry to work together. Because if the industry do something that the institution is not supporting, it will not work. And if the industry will do something that is not supported by institutions either, it will not work. So I used to do that like a mathematician in square, so it becomes I2. Okay? And who are we doing this for? At first now, I think we need to understand that healthcare probably is not so highly interested in automatization like we are in the car industry, for example. But we are more interested in giving decision support. And we are in a relation between humans. So we are in a way just need a tap on the shoulder to understand what will be the best support we can give you and what is the decision support we will need. So therefore, I used to say it's about clinical staff and giving them context. And that in square, C2. So I2, C2. That's what the algorithm for me is to start to understand. So when you come back here though, why are we interested in AI? We have been writing some textbooks about it in healthcare context, and we realized that we haven't seen anything so promising that we're not using at all. So it's some hurdles here we need to take to come to the use of AI. Therefore, in Region Västra Götaland, we supported very strongly that we established the AI Sweden. That is in a way an infrastructure for Sweden to work together. Even if we are a very small country, it's hard for us to work together. So therefore, I like the idea on bringing all these things together and working in a specific house like we do here in Lindholm, and we have the hubs and nodes to meet others that has the same problems. So much we have learned now from the car industry here. When I realized that the same algorithm that is detecting the Swedish elk coming up on the road, we can use to detect the metastasis in the lungs, then you start to see that collaboration is the way of doing things for the future. Was that an answer on your question?
Absolutely. And going from AI Sweden to Nora AI in Norway, I know that it's not exactly the same, but I would like you, Sachin, to please explain for us what is Nora AI and whether there are any, differences here with Sweden.
First of all, I would love to be with you guys, with you, Iris and Lars. You've always been so kind to me. So pleasure being here. And in a way, Lars has already supported Nora. We wanted to build this Nordic AI meet, as Lars already pointed out, that Sweden is too small. And I think with his previous background also in healthcare, writing books about AI in healthcare, I think we all kind of agree that healthcare is the opportunity for Nordics, and Nordic collaboration is the most important topic. And looking to cooperate in a forum like this with Sweden, India, it could be also with Nordic India. And I think Sweden is already collaborating with many Nordic countries on all kind of healthcare topics. So here in Norway, I think when we look at Norwegian AI Research Consortium, it started more of as a research, heavy research driven ideology. But AI Sweden, if we compare, it's very much, as Lars said, it's about innovation. So we are definitely looking at innovation also in Norway, and not just we have the universities, but we also have the research organizations and startups. In Norway, unfortunately, we do not have large healthcare multinationals like AstraZeneca in Gothenburg. So maybe there is a scope for AstraZeneca also to, widen the scope of collaboration, and look like Gothenburg and Oslo as a, like they have in the southern Sweden, like Copenhagen region becomes like a wide area for Malmo and Lund. But I think what I have understood so far that the wealth here in Norway lies in the digitized data. So some of the healthcare data exists for even for 50 years. And Oslo Cancer Cluster, for example, is very much sought after by Americans, for example. So I'm sure that if we want to collaborate as Nordics, attracting talent like Ola mentioned, collaborating with India on cancer and these kind of topics could be very, very interesting. Just to very quickly mention, Iris, we organized two things. That one I already mentioned, the Nordic AI Meet, where we had top Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, Danish, and Icelandic researchers coming on 1st and 2nd of November in Oslo, and we will continue to do this every year. So that will always be having Swedish input. And second thing, we recently did a large AI in life sciences workshop. So it was world's first AlphaFold and Rosetta Fold workshop. And I can see that this AI in life sciences topic is growing very fast. I think AstraZeneca has also made significant investment in this direction. Recently, Novo Nordisk has also been doing. So I think this could also be one topic where there could be a lot of potential, especially India has a lot of pharma companies which maybe are not looking at these AI-driven topics as much, but maybe something to explore. And I don't know if I'm now digressing from the point, but I leave it back to you,
Thank you.
Edith.
Thank you very much. Yes, so right now I would like to spend the next 20 minutes talking about business models. I think that we have touched a little bit upon collaborations here, and I would like to go to Vijay in India. And yes, we talk about data, we talk about competencies, we talk about innovation, but what about implementation? How far have you actually come in India, and what's your experience from the market?
Well, as I mentioned, we're a pretty old company, so we've really sort of gone through different phases. I think the first 10 years or so, we were essentially a tool builder. We built platform technologies for analytics of data coming out of high throughput experiments in biology. And we were successful there in the sense that roughly about 30,000 citations in literature mention the tools that Strand has built. So, certainly had an impact. The tools were, bundled with large instrument companies like Agilent and Illumina also uses some of our technologies in the genomics space. Agilent uses it for both mass spectroscopy and and for gene expression, genotyping. So that was that in terms of implementation, we became fairly active software company with both shrink wrap software solutions and with consulting services for pharma and biotech globally, right? I think around little under 10 years ago, maybe around 2012, we also decided to set up our own labs and to be able to do diagnostics and start offering precision medicine solutions to patients in India. And by learning how to do diagnostics in oncology and so forth, we also expanded our our platforms and our toolkit and expanded the business opportunities, leveraging all that. The impact within India on patients and healthcare has been limited, partly because the cost of things like whole genome sequencing has, although it has come down very dramatically, has still not reached that tipping point where it can actually have large public health impact. And so we are well poised, but we need the $100 genome to happen, not the $1,000 genome. And we are probably, I think the world needs a little more competition on sequencing technology for that to happen. I think right now there isn't enough competition to bring the prices down further. And I think we're hoping to be ready to have large public health impact with things like early detection of cancer and liquid biopsies and various tests for rare genetic disorders and so on, all of which are very important from a healthcare perspective. And so the challenge in implementation is really accessibility in terms of affordability in countries like India.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know that we have in Sweden similar challenges as well, but nevertheless, I also know that Sahlgrenska University Hospital was actually one of the first hospitals in Sweden to digitalize the radiology services. And Lars, you and I know kind of 1.5 to 2 years ago, just before the pandemic, we were discussing about different business models to see how we could actually work with India. And because I like to be concrete, I could ask you whether you saw any challenges or whether you see opportunities. Can we actually work with India? If we have a need here, can they solve it?
I will answer another question first. No, I really is fascinating when we from healthcare organizations tries to understand business models. Lotta has learned me a lot about this here and others also. And for me, it's starting to be rather clear that the business model for healthcare will be prevention and prediction. Because that's the only way we can do something about rare disease and precision medicine. Okay, so that's why we have an obligation as healthcare to start to structure our data. It was easy in radiology in some way because the image looks more or less the same and is built up with pixels. When we looked at it in VGR, when we looked at just a standard thorax image, we called that examination in 16 different ways. So as a data scientist, it's not easy to find the images you would like to know about. We have no way of actually annotate our images on how to find them, and they start to tell us what they have and so on. So that's one of the troubles. But the great thing with concentrating at a domain 1 is that you get awareness of the producers and they start to realize how different they do things. And the demand from the professional will be that they demand the harmonization of it. So today it's much easier in VGR to find all X-rays that is produced both from officials like we and private companies that is using it also. And we combine it together with the dental images. We're starting to combine with pathology images and so on. So what I'm saying is that I think it's important for organizations to start to think shared infrastructures, that you really put the infrastructure in place on doing that. And we see now a tendency in Sweden, as you might know, that the government is saying to other agencies that you should now build up something around this. We are following in the TEDAS project in Europe. We are looking at Gaia X, and everyone is saying, well, it can be others than Google and Microsoft and Apple that collect things. So I guess that's an answer from me.
Yes, thank you. And I heard a lot the word in collaboration. So I'm going to go back to Ulla, because I know that AstraZeneca is one of the companies that have been talking a lot about collaboration, and that you actually have opened innovation, like, at the core of everything you do. And while listening to Lars, what I'm asking myself is, are we naive? Can we actually share data freely? What is your feedback?
So
as a big company, of course.
As a big company, and I try to give a concrete answer as well. So first, start to discuss data. First, I think we need to mention the ethics. Of course, as a big company, the ethics around data is paramount for us, particularly around the clinical data. So basically, if you go to the Astra homepage, you can read about our ethics standards when it comes to handle data from patients. That's of course true both what we do internally and in our collaboration. And then of course we have a lot of proprietary data that we can't really share with the public, or in many cases with a partner. But we try to find innovative ways how you can still derive value together from the data. And one area we're looking into is what is called privacy-preserving machine learning. So you do machine learning where everyone have their data still within the firewall, could be on AWS and so on, and then you train the data together through what's called a feed-forward deep learning neural network. So the data is not leaving your AWS instance, but the different layers with the weights in your deep, so to say, deep learning model are actually going to a, so to say, a server, but it's trained together. So there we can basically get improved models iteratively without sharing the underlying data. So that's one, I think, innovative aspects we're looking into exploit. And I'm involved personally in a big European project around that called Melody with 10 different pharma companies, where we have data, several billion data points in total, up to 10 million molecules, where we then try to do the privacy-preserving machine learning to improve what's called activity prediction, how well a compound binds to a protein. Then we have the open innovation aspect, and I think that's really important. As Iris mentioned, open innovation is, we really need to not only, so to say, develop ideas internally, but also get ideas from the external world, from all over the world. So we have an open innovation portal. We can go and look and see which challenges we have at the moment around data, AI, but also other fields like drug delivery. And we also try to put data set in the public domain where we can, because we think that's a really good way to increase the innovation in a field. We have seen that in several fields around reaction informatics and so on, that if you put a data set in the public domain, the algorithm development will go much quicker. And we are working in one project now where we'll put a really big image data set in the public domain, where we can see when we test molecules on a cellular system, and we see how they change for the images, put the data in the public domain so people can predict what is the mode of action of the compounds.
Thank you, my goodness. So I think that you have mentioned a lot of very concrete opportunities for how or
Can I give
business
a
model.
quick
Yes,
comment?
please jump in.
I like the way you explained that difficult question. What we did in practice with AI Sweden, I'm looking at Mats Nordlund here from AI Sweden, was that we brought VGR to that physical place. So when we are using their edge lab, it's actually a part of VGR. So then we come around a lot of the legal aspects and so on. So it was quite fun. And I think you are pointing at the direction we see we all have to go. We are too afraid of just sharing by giving away. But we are interested in sharing our data by giving access to it, as you talk about federated or edge or whatever we call it. Just a comment.
Right.
Thank you.
That's right. And Lotta, back to you. I know that digital health companies from the region and all life science companies, they are also asking for more collaborations with the payers, with the healthcare, with the academia. And I would like to know, and you can explain for the audience, how is Solgreska Science Park and No Pressure supporting them?
Yes, I was thinking about collaboration in Nordics, as you mentioned here before. I want them to mention the Nordic collaboration we have actually running together with partners in Norway and in Denmark. We are running the largest community of health tech companies in Europe. It's called Health Tech Nordic. So we meet about 300 companies within health tech. And so we see many companies, innovative, early companies that wants to make a change and have crazy ideas. So we learn a lot from that. Many of those companies want to meet and come into the market of healthcare. But so they come to us and we try to educate them on all the hurdles. And why is that they want to come in? Well, it's health tech. Yeah, so we should go into healthcare. But no, we say, well, maybe not. You need to verify your market and your solution into a real-life setting. But maybe you should start with another market more ready for these kind of techniques and so on. So actually now we're very happy that here in this city also we have large companies in automotive and so on that are ready for this. Mm-hmm. So just to mention one example, we have two police officers actually having one company that is looking at drug abuse. No, not drug, what do we call drug addict? Yeah. Drug addict. Yeah, and through an AI-based algorithm within your smartphone. So, and they wanted to go into the hospital area first. And we said, no, we don't think so, but maybe we should try to the automotive industry. And so now they have collaborations with the car industry and with schools and so on, in order to verify the technique and does it work and so on. And then you can move on to healthcare. So this cross-sector collaboration is really a key, we think. And we got a lot to learn from each other's different perspectives and open the eyes. And there to bring others from the healthcare, as you say, to listen to the solution in another setting. It's not dangerous, yeah? So, and then to start slowly moving it into the healthcare sector. So that's the way we work. And so we run an accelerator at Sahlgrenska Science Park where we meet many companies. And if we see a problem in various companies, such as the regulations and the importance of having them, to look at them very early on, then we start an open innovation project where we invite companies as in AstraZeneca and academics and so on. So to learn more and to share more about the learnings. So we work in two different levels there.
Thank you. It's like test beds. So the first time...
VI is reaching.
VI, do you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to also bring out this interesting idea that you could have cross-domain expertise flow, and I think I also am an advisor to the AI and Robotics Tech Park at the university at the Indian Institute of Science. I think the CEO Umakant is at this conference, one of the things we had was confidential computing and federated data approaches that were very effective in applications to smart city projects, and we're also looking at various applications in fintech. And now we're trying to apply a lot of that methodology in healthcare, and so there are some conversations going on with hospitals and the Indian Council of Medical Research on how to establish hub and spoke models of various hospitals around medical data associated with imaging and other types of medical data, and yet allow the data to remain within the hospitals and still be used as gold standard data sets for developing new methodologies and so forth. So I think it's an idea that certainly came from completely different domains, but now starting to utilize them in healthcare.
Yeah, so I think it is clear that there are similarities, but still the healthcare system in Sweden and India, of course, there is not the same. There are, and I remember when I was in India kind of 3-4 years ago, I was impacted by a business model, and you, so correct me, that you have in India that I think we can call it kind of economy of scale, very lean way of providing healthcare service to many people, like you do in the industry. And I would like to ask you, Sachin, I don't know whether I was right, okay? Do you think that digitalization and AI would substitute in India at least this kind of economy of scale, as you know, very lean way of making it more efficient and effective?
I think you are very correct. It is that business-wise, Nordics or Sweden is very different than India when it comes to healthcare delivery. So majority of the Indian healthcare is privately run. And of course, then access becomes a big issue. 80% of the Indian hospitals serve the 20% of the of the population, and 20% of the healthcare setup, kind of caters to 80% of the population. So this kind of, asymmetry is very good for digital to, serve. And one of the company which is part of your event today, Cure.ai, I think in India we are very proud of this company. So they have used AI as a screening, as like Lars said, as a decision support tool. During COVID, for example, they had these kind of mobile vehicles where they would take it to rural areas or, slums, and they could screen people using chest X-ray, for example, for COVID. And one of the founder, who is a good friend of mine, he always says that the best thing about AI is that it is not differentiating in quality. So if I am a rich person in India, maybe I can get to the best hospital. If I'm a poor person, maybe I'll not get to the best hospital, which means the quality of care will be different based on your income levels. But when you use a digital service is not distinguishing based on your income levels or your geographical location. So I think the biggest benefit that we see in a country like India, when we use AI as a screening tool, I'm not saying that it is the absolute, diagnostic approach, but in many of the therapeutic or disease areas, AI would be very handy in a country like India, where we can use it as a point of care, rapid diagnostic kind of approach. I think, in fact, Pawan has not joined this panel today, but I think if we combine Pawan's solution from Sweden, although he's from India as well, with something what Cure is doing, it makes a perfect combination. So to answer your question in short, is AI replacing? Probably not. Is it an add-on? So before COVID, I think nobody really took digital seriously in India. But now the Prime Minister has announced a mission for digital health. And I think the clinicians, which were not very, let's say not all of them, but most of them were a bit reluctant, adopting digital services. But now COVID has changed that behavior. So whatever change was to come in terms of 10 years, I think many people say that already. So that change has come in a matter of 1 year or so. So I think digital is here to stay, and it is going to assist a lot of clinicians in India, and especially with the asymmetry that I talked about in terms of population's access to healthcare. So I think AI would be more useful to the poor people than to the rich people. That's my understanding.
So AI, yes, please.
I liked your way, Sachin and Bia, of talking about the collaboration. I liked Lotta's explanation on how to collaborate and so on. When I'm at the health office and I become sad because nothing is happening, I used to go to Lotta and have a cup of coffee and realize that it can be done. And I think that the hardest thing is that we don't understand that digitalization is passing between all the silos. So no one will take the responsibility for it. So that's rather hard. But when I think about what we have discussed, me and Sachin, many times, that the machine readable will be the future of Esperanto. Everything that can be machine readable can be shared without thinking of any borders. So it means that any solution that is brought in India can immediately almost be used somehow, that type of knowledge, at least the algorithm here in Sweden and vice versa. So we need those smart people that do the modeling around it, that makes the shape of it, that makes it attractive for us to use and understand it. And I think Astra is probably the best company I know about making things machine readable in a way so it can be shared. And as you say, what we understand more and more is sharing is about being open, to open up your data and so on. I don't know if we have the time, but I'm a little bit tipping on to synthetic data, but it might be another panel.
But I got a question, but please
Okay.
go on.
Yeah, I'm just, we're all talking about here with healthcare. And I really would like to say about those, of those 300 companies that we have within this Nordic community, very few are actually heading towards healthcare. They're heading towards patients not wanting to be patients anymore. So it's remote care or it's prevention. So they don't want to be ill. So they want to know, what can I do about it? So it's much more to handle, what can we do with this Fitbits and the data that we have on us all day and so on.
And you mentioned the magic word, patient, and Sachin, because we have been talking about data, AI, life science companies, healthcare, but I think that the focus of everything we do, it's patient and it's health. And I know that you have been working during the last 2-3 years. I don't know whether it is a website or an app, but it's something that you have very close to heart, and I would like you to please explain what is it.
Yeah, so thanks, Iris. So I, like what Charlotta mentioned, just, like people don't want to be, at the receiving end and, just want to take charge of what's happening with them. So I think we are definitely moving, like what Lars also mentioned, towards, preventive healthcare. And I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in 2018. And it was so severe that I lost my vision for 6 days. And I could reverse my diabetes in 6 months, thanks to all the healthcare experts that were around me. And the lesson learned was that diabetes is not a disease, it's a condition. And I met some of the most interesting people in the field of diabetes, in fact, in Lund, so in the Lund University Diabetes Center. So for me, when I started this project, which I call it as experimentswithsugar.in, that's the website, I thought, what I have benefited, maybe I could share with at least 1 million people in India. And, one easy way to do that is that, okay, maybe bring together those people who are interested in taking charge of themselves. And preventive healthcare, I mean, if we focus just on diabetes here, is all about monitoring your own body. So what's your blood glucose level? So for example, Abbott selling, equipment which can give your blood sugar level every minute or so. So people are now building, very well-funded startups in India today, which are just working on these kind of diagnostic devices. Now, this is one part of the solution. The most important part that helped me was eating well. And I think market, serves you the best food that market gives you is sugar. I think in Norway, there is a tax on sugar. I don't know about Sweden, but we need to recognize, these simple things. And I'm a vegetarian. So in India, no wonder why we have so many diabetic people, because, vegetarian food doesn't have protein. And that was another of my, big insight, that if we include more protein in our diet, we will end up eating less carbs, and which will be helping me in the long run to maintain my blood sugar levels. So I don't want to go into a longer thing, but I would say that if you take any disorder that people are going to spend money lifetime, maybe it's bad for pharma companies in that sense. But when you are looking at somebody in India who are 100 million people with diabetes, it's very good customer base for hospitals and for pharma companies. But if those people want to take charge of their own self, they need to know about their body, how their body reacts with XYZ, for which they need a lot of digital health solutions. They need a lot of diagnostic approaches, which are self-managed. And then they need, some expertise by which they can translate all this information into the action that they need to take. For example, do they need exercise? Do they need to eat XYZ stuff? And I think if we combine these two things, we can overcome not just diabetes maybe, but many other conditions. So that's a short snippet. Iris, I don't know if that was you
Yes,
were.
indeed. So, Lash, before I give you the word.
I like
Yeah.
this type of philosophic discussion. I was thinking last summer a lot, who am I, my data or my narrative story? Because if we are concentrating too much on the data part, it can be very complicated. And we need to find that true balance. And I think that one of the things I've learned from Charlotta and AI Sweden is, for example, when Volvo talked with us that said, we think we can see early signs of Alzheimer. And as your police is said also. So then suddenly you get the image when it's on the display, it says today, Lars, you are tired, take a cup of coffee. The next time they will say, we close the doors and bring you to the hospital now. But what I'm trying to say is that I think that we need to balance all these sensor technology to give the feedback when it makes sense. And therefore we need also to educate our citizens on how to use this. And that's a great challenge. And that's not a challenge that will be taken on by healthcare, because we just love sick people.
I don't want to defend AstraZeneca, but I know that you are also working a lot with preventive health. Yeah. And I think I encourage you please to visit AstraZeneca website, and I think that the name is HealthWorks, but you also have a lot of focus on patients. And we have 6-7 minutes to end this panel, and I would love to have questions from the audience. We are after lunch, I know, but please, any question to anybody from the panel or the people online. Come on.
Just one chance.
Any question to AstraZeneca, to the Healthcare AI Sweden? Thank you.
Yeah, I can just mention here, in Europe, at least, about 3 to 4% of the total costs for healthcare is actually put into preventive care. Even though that you know that every amount spent in that field will save you a lot of money in the end. So if you're not sick enough, you're not welcome to the healthcare. Yeah, and we know that people actually want to spend even more on preventive healthcare and not getting sick than paying the actual bill that we have to do in Sweden, even though that it's, I mean, it's not that high as it is in the private markets. But even though, it's quite interesting.
Yes. Vijay, I would like to give you, kind of the last words. What is the future for a company like yours? You are in precision medicine, genomics, oncology, AI. What's the future?
Right.
I think we are very focused on the idea of preventive and early detection of disorders using various omics technologies. And I think that would certainly be one path towards the future for us to be able to detect cancer early, because I think India basically adds about 1.5 million new patients every year in cancer. And I think, I believe that the cancer can be managed much better, and the survival rates can really be improved if we were able to detect cancer early. So I think that's definitely
infection
one.
control, because I know many people. Sorry, we have a question from the public. Please.
We are not sorry for that.
Yeah.
We're happy that we have a question.
I like to have a conversation. Okay, it was a big question for 2 minutes left, but who can answer it in the quickest way?
First, we have to map it. There is actually a big project here going on now, together with the University of Gothenburg and the healthcare, and where we map the landscape of all the regulation that you have ahead of you within health tech. So that's a start.
And I think from my viewpoint, Sweden has addressed this question now for quite a few years, and we are working, it has moved up, so it's almost on the highest level now, so we will make decisions. What we see is that we are influenced by Finland and their FinData, and we see to try to find collaboration of doing this. From the European horizon, we are putting in a lot of money now to regulate how we can use data for this purpose. That's why I said we can talk later on. I think that synthetic data can be a kickoff for testing your IDs in the first way.
And from the industry point of view, any regulation affecting?
Of course, I mean, it's a regulated area, and it needs to be a regulated area because it's patient. But we, of course, work also with all the regulatory authorities to discuss with them the path forward for medicines, and if it could be accompanying part that is digital to the medicine.
Thank you. And you got the last words,
okay,
and I want to, please, an applause to the fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Autonomous drive and ADAS. Now, it's an area that I'm very partial to. For those of us who are not here this morning, I'm Senior Vice President with SIBC, and we focus on transport and mobility as one of our core verticals. The Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership, and Nicholas is here with us today from Volvo, is one of the core triple helix models that we're using to move forward, to take ideas from evidence to research to operation to policy. So today, I would like to hand over to the autonomous drive and ADAS, but we'll wait on that. Nicholas, I'm going to ask you to join us on the stage up here. And while our panel speakers get ready, I'm going to use this cameo moment. Autonomous drive came up in today's discussion, actually. We had Helene Nicholson with us this morning from Volvo Capex by Volvo Group. And I asked the panel to give us a use case for what they'd like to talk about this time next year on the couch. And Helene said, I'd like to talk about autonomous vehicles.
Jag behöver lite vatten. Finns det inget vatten? Tack så mycket. Var och en jobbar på sina grejer.
Okay, men
If we can have Nicholas' mic on the sofa.
Now maybe? There you go. Connectivity, digitalization. Yes, no, thank you very much for that question. It's enormous actually on the opportunities and the use cases, of course, for self-driving vehicle and automation and everything. And what is nice to see is actually that when we're talking commercial vehicles, you can quite easily find the business case quite quickly, actually. So if you take a mining activity, for instance, or any kind of transport activities, actually, it's when you're talking trucks and transport, it's a big part of the running cost that is actually connected to the driver, right? So of course there is opportunities and many different use cases that we can see, both in India and in the rest of the world, for sure. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And welcome everyone to this afternoon session on automotive and the effect of AI and digitalization on autonomous driving and advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS systems. My name is Hans Solomsson, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Embedded. And I'm very excited to lead this discussion. And this session will be divided into 3 different parts. First, we'll start with a discussion around 5 different topics. And then I will take this opportunity to ask some questions to the panelists. And after that, we open up for questions for the audience. So please be aware of that and think about questions that you might have. Okay, so before we start the discussions, it's my honor to introduce the panel. And I will also give them the opportunity to introduce themselves in the context of AI and digitalization. So here, to the right of me, we have Niklas Gustafsson, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Volvo Group. And to the left of me here, we have Vanessa Eriksson, who is the Chief Digital Officer at Sensect. And then we have Mats Nordlund, who is the Head of Data Factory at AS Sweden. And with us remotely, we have Ola Boström, who is the Senior Advisor at Veoneer. And preparing this session, we've had quite some discussions and very interesting things have come up. And I'm sure that you will find this very interesting, what the panel has to share with you today. So let's start with you, Niklas. What's your journey, your professional journey about AI and digitalization?
Thank you, Hans, and thank you for inviting me. So I work with Volvo Group then on many different topics, but mainly with sustainability-related transport solutions and the transition of the whole industry going forward, which is quite dramatic and nice to see. But when talking specifically then about digitalization and AI and these things, it's actually quite interesting to see in a company like Volvo Group then working with commercial vehicles in 190 countries all over the world with 100,000 employees approximately, lots of them in India, by the way, and this huge opportunity that is with digitalization connected to the transition that we are doing. It's very interesting to see actually how much digitalization will actually support us in this transition. Maybe we can call it a twin transition on actually in getting digitalization into this industry. And it's not that it's not there. It's there for sure already. For instance, if we let's take a yellow machine, a wheel loader, a Volvo wheel loader, which many people maybe looks upon like a yellow pile of steel or something. If you actually print out the code in a wheel loader out there today and you put it in size 10 on double pages and then you put the pages on top of each other, you get a pile that is higher than the Eiffel Tower actually already. So it's a lot of data in also these heavy steel machines already today. But I think it's a lot about digitalization and connectivity. Already today we are up to approximately 2 million connected vehicles for our customers out there. So we are following this, of course, and utilizing AI and all these tools around it. So exciting times.
Yes. And you, Vanessa?
Yeah. So I'd like to start by saying, you know, I'm representing two of my favorite countries here, and I'm super happy to be here. I'm an Indian by birth, and this year it's actually 25 years since I've lived in Sweden. Yippee! My journey in AI and digitalization, I'm currently the Chief Digital Officer at Zensact. But I really liked the previous session where the lady said, you know, it's all about data. So my journey into this space has been through data and, you know, old school where started with data governance. Who owns that data? And especially today when we're looking at AI models, what you know, working with the data, it's the foundation. Getting your rules in place, getting my compliance in place. Where is my data? How do I manage it? So that is really my background and my backbone of my experience. 8 years at Telia, where I also worked heavily with Gartner. So I've been on the Gartner Advisory Board for several years, and the chair at PwC for their advisory board. Helping their clients and customers to get on this data journey towards AI and digitalization. And also with the finance industry at Nets. When we're talking later, I will share with you at Zensact what we're doing because, like Nicolas said, you know, we've got connected vehicles. We're building software at Zensact towards zero faster, safer roads, where the magnitude of data coming in and how do we actually manage that? But I'll hand over to Mats now.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mats Nordlund. I'm a pleasure to be here and meet you all also. I work mostly as a colleague to Vanessa at Zensact, but right now I'm on leave, working at the data factory, heading the data factory here at AI Sweden you've heard about this morning. In my background, I have both industrial practice as well as academic. I've been leading some pretty big research initiatives and research establishments internationally, and worked in both the aerospace and the process control industry until about 2016 when I joined the Automotive site here in Gothenburg. And I've been fortunate enough to lead a lot of the work establishing AI Sweden here in the early phases and now developing the data factory and the Edge Lab that you've heard about also earlier today. I'll come back to some of that later, but with that, I guess I will pass it on back to our final online participant here, former, or my colleague here, Ola, in the same area, Ola at Veoneer.
Okay, good afternoon, Ola Boström. At Veoneer, we are a supplier in the automotive industry, driver assistance. We are under a purchase by a more known company, Qualcomm, and the journey here has been interesting, connecting to AI. I've been in the automotive industry for 27 years. After my PhD in theoretical physics, where of course I was dreaming of really using my AI sort of competence at that time, and today we are completely dependent on AI in our cameras, for example. And that's one of the reasons why Qualcomm is so interested. Yeah, I think that is. I've been sort of vice president research, and right now I'm senior advisor. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for your introductions. So now you know the panelists, and it's time to get into the discussion part of this. So that's 5 different topics that we will cover here. So we will cover quite a lot of ground. And we decided to have a sustainability first approach. So we will start with sustainability with Nicolas and me. And after that, we will get into, zooming out a little bit, a step back, and looking on AI's role in autonomous drive and ADAS. That will be driven by Ola and Vanessa. And then we will head into the importance of an ecosystem in automotive for AI, headed by Mats. And also looking into future challenges and what we're currently doing to tackle those. So with that in mind, sustainability. Niklas, what does AI and digitalization, what can that do or help Volvo Group with sustainability?
Yeah, it's a big topic, of course, sustainability as such, and AI and digitalization also then, obviously. But let me start by saying then that after 2 weeks at the COP in Glasgow, it's important to remember that sustainability is not only about the environmental challenge, right? So being Volvo, of course, sustainability is as much about safety, for instance, than traffic safety. And that is connected, of course, to self-driving vehicles and so on. So let us come back to that safety part, and let's not forget about that. But touching upon then sustainability challenge within the transport industry, it is of course hugely connected to the transition to electromobility, be it with battery electric vehicles or be it with fuel cell electric vehicles, and we will go for both of them. We are convinced it's needed both for India and for Sweden and for the rest of the world, that we will need both of them. Why is that? Well, first we need to start by looking upon the transport industry. Everything that is transported, it will not be less of that, right? It will be more. It's just to look at the big mega trends in the world today with growing population, more urbanization, the connection between welfare and transport. It's easy to see when you have a GDP growth in a specific country, you can immediately see the growth of transport and the other way around. E-commerce, obviously, we all buy a lot of things online, but it doesn't fly to us yet, right? It's transported one way or another. Lots of issues, by the way, on sustainability that we can talk about on e-commerce, but let's park that for a minute. So I mean, transport will grow, but it needs to be really much more sustainable. So the solution to things is not to believe in that transport will be less in the future. It will be more of it, so it needs to be really much more sustainable transports going forward. And this transition then that we are talking about to electromobility is so much connected to digitalization and to AI and to connectivity, not at least. And it's so much wins to do out there. It's not just to shift from a diesel-driven engine to a battery electric vehicle or a fuel cell electric vehicle. It's a huge transition, and it contains a lot of data in it, obviously. And also within the running fleet of vehicles, it's lots of wins that can do utilizing digitalization and connectivity and AI. And as I mentioned already in the beginning here, we have almost 2 million connected vehicles already. We know exactly where they are. We know when they need to recharge their batteries. We know when they will stop for eating and stuff like that, right? And this is key actually to make the most efficient transport system that we can find. Because green energy is not available to that will most likely be the challenge, I would think, Hans, that transiting from these fossil fuels into green renewable energy, that is a challenge, I think, absolutely. So and coming then into a little bit more of the automation, self-driving part of this, well, it's all about system solutions, right? Whether we're talking about electrification or self-driving vehicles, which, by the way, doesn't need to be connected, right? It's not necessarily an electric truck that needs to be self-driving, but still, both of them are going in parallel, these trends. But when looking at these big trends, and it's really important to see how important it is with partnerships and working together then, because it's not only about vehicle technology, it's about the whole infrastructure change, and it's about the connectivity opportunities, it's about the charging and energy and all of these things, obviously. So what we've done in Volvo is actually that we do this all over the line of products that we have, be it buses or construction equipment or trucks or even marine applications. So it's all going electric, and and automation will be key going forward. So when it comes to the energy part of it, then we have started a new business area within Volvo, besides the 14 that we already have, which is Volvo Energy, to try to take care of the second life of batteries, the end of life of batteries, the partnerships when it comes to charging and so on. And when it comes to automation, then we have the Volvo Automated Services, where we try to fix all the things from a technology perspective, the partnerships connected to the technology challenges, be it with NVIDIA or be it with Aurora and many more that we are partnering up with, or be it with the business model as such. As an example, we are already now up and running with a limestone mining site in Norway, where we are not selling self-driving trucks to them. It is self-driving trucks in that up and operating right now, but we are actually selling transported ton of limestone. So it's a change of business model as well, which is just as exciting as all the technology stuff.
Yes, that's very interesting. And happy to hear that you're mentioning, happened, but it's problem of green energy, right? Because if the fleet is getting electric, and then we should have these automated systems, and this automated system, they also use a lot of energy.
True.
So here we can often we talk about the benefits and what we can achieve with AI, and that's very much true. But we also need to be aware of what we're actually replacing it with.
Absolutely.
So when you're replacing this with automatic systems, you're running into one of the not so discussed issues of the AI problem or the energy problem that AI has, and that consists of two different things. So it's the training part of the systems, and it's when you are deploying the systems, so the inference part of the systems. So just to make this a little bit concrete, the training for large models, this world-renowned GPT model, the equivalent in CO2 emissions is the lifetime expectancy of 5 cars, their emissions. So just training that single model is as much emissions as 5 cars.
Yeah,
and
that's a lot, of course, but it's for a good reason, right? It's much better than mining for bitcoins or something like that.
Yes. It's true. So, and the other part here, obviously, is when you want to deploy the systems, we want to have millions of these automated systems, and we want to have infrastructure that overviews everything. This system takes a lot of energy and taking a lot of energy. So this is something that, from our company, what we are working with is optimizing and mitigating these energy issues so that we can actually exploit the good parts of automation without causing actually more energy consumptions. Yes. So
can I just jump in there?
Yes, of course.
Or am I using too much time? Tell me, Hans.
Quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a reference to this year's Volvo Environment Prize laureate that I spoke with last week. He's coming here in December to get the prize, which is for the 33rd year in a row. But he said something really smart, I think. It's Professor Paul Anastas from Yale University in green chemistry. He said that humanity is an expert in finding solutions to problems. We are really, really good in that, and he was actually convinced that we will also solve climate change problem and challenge. But what we're really bad on as humans is to actually define the basic problem. Coming to your issue that we might be solving one problem, but actually possibly creating another while doing it.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
So moving on to Ola here, what problems have AI in digitalization? If we zoom out a bit, what problems does it solve for AI or for autonomous driving and ADAS?
Thank you, Hans. And I think I will go sort of a bit talking about it from the a bit India touch here as well, and also take up regarding this definition of problem, because I'm sort of been doing traffic safety for many years, and this has led up to sort of the dependence on AI, and I will come to that. But if we start I remember in 1990, I was in sort of high-level discussions with people from Tata Motors Telco. At that time, we were sort of looking into the Indica car and the Safari. And what we discussed at that time was basically as simple as getting access to data from a crowd.
seem to have some.
What is needed in terms of safety measures in cars. And and Vanessa can continue here with data, but really the data is the key here for everything that's got with the AI. As a middle thing here, we performed a research study. This is also something that goes into AI and data, but I'm using India here as an example, where we basically exposed people in India, Sweden, and Germany for the same type of same method, but different sort of environment, where we basically show them situations in front of a car as a driver of people, pedestrians crossing the street, and basically ask them if they wanted to have a warning of a pedestrian or not in various situations. And you can imagine sort of in Sweden where there is not so many people crossing the street, and you can compare that to India where all sort of things happen, even I mean in any type of situation, even where you don't expect people to cross the street. And what we learned from that was from this sort of complex world of everything is happening to more what we thought was logic in Sweden. We realized that the data, we used the data for training an algorithm basically, and then so we used the India data and made an algorithm for warning, and exposed then Swedish drivers for the outcome of this algorithm. And what we were surprised to see that it worked perfect in Sweden. The data we harvested in India and from Indian sort of expectations worked beautiful in Sweden, but not the other way around. So it sometimes it's good to go for where a lot of things is happening, of course. And what we learned also from a human, and I will come back to that, from a human experience or human expectations, it's not really a cultural differences, at least not for driving, but you can use complex situations to learn more. So jumping now to where we are today, the Veoneer company was formed out of the company Automotive, where we basically we stated a vision of creating trust in mobility. That was the key for driver assistance. And the way we do this is what we call collaborative driving. Self-driving has never been really potential. I mean, the 10 years to come and more, it will be only a tiny fraction of personal cars that will be self-driven. There will still be a driver in the major part. So it's the tiny fraction is not interested yet, perhaps in commercial. So, and what is the key then to create trust and do collaborative driving? And that is using AI. And simply put, you need AI to come up to sort of a level where a human can trust the car, and the car to understand the driver intention, because this trust is going two ways. It's the driver trusting the car, but also the car must trust the driver, and that's where AI comes in. So in our new generation of perception, using image processing in our cameras, it's so dependent on AI and the training that led to that, and it's now sort of for traffic sign recognition, for example, it's extremely good sort of precision there compared to years ago. But I will soon hand over here. But so to do this, I think one theme here is to really think global and act local. So we in Sweden have done a lot of things together, different companies. We formed Veoneer formed a company together with Volvo Cars called Zenuity, and that was the key to really sort of get competence enough to make progress. And then we split and we can use this competence that was built up and go further, and now sort of with Qualcomm, and we also were part of creating the AI Sweden. So it's been so important to create an ecosystem, even if you think global and you even sort of have business globally. It's so important to start somewhere, and we started in Gothenburg, I would say. And with these words, I will hand over to you, Mats, I think.
Yes, thank you, Ola. So I'll pick it up there and then continue on what Ola was saying here about what happened here in Gothenburg in 2017. At the time, we were looking from the automotive industry at what resources do we have at our hands to build a very strong development effort in based on AI for autonomous driving and driver support systems. And we were looking at what was coming out at the university, what else was around here, and we saw a weakness in our ecosystem compared to what we could see in other countries. And we got together then with the Volvo Group, with Niklas's company, and with the Volvo Cars, and Ericsson as well. And we discussed what can we do and what should we do, and how do we put something in place to speed up the development of our ecosystem so that we as companies can benefit from that. So I got involved in that project early on. We worked with many different stakeholders and organizations who were interested, including academia, the public sector, like what you heard before from the healthcare side here, as well as automotive and other engineering companies. And one of the big benefits in Sweden here, even though many say we're a small country, from an industrial point of view, in my opinion, we are almost a superpower. We have everything, ranging from telecom to automotive to aerospace to mining, process industry. We also can go into very advanced banking development. We have the music industry, the Spotifys. We have H&M, IKEA, and so forth, and on and on. And ABB as process control. So we have a unique ecosystem, or a unique sort of system of components that we could leverage here. And when you look at AI, the way we did anyway at the time, we thought, yes, automotive is clearly one industry sector that's driving the development of AI. However, there's a lot of effort going on also, for example, in pharmaceutical industry, also in aerospace and so forth. They're all sort of siloed. And we're probably working on the same problems, trying to figure out the same things independently of each other. And that's kind of like, if you look at AI, you can think of it as mathematics. You know, you don't do mathematics for aerospace or mathematics for automotive. You do mathematics and then you figure out how to apply it. So we said, what if we were to create a national center where we all get together in a new model? We said, let's set it up in a way like a gym, where we all pay a gym membership, and then we send our people in there, and then you work out together. And the more you come, and the more often you go there, the faster you build your strength. So that was sort of the underlying notion of AI Sweden, of doing something like this, where we could get together and work out at our gym with colleagues from other industry. We could learn how is this applied in pharmaceutical, in automotive. How do you deal with these kind of problems? How do you deal with data sharing and all these things? So we built that up, and one thing we did early on realize was that other countries were primarily focusing on algorithm development, and Sweden was lagging behind, at least when we measured publications in deep learning at the time. We were actually pretty far behind where Sweden would normally appear on such bibliometric records. And we said, all right, how do we catch up, or can we even catch up? And we said, well, let's do what we do in industry. Let's put also a data factory in place. And Vanessa will talk about what an industrial data factory is soon. But the point was that, well, if we have a data factory and we have the people working on algorithms, it becomes almost like what you have at CERN in the physics. So you have people who are doing the physics, but you also have the engineers who figure out how to build the accelerator and the detectors and so forth. And if they work together closely, physicists can say, we want this to happen. The engineer says, well, I can't build that, but I can build something like this instead. How about that? And then the physicist would say, well, maybe if we do it this way, it would work. And you can iterate that really fast. So that analogy we applied here too, to put the data people together with both the people who actually develop the data sets and so forth, but also infrastructure. And that's when we run into these issues of sharing data and all this kind of stuff we discussed before. And then preparing that for the people working on the algorithm, seeing the outcome, coming back, tweaking it, and doing this really, really fast is the whole notion here. So we got it up and running. It took from the time we said go, let's do it, until we had it ready, it was about 10 months. And then it took another 6 months to put it in place. So, excuse me. And so we had it up and running in about 1.5 years. And we have now 117 partners that sort of joined our gym, if you will, from public sector, from academia, and from industry. And we have not only Swedish companies in there, but a lot of international companies, big brand name companies with some presence in Sweden. And we're seeing more and more organizations understanding the model we have, which is very different from what we've had in Sweden before in terms of collaboration, research collaborations, and so forth. So this is a very different way of doing it. But now we see a lot of things going on there. And as I mentioned, one of the key parts was data and getting in data sets and so forth. And we had the inspiration here from what we did with, I think Autoliv was a very strong leader in that field, collecting data, as Ola was describing, and then transferring that competence into Veoneer, which was sort of engaged here. And then we learned that at Zenuity. And what I'll do now is I'll pass it on to Vanessa to talk a little bit about how it's done today, sort of what is the state of the art when it comes to dealing with these types of data in industry. So with that, I'll pass to you, Vanessa,
Thanks,
and I can come back later and talk about some future stuff.
Maybe if I can suggest, it was very interesting, if it's right with you. I would like, if you want to ask also the question here on safety, relate to what Veoneer said before about, because you were a joint venture and then you split up, and maybe you have a different view on realizing autonomous drive and the safety around that, and you have this making it real and making it happen and towards zero. Maybe you can elaborate on that first and then go into this data.
Absolutely. So we, Zensact, originated from Volvo. And Volvo, probably the safest car in the world, right? Yes. So, and our software, our technology, our methodologies are all built around safety first. Because I think if you actually, just think about it, we have 1.3 million accidents every year, 50 million disabled every year. That's a lot. So we have an awesome ambition. That is to put safety first. We want to reduce the number of accidents on the road. And we've looked at it because, can you reduce can you look at the pedestrians, you look at the bikers, what is it? There's not one thing that you can do to bring down safety. So we need all this entire ecosystem to be looking at it to drive safety on the roads. But we've made it our ambition to build this software, this technology, the autonomous drive technology, to drive safety. So it's not just about convenience. And we've got, so each of our test cars today, you've got about 23 sensors, and we collect 50 terabytes of data per car per day. That's a lot of data. So we need to figure out how to actually manage this data. We share this together with Volvo, with our owners. So that is really what we're doing, because we have teams that are actively working with features in looking at safety. Because if you think about it, a long time ago, when you had an accident, it would take days, months, sometimes even years to go there, get that data, analyze it, figure out what happened before you actually made any improvements to the next generation of cars. Today, it's build, deploy, monitor, analyze. It's in a matter of days that you can actually make a difference, so you don't really have to wait. And that is what Zensact mission is, safety first, looking at this data. So to what Mats is referring to, looking at the data, the whole data factory. Like I said, it's 50 terabytes of data. We started small, but we know that this is it's not sustainable. We know that we're going to grow. And how do we then effectively manage these amounts of data that are coming in? So we have gone into partnership with HPE in data storage. Looking at our data, we also know, if in the past, companies just collected data. We've all done it. You collected data. You didn't know, what am I going to do with it? But you knew that it's important. Keep it. I'll figure it out. That was the tendency. That was the mindset. But that is not the case any longer because, excuse my words, it's cost a shitload of money to save that, to just keep that data. So we are effectively looking at how do you actually purge that data? What are my rules? Who owns that data? How do I manage that? And then how do I purge that data? Because I only need the data that is important to me, for my teams, that they can continuously develop the features, deploy, work with the data, deploy those features back into our software. The challenge that we're also facing is, as we know, Volvo is a Geely company. We're working with China. This year alone, we've got a lot of rules that have been out there, of laws and regulations. You cannot move your data. And that's where working with AI Sweden for us is just an aha moment, because you need to have a place like that where you can actually work with federated learning and swarm learning or different other kinds of ways, machine learning, to make sure that we can actually start working and work in a way that we are effective, because we know that we want to take our software everywhere else in the world as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So that seems to be a challenge in data. You've been working a lot. You're partnering around it with HP. So what are some future challenges now ahead? Maybe we should start with Mats here.
Sure, I can pick up from Vanessa's points here. She pointed out really three sort of main areas, and if you really make it crisp, what it comes down to is that we need more data and we need less data. And we need to keep our data private, but we want to share it. And we want to transfer the data between countries, but we absolutely have to keep it locally. These are the three things we need to fix. And we can't optimize that. There's no such amount as lagom data. It's either too little or just way too costly. So that is the challenge we looked at and said, all right, we need to look at the whole system in a different way. So at AI Sweden, then talking to all the different sectors we have, and it's, as I mentioned before, it's from pharmaceutical to aerospace to automotive and process control and everything else. We said, what can we do here? And the answer, we think, lies in asking the questions in fundamentally different ways. We create the data on the edge, just like Vanessa pointed out. In the cars, you produce, let's say, 50 terabytes a day. Why don't we just keep it in the car? Or in a hospital that also has a problem to transfer data between hospitals, why don't we just not try to transfer the data? And then what is the solution? and how do you deal with that? So we took that approach and said, we maybe don't want to aggregate the actual data. We should maybe aggregate the knowledge that's produced in each algorithm, the weights, the model parameters, just get them together. And there were some papers out from 2016. Google published something on what they termed federated learning. So we said, let's look at that. And it had some interesting ideas in it, and they sort of described it and so forth. And they've certainly done it on cloud solutions, but there's a big step to go from cloud solution to put it in real devices, and that are maybe not even homogeneous. It could be all sort of different things. Much smaller devices too, where you have a hard time to compress your algorithms into and so forth. So we got together with a number of companies. Again, there were Ericsson, there was HPE, as you pointed out, ourselves, and a number of more. Ericsson was involved and so forth. And we built in 3 months something we call the Edge Lab. And it was all done by donations. The companies just put the stuff in there. And we said, the trick here is speed. So let's just keep speed up from the beginning. So let's not worry about spending a lot of time writing proposals and doing procurement processes and so forth. Let's just ask anybody who wants to donate equipment, just do that, please. And we got the stuff. So we have now equipment in here for about 3.5 million euros. We got it up and running in about 3 months. And we started doing experiments in the spring. And the first problem we addressed in there to see for real how you do it was the managing data between Sweden and China, because you can't transfer data one way or the other. So we set up an experiment, and then we ran immediately into the question about the GDPRs, which was also mentioned before. If we take road data and put it in there, you have concerns about complying with the GDPR because there might be pictures of people or license plates and so forth. So the question is, what do we do now? And then somebody came up with a really clever solution, which was, and this was not from the automotive side, which was to use what we would call proxy data, or in Swedish typdata, which is data that we can use instead of the real data to prove the concept, how to train. Has the same complexity, same difficulties, same kind of issues with the data sets and so forth. So we got a hold of that through one of the most surprising sources you could imagine, and that is the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, Lantbruksuniversitetet. It was by far the best thing we got a hold of was their data sets, because we can use that to train automotive. There was no way I could have figured that out a year ago, that if you came to me and asked what would be your most valuable data set, you would not hear me say that's a data set on seabirds. But that is the truth. That is what we used and solved that problem. And we are now making the investments and setting that up based on the findings there. So we learned how to set it up, what kind of results to achieve and so forth. And that is how it works. And these are the kind of problems we look at now. So we're looking at, somebody mentioned before, privacy preserving AI. We're looking at a number of these things, and we try to turn it more or less upside down, not just try to improve by 5 or 10%, but say, okay, how can we do this in a completely different way? And by doing it that way, we attracted the attention of a number of very large international academic institutes who have the same ambition, not to just sort of improve by 5 or 10%. So you will now see universities like MIT, Cambridge, München, and St. Petersburg actually joining us to be at the edge here, because we are the only one who have a lab like this. And we're getting people coming in from these countries and also from some development organizations. In India, for example, HPE in India has a very large set of engineers, and they are now working with us in our lab. So there are a lot of different opportunities here to work and explore this sort of cross sectors and looking at, and we want, what are the really difficult problems, not just trying to improve something, but what is it that we can't solve, and then using the strength of all the different sectors figured out.
Thank you. So to summarize here, for some of the challenges that we have tackled, then is the amount of data, and it's the privacy preserving of the data, and it's the energy, both for training and for putting it into deployment. And we are all working on solutions for this. Is there something that you would like to add to this list? And if so, what would that be? And
maybe.
Yeah.
Could I say something?
Yes.
So I think what needs to be added is we're talking about people here, not just sort of the machine here. It's basically people there out there, and I think this trust thing is extremely important to keep in mind. That trust is hard earned, and it's important not to experiment with people when launching new products. We haven't done that much in the automotive industry, and we should not do it, even if you see some bad examples. So just sort of understand that AI is just a tool, and we need to see all what we're doing as an evolution rather than a revolution, one step at a time.
Yes. Okay, then that will...
I have another challenge.
Sorry,
it's more practical, because I think that resources, people, I mean, to work with us, it is not so easy. You know, data engineers are scarce. To work with the data, with the artificial intelligence, with machine learning, you need skilled resources, which are very difficult to come by. So, you know, looking at all our Indian colleagues elsewhere, I think this is an area where I think we really need to be developing our skill sets.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if I can, I can fully support that, Vanessa. Of course, absolutely. That is one of the biggest challenges, absolutely, to find the right competence. And it's the same in Volvo Group, and we are hiring, by the way. So please join us if you're a data scientist, both in India and Bangalore is a great place, or in Sweden or elsewhere. So no, that's a challenge. Then all of these challenges, if I can just add there, it's interesting, I think, when being in panels talking about self-driving or automated vehicles, how easily we all tend to get into these pass car issues on cars driving, and they should handle all these difficult situations. there are a couple of low-hanging fruits out there. You know, if we start talking about the trucks in mining and you know the going from A to B, B to A, it's much more simple, I must say. And to remember, it's a business case from day one, which is a different thing from a consumer product like a car is, right? So I like to talk more trucks.
Yes. That's why we are doing the highway pilot. Because,
great.
Yes. So our feature that we're going to develop is highway pilot, because we really would like to do ours facing, you know, on the highways, which is easier. Not so many people on the roads, pedestrians. It's easy to test and to get that feature up and running. So
good. Excellent.
I can talk a little bit about the challenge of people, getting people involved. And of course, everybody, I assume, faces that challenge. So do we at AI Sweden. But what we tried again is a different way of doing it. So what we say is that we invite people who are employed at companies who are doing well to take a leave of absence for 6 months to 2 years and come to us and work with us and figure these things out. There's no better way to transfer new knowledge from sort of research areas to implementation. The best way to do that is to put it in the head of a person, then move that person. It's much better than writing a report or doing some algorithm. So we invite them by to come here and work with us. That solves our problem, hopefully. And we see already examples of that, including myself, who is on leave 90%. And we have the ability to pay for that person while they're at AI Sweden. But then they come back to their company between 6 months and 24 months later, and that is sort of how we supply the skills back. Because what we do then is we give them professional training on sort of this really cutting edge stuff, and they know the issues in the company and have them in mind while they are at us and can look for solutions. Let's say if you come from automotive, they can look in healthcare or in banking or whatever they're looking and say, oh, wow, this is a relevant thing to do. And we get the benefit of having somebody who's actually not just fresh out of school. We actually have somebody who's been out there and can come in and build some stuff really fast. And sometimes they can even take some stuff with them in from their companies and put it in place. So we found this really beneficial, this model as well, to enable people to come in for some length of time.
Yes. And to talk more about this with people and the skills, I started doing AI 10 years ago, and then it was basically no jobs with AI. So I had to move to London and worked in London for a couple of years, and then went back to Chalmers and do research. But now there's a lot of master programs, right? Data science and AI, and it's among the most popular ones at Chalmers. So it's a lot of new students coming out from university here that can fill these positions, but we're also hiring. It's difficult to find skilled people. An alternative to that is to have tooling as well. So you have these tools like TensorFlow, etc. That's great for developing your systems. But then you have a lot of other problems. You have the data, you have making things efficient, etc. There's a lot of tooling, both from large companies and also startups. So if you have problem finding people, also look for solutions to the problem. You might be able to do more with less. So that, I think, I have to conclude our challenges. There are some challenges, but we're all working on those and looking forward where it's going. So that concludes the first discussion part. So now I'll take this opportunity to ask some questions the time that we have left, and maybe we can have a question or two from the audience. The first question I would like to ask the panelists to you, Vanessa. So you're born and raised in India, and now you have lived and worked your professional life here in Sweden for 25 years. So what would you say is the biggest difference in sort of work culture and business culture between Sweden and India, and what can we learn from India in Sweden?
Yeah. So I haven't worked in India, but in Sweden here, I've worked with some of the big giants like Mr. Sabarjit from LTI, and with TCS and with Cognizant. I mean, some of my Indian, my ex-colleagues. And what I love is the energy that they come in. And while we're all talking about, AI and technology and everything, I would like to talk about a little of the softer skills, and let's put it, I believe, that it is the sun in India that gives them all that energy, because they're in the office with us, and they come with so much energy, and it's contagious. So, and I guess for us living in Sweden, wouldn't you say it's just the darkness, the grayness that makes us a bit more tired?
Yes.
But yes, yes.
I have to take an issue with that. That's what drives me, because there's nothing else to do than just work hard and have fun. If I have a son here, I'm not at work, you know. I'm out on the beach.
Yeah, I guess that's the big difference, because I think that the energy they come with to our offices, you know, and they work, that is so contagious, and also it gives us the energy. So I would love to just continue working with my Indian colleagues, because I think that it really energizes me.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I want some more sun as well.
Yes.
I would have to say I moved to Gothenburg voluntarily from very warm places. And I love the rain because I can't do anything else.
Come on.
Okay, so let's open up for some questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? So while we're waiting for someone to be brave to ask a question, I can continue with a question to the panel here about the ecosystem. We talked about ecosystem a lot here, right? And what's the important thing? What do you want to? Why do you want to engage in ecosystem? Why is it important to you to have ecosystem? What do you hope to get out of working with partners?
Can I start? Well, I would like to exemplify again with what we talked about while we were seating ourselves here, and that is SITIS, the Swedish India innovation project that we have on traffic safety, which is really, really interesting from many different perspectives. But one is that we are gathering then the academia in India and industry and research partners, and also society partners like hospitals, for instance, in India. And we're doing the same on the Swedish side, and collaborating then to gather a lot of data from traffic situations, from emergency room situations, all of it connected to traffic safety. And you know, when overcoming these data transfer issues between India and Sweden with GDPR and what have you, it will be extremely interesting to understand how, or see how much we can actually learn on both sides of this. Sweden, Europe, quite in the forefront on traffic safety, many would say, okay, that's fine. But if we want to learn more, where is the best place to learn this? As Ola were into earlier on here, it's of course in the complex traffic situations in India, obviously. So not only to try to solve the enormous challenge that Vanessa described here earlier on traffic safety in India, but also actually to learn how to deal with complex traffic situations, for instance, in Sweden, which is supposed to be the most traffic safe country in the world. But just take a walk outside here and you will be run over by boys and stuff, right? So we also have complex traffic situations. So that I think, and that we would never done that as a single company, as a single university, as a single hospital. We need to collaborate. So I think that is a good example.
I think you can make a simple analogy. I think you asked essentially, you know, how would you leverage, why should you leverage the ecosystem? And the best analogy I could come up with while thinking here was, imagine yourself being on a TV quiz show. And you get to pick a team. Are you going to go there alone and hope to answer every question by yourself? Or are you going to take people on your team only from your own industry, let's say automotive only? You don't know what questions are going to come. Or do you think you're better off putting together a team of one automotive, one healthcare, and maybe one from the public sector? And then when you get the question, you know, you can leverage that. That's how I think about it, is that, you know, putting together a team, because you're not knowing who has the right answer for the specific question right now, and then by adding the skills here and the backgrounds and the knowledge, you can actually solve many more problems than I could by myself or with just my own peers. Although Ola and I had some really good fun solving some really cool problems in the past. While it was raining, I should add.
True enough. And if I may continue on that, and I was thinking what you said, Niklas, in the beginning of this discussion, the human sort of inability of defining a problem. Not inability, but we are easier to solve problems than define. I think in an ecosystem, not only having fun, as you said, Mats, but maybe that is the most important. But besides having fun, I think in an ecosystem with many partners, I think it's easier to define the problem. And then each one can go to their organization and solve it and make their IP and business ID and so forth. But really going together and look at from different views and defining.
Yes. Thank you. So we have a question from the audience.
Okay, I try to be brave and put a question here. My name is Elsmer Malmek, and I wonder, how do you apply and integrate trustworthy AI into your products and services?
I would say the short answer on that is step by step. So you don't sort of come out with a big bang and do everything at once, but you do it sort of in a phased fashion. I often use the analogy to how you do with your kids. You know, it's more or less the same. We have a driving school, but for robots. So you don't let your kids out and drive in every situation immediately. You sort of take them through step by step, and when you're comfortable, they know how to do this, well, then you let them go on that one. And then as they get more and more experienced, you let them out into more and more challenging traffic situation, weather situation, and road condition situations. So there's many analogies to that approach into how you actually make your product release sort of step by step going forward. And the same with the drive support systems. In the beginning, you act as a drive support system to the kids. Have you seen that bike over there? And oh, there's a pedestrian, don't miss it. So you can think of many analogies here into that. Maybe Ola wants to say something more since you...
Do you have a process or methodology? Yeah. Because now you sound like a parent. Different parents
the cars are my babies.
Different roles and
yeah.
so on.
Yeah. The cars are my babies, but I think Ola, maybe you want to talk about the processes here on
yeah,
that we've been using.
It's a very good question, and it's sort of the real challenge here, and I think it's for one thing, we're not talking about end to end here. I mean, that's not in place, and I don't think it will ever be end to end. So it's not AI, the whole sort of sequence of decisions. But really what is necessary is for the machine to show the capabilities. So it's really clear for the user that this is the limitations at this very second, or this at the day of purchase, and not sort of promised too much. I think that is the most important. And then you can go into the sort of specifics. And I think maybe you, Vanessa, or Niklas can talk more about that. But it's really about being honest from the machine point of view.
Yeah. I think what we've just done is also create an AI ethics board, because basically you want to have explainable, explain what am I doing with my AI. So the first part is what Mats is saying, step by step. And then when you finally get there, you got something to show. Okay, so how do I explain this? Do I have any biases as well in my AI models?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. And our time is running out, so it's time to summarize this session. So we learned that we need to embrace the rain, and that we have some challenges here, and that we all share, but we're actually all working together. So we are collaborating. We didn't mention that in details, but in various research projects and commercial projects, we're working together. And so we have our ecosystem here in Sweden. It's quite strong. It's getting stronger with AI Sweden and other initiatives. But we want to take this opportunity here with this event to open up this ecosystem to Indian partners, Indian companies, to merge our ecosystems and find collaborations and work together so that we can choose the best team, as Mats is saying here. So thank you very much. And thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break now till 4 o'clock.
seated. Oops. Welcome back, everyone. We now have another 3 sessions to go of this day, of the very first edition of the Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit here in Gothenburg. It's been a very interesting day, at least myself. I hope that you think so too, being here at Chalmers and also you watching online. The first thing that came to my mind now is that the session before was very, very inspiring. And that was, of course, with one of the gents who's been very much supporting in organizing this event, Hans Salomonsson from Embeddle. And why am I saying that? Yes, that is because there is a link why we have who is going to speak and who's going to be the moderator in this next session. But before I introduce him, I also wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the session. This is now digital twins and synthetic data. And I find that extremely interesting. Of course, we have a lot of it in the automotive and the telecom sectors. But here today, I'm also thinking about, and we were joking a little bit about it earlier, how would it be to actually have a digital twin? You know, where? Would it be in the metaverse, or would it be, I mean, I'm thinking today it would be really nice if I would have had one that could have, you know, been sitting out having coffee in the breaks while I was preparing for the next panel. Is that something that we could have in the future, someone that could replicate us in another part of the world, potentially? Maybe, you know, the other Cecilia could even be sitting in Bombay in the sun right now, while this Cecilia is in Gothenburg in the rains. So on that note, Stefan, we were laughing a bit about this earlier. He is actually sitting here, I believe, the real Stefan.
This is the original.
So this is the original? Okay, so the original Stefan, with no further delay, I would like to introduce Stefan Swan. He is the CEO of Synthetic Data Solutions. And that company has the same founder as Embeddle, and that is, of course, Hans Salomonsson and Devdat Davadushi, who is here with us today. So it's a sister company, if I put it that way. So Stefan Swan, now I think I have spoken enough about this because you are the expert. I would like to understand by the end of this day if it's possible for me to actually have a digital twin. And then where would she be right now? What would she be up to? Could you clarify this, or would you only like to just clarify and introduce the speakers? Looking forward to the session and to see the outcome of this. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we have 1 hour session within synthetic data and digital twins. It's afternoon. We will try to make this as concrete and as applicable as possible. I'm not sure if I can give you a date for when you can have your digital twins, Cecilia, but try our best. The first part of this session, I think it's good to give each of the panelists and myself around 3-4 minutes to make a self-presentation. So the audience knows a little bit from which industry we're coming from and our experience relating then to digital twins and synthetic data. I think if you compare it a little bit to earlier sessions, this session with its topic of digital twins and so on, I think it's a little bit different because we have so many different industries having their views on this, and I hope this discussion will be as versatile as possible, looking at and trying to explain digital twins and synthetic data and its applications among different industries. So with that said, I'll start off with myself to present for a couple of minutes here. I'm the CEO for Replify. We recently changed our name. Earlier our name was Synthetic Data Solutions. We are a startup based in Gothenburg, and this is the second company I'm running here in Sweden. I'm not from Gothenburg, but I had my fair share of Gothenburg. I've been studying here at Chalmers. I have my master's degree from here. After that, and working with my first company, I moved to Hong Kong and got an interesting experience working within the APAC region. Been in India a few times as well. But then coming back to Sweden a few years ago, that's also when I got into Replify, the company. So what do we do then at Replify? We have a technology where we have automated the process of creating synthetic data used also for digital twins, of course. And synthetic data has a lot of advantages. Not going to go through them now. But I think one should also be aware of that it actually costs time and money to set up a digital twin and get very accurate and relevant synthetic data. And with Replify, I hope that could bring down both cost and time for many companies to get and iterate towards good synthetic data. We're talking about 10 times as fast as conventional methods, sometimes up to 100. So we believe this is an important building block within the whole digitalization area and also within the use of synthetic data. I also want to mention that we have a partnership with Volvo. We're sitting at CampX, and we're very proud of that partnership, of course. And we also have a roll-up outside where it says Replify with big letters. So if anyone is interested, please come by and talk to me. I will be there during the breaks. So, but that's enough of me. So maybe we can start with the physical panelists, and then we can go to the remote ones. So Ganesh, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Stefan. Very good afternoon, and hello everyone around the world. My name is Ganesh Bukka. I represent Wipro here. As you all know, Wipro is a global IT consulting and R&D and a system integrator player catering to customers around the world. And my role specifically is I'm responsible for Wipro's Industry 4.0 and sustainability business globally. What is my part specifically around digital twin and synthetic data is today we work with about 20 different industry verticals from automotive to healthcare to consumer to smart cities, building platforms of scale, helping them to be on the digital twin journey. And again, data is an essential part of digital twin journey. So I'm going to share my perspectives of how we see this, how customers are realizing this benefit, and also where the struggle is and what challenges we are helping them overcome. Yeah. What do you, Lee?
My name is Lei Chan. I'm working at RISE Research Institute of Sweden. Probably some of you know
Yeah, sorry for that. Technical issues. Probably some of you have learned RISE. RISE is Sweden's innovations partner, also research institute. It is owned by the Swedish government, and we have now around 3,000 people working all together to bring the sustainable solutions to the world. Our mission is very clear. We work with the academics, we work with the industry, we bring the research together with the industry productions, products and services into societal impacts. That is our mission, and also the mission from the government. So we have around 130 test beds in Sweden, owned and co-owned with our partners. We have the major application areas, basically cover all the areas, including mobility, digital health, digitalization, automotive, even agriculture or chemistry. We basically work with most of our, across all Sweden, with the local stakeholders and also international stakeholders to bring the solutions. So today I'm more from the transport and automotive perspective to discuss a little bit
the digital twins and the synthetic data that could be used to enable future mobility solutions that be much more safe and efficient, emission-free, and also, last but not least, comfort for the people to travel. We're talking about mobility services. We're not talking about vehicles in the future. So I hope that will be something, since we are also part of the Swedish-Indian traffic safety platform SITIS. We have been working with quite some Indian partners to look into the traffic safety issues in Sweden, in India, and how we bring the Vision Zero from Sweden to India. Together with the industry partners, so Volvo Trucks and also Ericsson, and also the local stakeholders in India.
Thank you, Dave. Shall we go over to the remote connected panelists? Shall we start with you, Erik Jansson?
Yeah, thanks for having me at this conference. My name is Erik Jansson. I'm a geodata strategist at the City Planning Authority, the city of Gothenburg, Sweden. I'm also project manager for Virtual Gothenburg, our work with the digital twin. And personally, I've been working in this GIS industry for about 25 years. First 10 years in the technical consulting industry, and for the last, say, 15 years in the city of Gothenburg as a GIS manager and now geodata strategist. And I can say my work include making geodata a well-known and used information source in the city, and to make Gothenburg a smart, resilient, and sustainable city by the use, of course, of geodata and digital twin. And in our digital twin project, which we call Virtual Gothenburg, we're trying to develop a twin for maintenance and the planning and controlling and perhaps even experience the city. And we see that all departments in the city are involved in this project in some way. And I think that the twin will be an important tool for addressing the societal challenges like climate change adaptation, like a virtual lab for future climate neutral city that we all work with, and perhaps a common platform for citizen dialogue. We heard this word metaverse before, and perhaps regarding urban planning, then the citizen dialogue. And we also see that the Virtual Gothenburg digital twin is, we could call it a driver for innovation and data management and also decision support for the politicians. And as for the theme of the day, we also use synthetic data for example, traffic simulation, like testing autonomous vehicles in a virtual environment, where we can create different scenarios with populated models of pedestrians, for example. And we also make scenarios regarding heavy rain and flooding, which are also based on, you could say, synthetic data from models of future precipitations. So there's a few examples how we work with the digital twin at Virtual Gothenburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. Shall we move on to Anand?
Hi, thanks, Stefan. Good afternoon, everyone. Anand Chakravarti here, right now from the Netherlands. I'm extremely happy to be here because I've lived for 4 years. I think the better way to say it is I've experienced 4 Swedish winters before I moved here into the Netherlands. So I'm extremely happy to be a part of this forum here. I work with Tata Consultancy Services, and in my role today, I lead our engineering practice for Europe. As a part of this practice, what we do is work with a lot of solutions, work with what is technology and how we look to innovate the engineering and the product development space. That extrapolated now into what we call the areas around the digital twin, the digital thread, etc., is primarily the focus as we're seeing it going ahead. TCS, of course, has invested a lot in this space. We've been working, we've got our own platforms in this area in terms of analytics, because the digital twin does generate a lot of data, and we've got to have frameworks and tools that allow you to help actually make sense of this data and connect it across multiple cases. We worked with a few examples around which we worked is, for example, digital twins of plants as a part of smart factories, or digital twins of boilers or windmills, which allow you to, remote monitor as a start. But we think there's actually a lot more applications of this, just like Eric was saying earlier, into digital twins of cities, into digital twins for processes and multiple other areas. So looking forward to extremely interesting points of view from this panel here.
Thank you, Anand. So Anders Logg, would you like to take over?
Yep, thank you very much. So my name is Anders Logg, and I'm the director of something called the Digital Twin Cities Center, which is hosted here at Chalmers. So this is a national competence center working with digital twins of cities and also larger regions. So this is a center where we gather around 30 partners from Swedish industry, Swedish municipalities. We have some international collaborators as well. And we do research in all things related to building digital twins of cities. And that's all the way from mathematics and computer science, so mathematical modeling of a city. How do you, for example, simulate things in the best possible way? How do you build the best possible data models? How do you visualize the results for different purposes, different audiences, and so on? So it's quite exciting because we have this very diverse group of people coming from all over Chalmers, all over Sweden, and getting together with the intention to examine how to use this concept, this new technology, and also develop new technology for digital twins of cities. My own background is that I'm a professor of mathematics here at Chalmers, and my background is in computational mathematics, so large-scale, high-performance simulations, development of algorithms, methodology for that. And you could say it somehow relates to digital twins because this simulation aspect needs to be part of the digital twin. That's sort of, that's why you can ask, I mean, if you have a digital twin, you want to be able to ask questions. So what happens if, and for that you need the modeling, you need the mathematics, you need a simulation aspect. But digital twins is more than simulation, but my background in this area means that, I mean, I see that my background, my expertise also has some bearing on this area. So it's exciting to see how the methods that we work with can serve a purpose within the area of digital twins. And also working with all these other research groups, all these other disciplines makes this very exciting. And also, I mean, also feeling this very big drive now coming from all over the industry, from the municipalities, the public sector, for creating and building digital twins. That's my background, the Digital Twin Cities Center here at Chalmers.
Thank you, Anders. And I also share your feeling there. You mentioned in the end that it feels like, I mean, digital twins has been talked about for a long time, but now it feels like things are really moving here on different applications. So, but just to get, we have a broad range of people here in the audience as well, and from different areas. So I just want to start very concrete. What is synthetic data and what is a digital twin? And I can give a simple version from my perspective, and then maybe you can take over and broaden it a little bit, Anders. And I mean, in my view and Replify's view, a digital twin to us is basically that we can take an area of land, a landscape or a road network, let's say, and we can make a digital copy of this. Basically, you have a copy of it in the computer, you can simulate it, you can walk around it and so on. So But what differs synthetic data from a digital twin is then that you can, in the computer, in the same context, you can actually create roads, for example, that doesn't have a real counterpart. They don't exist in reality. And that's, while it's similar to a digital twin, but it doesn't have a counterpart. So that's what we see it as synthetic data, basically. And under certain restrictions, I mean, you cannot totally randomize stuff because it might not appear natural, so to say. So it has to be within some kind of borders to appear real or appear relevant in whatever way you want to see this. So that's a little bit my definitions of synthetic data and digital twins. Do you have any? Can you extend that a little bit, Anders, for example?
I mean, this is something. I mean, this is digital twin is kind of an elastic concept. I mean, this has been around for about 20 years in the manufacturing industry. This started out. I mean, you have a product, you want to build something, and then you have a very controlled environment. You're building a car or an engine or something like that. Then you can create a well-defined digital twin in order to model, optimize this thing. You can also build a digital twin of the factory and the manufacturing process in order to optimize that and make it as good as possible. When it comes to cities, this has been around for about maybe 5 years. This was sort of exploded in the last 5 years. But I mean, I think even if different groups have different definitions, and I mean, this comes from the fact that you want to say that you have a digital twin, right? Because this is a new buzzword. So if you have something, then you say, we have built a digital twin. We have a 3D model. It's a digital twin. We have some sensor data. It's a digital twin. But if you want to be really strict, I mean, then you need to have all these aspects. You need to have a 3D model. You need to have the connectedness. So the digital twin should reflect reality as it is now. I mean, it should not be a model, an offline static model of something. I would say that is not a digital twin. It needs to be connected, it needs to be live and mirror the physical city or the physical object or system. So this thing about the 3D-ness, being able to experience it in different ways, going into it in VR or AR or on a screen, that's one thing. Another thing is the connectedness, which means, for example, that you have sensor data that feeds the digital twin with new data all the time. So those two are important. And I would say the third one that is important is that there's some kind of mathematical model, something driving this, meaning that you can test new things. You can say, what happens if I build a new bridge here? What will happen then with the air quality, with the traffic patterns and so on? So these three aspects, the 3D aspect, the connectedness, so sensor data, and third, the modeling and simulation aspect. So I think those three are essential in order to have a sort of full digital twin. And in the literature, there are various definitions that go around, but all of them try to somehow capture, I think, these three aspects of digital twin. But then, as I said, it's an elastic sort of definition, and people use it to their advantage, I could say.
That's a really good explanation. I think it makes a lot of sense. And also another very concrete thing that could be put in this context is that the digital twin doesn't need to look visually like something. It can be a twin in aspects you can't see with the eyes. It doesn't need to be actual facades of buildings. It can be electrical network in a city and so on. So just adding on. But I also want to hear your point, Anand. You mentioned something that you worked on that you called a digital thread, if I'm right. Would you mind just briefly mention what that is?
Sure. So I think picking up from what Anders had mentioned, the differences between a model and a twin, adding the elements that he had mentioned. The models can be, the digital twins are multiple. So in the sense, you said it doesn't have to be physical. So in some sense, it's something you see, which could be a design twin, which means it's something that you've designed and you can look at. There's a digital twin of something that's a physical asset, which is also feeding in data from sensors and things like that. You've got process twins, which help you do something like optimize a factory or look at traffic layouts. and then simulate around it. What we look at from a digital thread perspective is that there are these multiple aspects of starting from design, moving on down the line till a physical asset and how you see it. But the data that comes in from all of these areas also need to be sort of connected and given in the right perspective of the domain of these different users and the different people who see it. Establishing that as an underlying layer for the digital twin is what we're calling the digital thread. So there's a lot of digital in that, in all of that, but it's in essence being able to take this close loop, what we call this feedback, and data coming in from the field on a turbine, for example, or traffic data, put it back into context of the people who've worked on the system of the traffic lights versus the people who worked on maybe a cooling system of a turbine versus somebody who's worked on the installation of something like that. So putting it in that context and making that connection is what we refer to as the digital thread.
All right. Do we have any other comments on that, or shall we move on to the next?
I can have one comment to that. Of course, I agree to what Anders and Anand said, as I'm working with Anders as well in the building of the virtual digital twin of the Gothenburg. But I see also that, of course, it's a copy of something of reality and connected data and services and real-time data, of course. But it could also perhaps be used a twin that you say take actions with the help of AI. Regarding on the input that you have, so that the twin actually acts in the same way or in another way as the reality. And for the case of Gothenburg, the city of Gothenburg, we don't see it as one digital twin, but several digital twins, which are made for multiple purposes or multiple needs. So I think that's important to see that it could be many digital twins for a city.
Yeah, exactly. Before moving on to the next topic about the challenge, I just want to also make clear some of the general advantages with synthetic data or digital twins. Is I mean, by having something digitally in a computer, you can simulate it, you can test it, you can stress test it, you can modify it without needing to have physical counterparts and so on, or need physical test beds and set up any physical test people and so on. So I mean, that's all general advantages with the digital twin or synthetic data. But so coming into the challenges today, because there are probably a lot of different challenges depending on which industry you are in, which application you're looking at. And so I would like to ask, before I ask you, Lei, I would like to ask Ganesh, because you mentioned earlier when we talked about a survey you had made, that company are happy to say that they have transferred or using digital twins, but it might not always be the case, and it might not be relevant, so to say. So please enlighten us.
No, absolutely. So, like I mentioned to Stefan, so we ran a poll very recently with about 500 customers of us globally on where are they on the digital twin journey and how do they say this panning out for their enterprise. So what was tackling is, again, a digital twin ultimately has to enable business outcomes. Like Eric said, driving autonomous in the way of decision making. So in that journey towards driving autonomous decision making, there are multiple phases or steps. The first one is digitization to enable digitalization. So digitization, then remote monitoring, then remote control and collaborate, and then finally driving the autonomous operations. Starkingly, about 60% of customers said actually they're still in the step one of digital twin, which is more of digitization. And almost another 20-30% said that they are probably in the remote monitoring phase. So like sensors we talked about. So this is very important as to how you tap into the multiple building blocks. And that's where the synthetic data angle comes into picture, because a lot of customers or a lot of industries are overwhelmed in the first step itself, because you have a lot of unstructured data, documents, And first is to get immense value out of that. That step is the digitization process. So how do you tap in technology for that? The second part is obviously driving in sensors, gathering data, acquiring data, simulating it, and scaling the data. That's the second part. In a way, obviously, any digital twin platform, in our experience working with automotive or with other industries, capital equipment industries, key is the digital twin configurable? Because the use cases will evolve, so there is no one definite endpoint for a digital twin. So is it configurable? Is it reusable? Because you need to build components which are reusable. The third part is it scalable? And the last and most important part is it explainable for every user in the value chain, right from your operator in the shop floor to your CXOs? Everybody should be able to visualize the same digital twin and draw inferences. So configurable, adaptable, reusable, and explainable. So these are key aspects when we think about digital twin. And that's something that we are trying to now put into our solution to offerings.
Yeah, when you say it sounds really complicated actually when you drill down to it. If you want to have a digital twin of a product, you really need to have it in its context as part of it. You need it to be, let's say, connected. If you are going to look at the whole system, it's so many parameters that can affect each other. So I guess it's not easy to get a good digital twin, so to say, working in complex situations. But that's just my own reflection. I'm moving on to you, Lei, because you had some interesting to share when it comes to the infrastructure that's needed for digital twins, or maybe it's more related to mobility and have that autonomy level up. That has been mentioned earlier today, is a lot of data being communicated, and you need a good short latency and so on. Would you like to describe a little bit of that challenge that we have also regarding infrastructure today?
Yeah, thanks, Stefan. Yeah, that's exactly like you already said. And from the system levels, we have so many different systems that already a challenge today in the physical world to connect those systems, to let them work together, and going into the digital world that add another layer of complexity. From the infrastructure perspective, we are going into the connected, automated transport system. We need a digital infrastructure, road infrastructure, communication infrastructure. We have been discussed this a long, long time. We have the connected vehicle technology since the 80s, and yet we haven't used them in reality. Yes, of course, our cars are connected into the mobile network. Then what? You get the entertainment systems, how that is going to help improve the traffic safety. And we have the traffic safety communication connectivity solutions now. And then it ends up with the discussion, debate regarding the technologies, and infrastructure is not fully supporting those connected vehicles. And then it's reached a point that we have all the technical pieces there, and our road has a lot of sensors, and the sensor information is being collected, but we haven't managed to put all those things together in a digital twins, let's say. If we have such a digital twins, we have the physical world, we have the digital world. Digital world and the physical world are connecting with each other. And then we are able to actually provide really good traffic safety applications. The infrastructure can warn the cars. They can detect dangerous situations. They can detect the pedestrians at intersections and warn another car. There are, of course, some pilot studies today, but we really want to make those things to reality, to everyday life. When you drive the cars, you are sure that you get support from the infrastructure digitally And that information can be used to improve traffic safety, and of course, at the same time, to provide you with good services that you enjoy your journey, you enjoy your mobility. And we would like that into the mobility services. Instead of you drive your own car, you could take the autonomous vehicles in the future, you order it, and you have all the services with you. So that is the things we're trying to reach, but not yet. Which I think today is probably a lot of challenges we have discussed is that the challenges we need to solve before we can reach that point.
But it's on its way, I guess, this infrastructure,
it is
or how is it?
On its way, and in the latest, in the last, I would say, 10 years, we see the increasing technology advancement of autonomous vehicles, and we see 5G is coming. We are seeing the implementation of 5Gs now, and 6G is also on the table under discussion. Massive IoT is part of the 5G discussion. We will have billions of sensors. Basically, all the things that could be connected will be connected. And the next steps, all the things that are connected could be used. The information from those sensors, not just the connected. We need to use the information from the sensors, use the data, get the value from the data. And we cannot do that alone. We have to get all the stakeholders together, because in the physical world, we have systems. In the digital world, we will have digital systems. And that is not a single stakeholder that can solve the whole piece of puzzle. And we all need to work together. We need collaborative protocols between the organizations, between the humans. We also need the digital protocols, the communication protocols that is defined by the telecom, of course, but the interaction protocols. How do we represent the data, sensitive data, for example, and how do we communicate with different technical systems?
Yes,
That
exactly. I mean, it's very clear to me also from the ADAS session. I mean, it's clear that it's so many, let's call it sub-industries, that kind of need to move ahead together. I would like to hear a little bit from Anders or Erik from, let's say, a city perspective here. Is it any infrastructure that's limiting, similar to the mobility part, or what's the challenges on your end?
Perhaps I could start with that. I think just the democracy aspects are very interesting. Working with the digital twin as a platform for democracy and citizen engagement, dialogue, and some kind of transparency from the city to the citizens. For example, we work with urban planning process from early strategic planning to the detailed planning. That is involved several steps and several steps regarding citizen dialogue. I think it's very important that citizens, of course, are involved in this process. Or to understand city planning projects, I think visualization and digital twins, preferable, is essential. By using a digital twin, it's possible to understand this development in an understandable way. So you can walk around the planned neighborhood from a street level. Perhaps you can add thoughts about the proposed plan or projects and post them into this environment, in a virtual environment, so that other ones can see what you have, what your ideas are. And I think this makes this kind of dialogue process more transparent and perhaps faster and more economic. You could, in the end, get better results in the urban planning by involving the citizens in this way you can do with the digital twins.
Yeah, it sounds like it's in the digital twins in city planning aspect, or let's say the dialogue democracy aspect, that it will be more transparent. People will actually know what's going on in the city. I mean, yeah, exactly. I know also myself. I wonder what they're doing in these construction spots and so on. That it's to people. I don't think it's clearly to know where can I get the info on what's happening around the corner. Okay, I'm moving on here. Time is running. Then I also would like to talk a little bit about the differences between India and Sweden. Also, as part of this event, and it can be differences, for example, in, I don't know, focus, what type of applications are most common, let's say, when it comes to synthetic use of synthetic data or need of synthetic data and digital twins. It's open for anyone. Just let me know if you want to answer this. But maybe, Ganesh, do you want to have a comment to that?
Yeah, I'll go first. And there are two aspects to it, Stefan. One is the India-Europe collaboration or India-Sweden collaboration specifically on this. And again, Wipro has been in Sweden for almost 2 decades now, working with the manufacturing industry, utilities industry, and the aerospace and defense segment. So there's been a lot of talent and interaction between the universities here as well as the industries in terms of tapping into the technology investments that are happening and driving innovation. And especially with enabling smart factories in some of the factories around Sweden. And how do you thrive on innovation? How do you drive AI in building best-in-class quality, whether it is the defense research organizations or with the traditional manufacturing? So that's something that we have seen significant success between the India-Sweden collaboration. The second aspect of the part in terms of synthetic data is there are several examples. Again, let me touch upon one of that in the retail. And since we have all experienced in the last 18 months with COVID, the whole supply chain has been a bigger challenge for all of us. And today, worldwide, we are seeing that logistics is strained. So whether it comes to pharmaceuticals, where we are talking about vaccinations, or with the overall retail supply chain, we built a digital twin for one of the largest retailer in the world, especially on their warehouses, because how do you plan for certain unforeseen situations? Now, obviously, you have a physical model, you have a digital model, you have scenarios which you are explainable. But the role of synthetic data comes into picture when you have several environmental factors which are noise, which you cannot control, but it will happen. And COVID was one such scenario. We saw the blockade in Suez Canal, which is something that nobody predicted. It's been so long, and we still see those effects. So we built a predictive model for one of the largest retailer with weather storm patterns, weather conditions that could trigger actually in somewhere in Far East, which could actually apply to the ship or a flight landing in North America or in Europe, and how it will impact a truck that gets delivered on the distribution center. So that is where synthetic data comes into picture, because you know use cases. You have data sets which are defined with certain boundaries, but we brought in a technology of AI powered by knowledge graphs. So we built data patterns across various actors in the ecosystem. And we heard that in the previous session also. Understanding the ecosystem of what are those actors and how do you model and how do you build a pattern. And that's where semantic data, knowledge graphs actually help you in creating an exponential volume of synthetic data that makes the digital twin robust. And today, when it comes to Thanksgiving, we can really plan how many trucks will be at the doorstep of the distribution center, how many workforce that is required, which segment of the region will get delayed because of weather patterns, could be something else. All of that is actually doable, and we have done this. But it is how you enrich the data, and that's where the role of synthetic data comes into picture.
It sounds impressive, really, to keep that many parameters.
It's crazy, I would say.
Yes, I also thought about asking you, Anand. I mean, as I understand, I mean, having experience from India, working in Europe, what's your take on this? I mean, looking at differences between the Sweden and India regions in different aspects.
So let me go towards the sort of differences and where they converge as potentials for collaboration. I think a very good example is of which you are actually a very good example is the strong startup ecosystem that that exists in Sweden. There's also on the forefront of digital, on the forefront of what we're talking about here. We've got the 5G technology and other things also which Sweden is playing an extremely important part. If I overlay that with with the larger digital journey that even India is looking at with a different flavor, I think one big thing that we could see here is that there is scale over there. There is a scale when you look at city planning, when you look at autonomous, when you look at all of this. So in terms of both synthetic data as well as in terms of real data and live situations, I think there's a lot of application possibilities. In addition to that, I see that as a general area, India is a large global technical hub for talent, and what that means is an ability to also tap into what is through sort of a hub in a hub and spoke model, looking at India as a way to tap into what's happening in multiple areas, and we've seen examples of it, and whether it's something happening in the US or in Japan, and find a way that that can be a collaborative effort coming back in a more Indo-Swedish context. That's I think how this is probably going forward towards a convergence and areas of where we could extend the collaboration in addition to I think a lot of work that's happening today with for example water management, smart cities, waste treatment, etc.
Yes. Thank you, Anand. I move on to the next topic here, just to keep up with the time schedule here. And then I think it would be good also if we can have some good case examples of how digital twins or synthetic data can improve the current technologies. I mean, a little bit concrete here, do we have any good examples of where we actually can use and can see the improvement of using digital twins in different applications? I'm asking you, Anders, if you have any views on this or any good examples.
I think, many of the things we can do when it comes to digital twins is something that you can do with other technologies like simulation. You want to test something out. You run a simulation, you build a test case, you run a model, and you get some results, and you act on those results. It's not really a digital twin, but it's a model and a simulation that you can get results from. But the thing that Eric mentioned is that this becomes, you raise the level of this when you put this into a digital twin. You add the element of visualization and get this into an immersive experience where the citizens, for example, can see the effect of something. So that's one thing where you can say that, okay, you don't just run a test case, but it's a live test case, and you can experience it, and you can view the effect of things in this environment where you can recognize. So for example, I know Eric has made a very pretty visualization of an area in Gothenburg called Linnégatan, where you can walk around and you can see the bus stops, and you can sort of even see perhaps the timetable for the buses. It's that level of detail. And that's something that we work quite a lot with, where we run simulations and we put those into the context of a visual or acoustic experience. And in that case, you don't even need to run the simulation on the same data. You can run a simulation, you can do a modeling, which you do on a low level of detail digital twin. So it's a simulation done in the way that you would normally do a simulation. But then you put that into the context of a very pretty photorealistic, almost 3D experience. And you sort of make the data come alive, because you can touch it, you can feel it, you can smell it, you can see the data in the context of the model that you're working on. Otherwise, it's just sort of just graphs on a computer screen, but now you put it into it's almost like you can put the data back into, and the simulation results back into the real world, because a digital twin is so close visually. Yes. I think that's one of the main things with digital twins, is that you can experience data, you can experience simulation and modeling results in new ways that give you more insights than just doing a static simulation and you look at some results. So I would say the one of the main benefits is this ability to experience data and experience results, which gives you, I mean, you can make more informed decisions when you understand the data better.
Yes, it's very interesting. And before you continue, Erik, I'm just wondering, I mean, working with this digital twin of Gothenburg, is it available now, or is it when can we see that or experience that?
It's not available yet, but we said that in December this year, it's just 1 month, it will have a first version of the digital twin, but that will be in-house. We are planning on delivering some parts of it as open data, for example, the 3D information, but just, you could say some basic information, not rich information, but that kind of release will be sometimes next year, I think, with 3D data, yeah. But not the full digital twin experience.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, to be honest, to see some really concrete examples here. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Erik, to Anders' comments, by the way?
Yeah, I can perhaps add this kind of, the society is so complex today, and the challenges that we have, climate change, so on, that we have used new methods to approach its challenges. And we talk about this kind of multidisciplinary methods that we see architecture, traffic planning, energy solutions in one single model. For example, as Anders talked about making a car or a product, it's the same way. You must see the entire city as one organism, so that you can handle this kind of modulation in that organism. So this kind of model, a multidisciplinary method, I think is very interesting to work with in the digital twin technology.
Yes, I'm moving on a little bit here, and Anand, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember you had some interesting examples from your end where this has been applied, if it was within shipping or any other thing. It's enough if you just mention one example before we move on.
Sure, I'm conscious of the time too. Yes, I think a good example would be what we've done with more like, you know, in the sector of power plants, where we're looking at these are extremely asset intensive industry, where it is important to know how the asset performs. So in a multi-level, creating the digital twin of the asset as step one, followed by creating the digital twin of the process, which then results in what we say the digital twin of the overall plant. Now, what this allows us to do is everything that Anders was saying earlier, is you've got data that's coming in. It allows us to look at seeing how you can actually tweak this better. You can see how you can improve performance. So you can create performance twins out of it. You can look at it as a feedback into the design of these systems. And not to mention the fact that all of this in a simulation mode, it does help tremendously. And what we've helped these plants with is save millions in terms of the time it takes to, for example, do a setup, the time it takes to do an installation, because you do now have a model with live digital data from otherwise experience to simulate these and see what happens when things change. The applications of these, especially when you see it from a power area, is actually quite phenomenal, because it has its impact on sustainability. You can actually tweak it and see what happens with the different situations and how you would actually affect emissions. What would happen if you had a power surge, and how a traditional power source would behave to it in terms of what it does to a boiler, what it does somewhere else, and how's the best way to optimize these, etc. So that's sort of the whole thing. And it does, of course, need an extremely strong underlying layer of analytics. And the next level that we're looking at now going with this is using automation and AI, so that we can start making these models a little more autonomous, which is towards where the future is. So one is to use it, look at it, and the second is then enable how it starts getting more autonomous about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now we're Time is almost up, 5 minutes, and I want to end this with the last question. So please be brief. Maximum 1 minute answers here. And that's a little bit where each one of you see the future, let's say 5-10 years from now, within digital twins and synthetic data. I mean, it's easy to be naive to think things will come fast, but in reality, everything is waiting for all components to be there and so on. So quick answers. Maybe we can start with Ganesh and then Lei, and then go to the remote panel.
No, obviously, my goal or vision would be in 10 years from now is a factory that can operate autonomously, which can build what is minimalistic with minimal carbon footprint. So
yeah,
it's autonomous manufacturing, which could be driven with all of these technologies.
All right. Lei?
5 years or 10 years, I think we are having a boost from 5G and metaverse now. We will see the rapid development of digital twins in the coming 5 years. That is basically for sure. 10 years, I will be really expecting autonomous cars and autonomous transport systems will be reality, at least partially. That we will see the infrastructure and the vehicles and the even flying cars we are working on also, that all connected into this the urban mobility systems. That will be exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as
well.
Okay, moving on here. Anand, do you want to continue?
Sure. I think what we're going to see here in this space is more adoption, more automation, and more data. And what that's going to mean in the longer term is things are going to be different. This is going to allow us to do more in terms of completely newer business models and ways of doing things compared to how it was before. Today, we've not yet. We are just beginning to see the effect of what a digital twin does. Examples, earlier in. It's really going to open up the way that we start doing things extremely different, and that's what we really have to look forward to.
Yes, thank you, Anand. So moving to Erik.
I don't know exactly about synthetic data, but of course we are modeling the future in some way. Like we need a climate lab. We're talking about to testing, visualizing climate change adaptation, and like the example from Linnégatan Anders mentioned, like storm surge gate to the sea, and we have to work with some kind of data to make this kind of models. But also see, we talk about metaverse, which is the buzzword perhaps, and everyone is talking about. But we actually see that this virtual worlds could be some kind of backdrop or platform for visitors or for the citizens themselves. To meet and to perhaps go to concerts and that kind of things when we can't do it in the reality on the pandemic. So it could be the future of the digital twins morphing into some kind of metaverse.
Yes, interesting. Anders, last out.
Yeah, I think Anand mentioned something important. He talked about automation, and I think this is something that needs to happen when it comes to data. Automation of the data gathering, data processing, because these digital twins that we talk about now, all of them require quite a bit of manual work in building them. You have to collect data, you have to convert data, and maybe even model 3D buildings by hand. So this automation process where the digital twin happens automatically, and it's all the time in sync with reality, because all the processes of creating it have been automated. So that's my vision, and I think one of the most important things, so that these digital twins that we build, they become sustainable, they update themselves. It's not a one-time thing that you do to make an impressive pilot, but they keep updating themselves. So the automation of the creation of the twins, I think that's one important aspect.
I think that's a very interesting aspect of this. I think now we got everyone's answers, so I will thank you very much for a good discussion. I hope you enjoyed, the audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ha det bra allihopa.
Ja, den kommer gå. Yes. Jag tycker imorgon. Ja. Jag tror att jag är på mic redan. But yes. Great. Welcome back. This session on digital twins was indeed very, very inspiring and interesting. And in particular, I love the idea on how this is going to create a more sustainable future. On a more personal note, even though of course sustainability is very close to my heart, I also look forward then to the opportunity to have myself both in India and in Sweden. Because here we are today and we're talking about the opportunities in Sweden and in India and how we can bridge the two. For you who haven't met me before, I see some newcomers in the audience. My name is Cecilia Oldne and I am the Senior Vice President of Sweden-India Business Council. I also run Sweden-India Tech Community with the Council, that is very much the main organizer of this event. I live in Mumbai since 14 years, but I am born here in Sweden. And I happen actually to study in Gothenburg, so this is a special day for me, being back. I went to Hvitfeldtska, and then I lived on Aschebergsgatan. So I feel very happy to be back in Gothenburg and to connect the city. And what I wanted to say actually is that this event was kind of an initiative in a discussion with one of the startups that is very much a part of Sweden-India Business Council. So this session that we're moving to now is supporting startups. So, well, what happened? Me and my colleague Robin Sukhia, who's not here today, but he's the president of Sweden-India Business Council. We came to Gothenburg and we met up with Devdutt Dubashi, who is a part of Sweden-India Business Council as a member. And he said, well, you know, this is great to be in Gothenburg, we get a lot of support, but I feel there is a need potentially to have the large corporates and the incubators and the academia and the media and the influencers and the who knows what all we spoke about to collaborate even further. So we said, well, you know, this is what we do. We connect people and we make things happen. So here we are today as a result of actually just a coffee in Gothenburg about 5 months ago with the one and only Devdutt, who's also sitting here in the audience today, and he will introduce himself in a minute. But yes, so when it comes to supporting startups, it comes very close to my heart because I've been part of a startup in India. And now, of course, I run the Sweden-India Tech Community. But we very much like to connect the startups with the large corporates and everyone else that we just recently mentioned. Of course, also the governmental bodies, and that's also why we have a lot of support from them on a daily basis. And that is so important. And we're so grateful for that. So, we have a panel. We're going to discuss a little bit about what they have done in terms of supporting and what they have received in terms of support, so that you who are listening in will not only learn, but also get inspiration in regards to what you can do and where you could turn to get more support. So, with no further delay, I would like to start then with you, Devdutt. You're the reason to why we're here. Well, you're one of the reason to why I'm standing here today and why you're sitting here and listening in also online. Devdutt Dubashi, you are the chief scientist at Embeddle. and you're also an AI professor at Chalmers. You're born in Delhi, but you live in Gothenburg since I don't know how long. Please, the stage is yours to say a few words about who you are, and why don't you also say why you are here today, as we're in this together.
Oh, okay. So thanks a lot, Cecilia. Unfortunately, it's not my digital twin, but me myself, who's also at Chalmers and at Embeddle. So it would have been nice if there were two of us, so we could multitask. Yes, I'm originally from academia. I'm a faculty professor in the Data Science and AI division at Chalmers. And industry people always make fun of academics, saying these people live in their own world, they have no clue about the real world, and they don't know how to do anything that is relevant to people, of use to people, etc., etc. And I plead guilty, that's all true. So the question is, well, how do you get these? But we do have good ideas in academia, right? So we do have good knowledge and ideas. How do you get that to the real world? How do you bring it outside? And then you need a number of things to make that happen. You need a good team. You need somebody, you need an environment, an ecosystem that brings various things together, and most important thing, you need money. So the nice thing about doing this, if I go over these three very quickly, and maybe we can return to it later, you need a good team, and some of that is luck. So I had the good fortune of meeting people like Hans and Stefan, who are entrepreneurs. So they are people who were in the entrepreneurial world, and so it's very good to connect. So that's a good start. And then we have lots of very talented students coming out of Chalmers whom we can bring onto the team. So that's the first problem. Second problem is the second thing you need is to connect to customers, to big people. And then for that we have Cecilia and Arti and Robin from Stockholm India Business Council. That's one of the ways. But we also have Mobility X Lab, Volvo CampX, and we are very fortunate from both Embeddle and SDS. Well, it's a digital twin. Which name do you use? And then, so we are very proud to be one of the founding members of these environments like Mobility CampX, Mobility X Lab, CampX, and AI Sweden. We were, right from the inception, founding partners of this, and this helped us a lot because this put us in touch with, Volvo Cars, Volvo Trucks, Ericsson, all the big players. So we had an immediate way to get contact with them to understand what are their problems, and that's extremely important to build this startup company. And third, Penger, money. And then we are very happy that we have things like Chalmers Ventures, and we also have Almi Invest, and these were the people that invested in us, they believed in our idea, they invested in us, and that's of course extremely important to get the thing off the ground. So, you need at least those, and we need more, and maybe one of the things that we do need in the future, we can come back to that, is if you want to go wider and connect to startups in India. I mean, we have lots of collaborations at the academic level with India. We have great connections with Indian Institute of Science and Chalmers. We have many research projects together, but we don't have any connections with Indian companies as yet.
That's also why we have very much Makan Soni here today, because I think nationally there will be a collaboration between the two of you by the end of the day, maybe over a glass of wine also later. On that note, I also want to say we do have so many amazing people. I'm just quickly going to run through before I introduce the next one. But we spoke about Chalmers Ventures, and you've been backed up, of course, by Chalmers Ventures, and we have Charlotte Elmlund Wahull. We spoke about Volvo CampX by Volvo Group, and we have the head of Volvo CampX by Volvo Group, Helene Niklasson. And then, last but not the least, we have Makan Soni, who is coming all the way from India. And I don't think you've been traveling for maybe years, and you're coming to grace us here with your presence at this very first edition of Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit. So, Charlotte, I met you for the first time actually only last week during the Time for India roadshow with, amongst others, Arti and Cecilia Oskarsson, who is also here today. And that was quite inspiring. to hear what all you are doing to support startups. And I know that you supported Embeddle, and I know that you supported so many others. But I think it would be really nice to hear from you how exactly you work with startups, how you bring academia, R&D, talents into the whole picture and create magic. So the stage is yours to tell us more about Chalmers Ventures. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, and thank you for having me here today. It's a great pleasure. Like you said, my name is Charlotte Emlyn Wahul. I'm the head of business coaching and responsible for our incubator at Chalmers Ventures. I assume that not everyone in the audience have heard of Chalmers Ventures, so I'll go a little deeper into that, what we do. We're a fully owned daughter company of the Chalmers Foundation, and our purpose is to be a support mechanism, a tool, an ecosystem to make sure that individuals like you, Devdutt, who are based in research with a great idea and a great drive, are matched with teams. Now, you handle that perfectly yourself, but not all do. Money, tools to be able to drive that forward in order to generate growth companies. So what we do is basically we incubate, accelerate, and invest in technology-based growth companies with entrepreneurial teams and hopefully contributing to the sustainable future, because that's what we're all here. Do you want me to elaborate a little bit? Because I told you a little bit about my relay story, or how I see this as a relay race. Or do you want me to hold on to that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could go back to that. I think that's clear, pretty clear, and I think it'd be interesting, potentially for. I'm seeing also some investors in the audience. Can they co-invest with you? Because I believe you have an event on the 25th of November, which you invited me to. Yes. And I thought it's not only for the people who are in Chalmers Ventures, but there's an opportunity for others to come in and also experience and learn more about the different startups that are part of your ecosystem.
Sure. So on November 25th, it's great, I can advertise for that. We have what we call Venture Day. It's an opportunity for matchmaking between our companies and other companies in the region to meet up with investors that want to invest in early stage tech startups. So please drop me a line, and I'll make sure that you get a place at the event so we can discuss that further. We have a portfolio of 86 companies right now, so it's a lot of exciting companies that we work with.
That's very exciting. Maybe Umakant, we should stay back from that. We've done some common investments in India, but I think it's about time we look at Sweden as well. Okay, so thank you very much for this. We'll get back to you, and looking forward to the 25th. What is very important, of course, is that we work with incubators and academia and investors, but it's also very important to have the large corporates supporting the startups. And one of these is very much Volvo Group, who is a partner of Sweden India Business Council. And Campex by Volvo Group is very much headed by Helene Niklasson, who I met in India. We went for delegation because what we do is that we have delegations also from India to Sweden and from Sweden to India. And we did an ecosystem, very interesting delegation. I had a really good time. We went first from Stockholm to Delhi to Bangalore to Tech Sparks by Your Story, and then we went to Mumbai. And Helene was very much a part of this delegation, and we got to know each other, and I got to learn more about what you are doing. But of course, it's more interesting to hear it from you what it is that you are doing. But there's been so many exciting developments since we were in India. I know that you have now opened Volvo Campex by Campex, the Campex also in Bangalore this summer. So it's like you're totally doing things in India and with India and for the startups. But Helene, please tell us a little bit more about Volvo Campex by Volvo Group.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Cecilia. And it is really a pleasure to be here today. And I will be happy to tell you a bit more what we are doing. Maybe I need to turn it on, right? I didn't bring my glasses. I tried to be a bit look young.
should work now.
We need a mic. There's also the mic. Oh, there. Let's get it back up, just in case it happens again.
We get a twin.
We all need twins.
This is
Now it's working,
oh,
right?
yes.
Okay, I speak in it like this. It works fine. Yeah, thanks a lot, Cecilia. And like you said, we had a very exciting trip to India a couple of, was it 2.5 years ago, something like that? Yeah. And like you rightfully said, a lot has happened since then, and we have really evolved the concept of CampX, but the idea behind it was to work in a different way, to be quicker, and to invite external partners in a more simple way than normally a large corporation. But as you said, how can a large corporation support startups? Here I think it's really also the other way around, how they can support us. So it's really a win-win partnership that you build. It's built on that we in the transport industry really present our challenges and needs, because that is really what a startup needs. It is a real problem to solve. And usually, that's my experience. Now we have worked with around 30 startups here in Sweden, and I have my twin, Dr. Kaushik here, is running CampX in Bangalore. He's here today, very happy for that. Also starting up great collaborations with the fantastic, exciting startup ecosystem in Bangalore. Coming back to some reflections, and it's really that you have to take quick decisions from a large corporation, because a startup might not be able to wait for such a long time. So we have spent, since we met, quite a lot of time to refine a toolbox, a framework, which allows us to take quick decisions. So the mandate is you don't need to go into lots of steering committees internally, the corporate. And we have contracts that's very simple. We can, within a couple of weeks, actually take the decision and invite someone. And we also invite companies to come and co-locate together with us. And here, a reflection, the support, it's not really an office space. The support is to have the access to facilities such as, in our case, vehicles, labs, batteries, things that we are working on so you can quickly iterate the solution. But it's also to get access to experts who really know the transport industry, in our case, who know the industry, who know the vehicles, and here coming with our strength to commercialize, industrialize, but from the startup coming with a great idea to apply in a large corporation. And this drives innovation, because if you get integrated in a solution for the Volvo Group, boom, you're on 190 markets. So that is needed for a startup to really be able to scale. Mm. So that is also realization from us. It's not really, we work with great ideas, but usually it's a little bit more mature than just some seed thinking. It's usually a little bit more mature startups, because the ability to scale is so important. Because if it's a promising concept, then you go into the big machine.
That's great. So for example, if there are some startups now listening in, how do they approach you? What's the process?
It's quite simple. There is like the entry point. It is really CampX, and there to contact us. But what we will do then is to present our needs and challenges, and we try to focus quite a lot, because we think it's much more fair. Because one thing that is easy to start, it's really a pilot project or a trial of some sort. But here we already from the start knows that this is a big challenge or a big opportunity for us. Then we start a short project just to try it out. But if it shows promising results, then you can go to market quite quick through like a fast track process. It could be very promising, but it looks like it would survive in a much better shape outside of the Volvo Group than an alternative is to spin it out. Or it gets like a more long-term partnership. You start to build that with, more long-term contract, or it gets integrated into, like the tech platform, automation, one piece, etc. So there are many ways out. But the thing is that we think it's more fair to present our needs, challenges, opportunities, and then you have a much higher likelihood that the track. So if you look at the track from the projects we have run in the CampX so far, we started up really actively a year ago to move quickly. I would say like 60–70% gets somewhere inside the integration, and I know that is a very high conversion rate, but I think it's because we really start close to the organization with the needs and the challenges that the organization have. So that's why I think it's like that. Maybe soon we will start to be more opportunistic, take more risks, and then maybe it will not be like that. But we move as we learn as we go here.
Great. Yeah, I'm very impressed about the work that you do, and I've heard so much well and good also from the companies that have been involved in your activities, including Devdat, who wanted to say a word.
I just wanted to add on that the process that you mentioned. I mean, we did the same with Volvo Trucks. So we started a project, a research project in the Winnova FFI program, and we did that for a couple of years. We developed the core technology there, and at that point we were mature enough to join CampX, and we have continued there, and now it has blossomed even more into even more projects, and hopefully we're going to be soon in this thing that you think is going to be the next big thing and give us the...
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for pointing that out. But yeah, so I think overall it's been very exciting for us, and it's like a win-win, because what being brought is really this way of working. We are planning a lot in these transformations. You cannot plan everything, so you have to be much more quicker.
Absolutely.
Trying things out.
Yeah. Great. On the note of being quicker and trying things out, one person that I very much engaged with a lot during the last years in particular is Umakant Soni. And Umakant, you live in Bangalore. You are our Sweden-India Business Council's senior AI advisor. And you're also the CEO and co-founder of Art Park, which you will tell us more about. But I'm just amazed to hear when you were funded with $32 million by the Indian government to create opportunities. Yeah. And that is in the AI and the robotics space. So please tell us a little bit more about that. And for the people listening in, how can we get involved on all the different platforms? It's very exciting. Of course, Volvo CampX, you're both in Gothenburg, so there should be a lot of opportunities for collaborations there.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for inviting me here and giving this interesting opportunity to talk to all the exciting startups and investors here. Just a quick background. I've almost spent 20 years making lots of errors in building technology, investing, policy making. Last 11 years have been in AI space. First as an entrepreneur, I started one of the very first AI chatbot companies in 2009-10. We built the technology, but we couldn't sell it. Then I spent a year in Valley understanding how the ecosystem plays a large part, and capital sufficiency is a very important element. And I came back and I built up the first AI-focused fund called Pi Ventures in India. We raised roughly around $30 million, and we backed around 12 companies. And a couple of them are now going into 300 million plus kind of valuation range. Of course, a successful VC, you need 8 to 10 years. Companies can go belly up any point of time. They're so fragile typically when they're young. But I represent India as a nominated expert on innovation and commercialization on global partnership on AI. of which India is one of the 10 founding countries. And one of the things that I'm actually exploring together with a global group of experts is how this era is different. And it's important to understand that. And of course, this also had various data points that we gathered as we tried to support companies and help them scale. So in AI age, it's kind of very interesting because the technology innovation and business model innovation is happening together. I call this an era of hyper innovation. And it's important to understand that why it is different. So if you look at it, when internet was born, there was of course technology innovation, but that was then followed by business model innovation. And then the whole e-commerce business came in. Then you actually had mobile, and there was of course a lot of technology innovation around that whole area. Then you actually had the business model innovation where you had Uber and all of these location-driven businesses actually that came up. But AI era is very, very different. The technology innovation is happening, deep learning is changing so many things. At the same time, you actually have business model innovation where people are working with resource as a service model where you're charging based on what the value the end consumer perceives. And it's kind of very interesting and fascinating to see this, because if technology innovation, business model innovation is happening together, then we need a completely different way of approach to support these startups and grow these startups. And we realized that when we looked at all the data, that you need 6 critical things. One, you need data, you need domain, you need research, and of course, you need capital. But then you also need distribution that she was talking about, data, domain, and the most critical element is talent. And this talent has to be a mix of both. People who can understand technology innovation as well as people who can understand business model innovation. So these are the 6 critical elements of AI startups. And this is something that I'm finding it across. So when I look at evaluate startups or advise entrepreneurs, I look at, okay, which one of them actually is missing in them. And either what I find is that the startups are able to pivot or change things and figure that out, or they get bought or they shut down, right? So anything can happen in startup world. And understanding these 6 elements allowed us to actually create what we call as Art Park Innovation Program, where we're trying to support entrepreneurs and startups. And then thanks to the seed grant, we are able to do quite a few things, especially building the foundation. There are 4 areas that we are actually focusing on. One is where there are young entrepreneurs who want to actually explore, learn about entrepreneurship. They might have the drive, they might have the talent, but they may not have exposure to the startup ecosystem. So we have a program called Art Park Spark, where we actually give innovation fellowship, and that is open. That is open to Indian residents and also globally as well. So you actually get to spend a full year, and we actually take care of all your expenses. And it's an exciting way to learn, being part of some of these early teams or things that are cooking. And it's a great exposure to the whole ecosystem. And you could be a faculty member, you could be a professor, you could come down and work with us. We are very open. Then you have what we call as Art Park Ignite, where we are actually seeding very, very interesting companies, where we see that there are no, either the problem is so tough, or people perceive that it's difficult to put together a team, so they don't go after that. So we are incubating a few ideas which could be actually blue ocean, and one of them is very interesting. It's something what we call as avatar robotics, and the whole idea is about can we actually have avatars which are robots, and they could be teleoperated remotely, and they could do a bunch of things. And it's interesting and exciting, but we decided to support that because we thought that this whole area, if it could develop, could be an interesting way to reduce urban migration in India, because for want of work, you are actually migrating, not just in India, but it could be globally interesting play. The second one is, of course, the fact that while we are talking about AI and robots being intelligent, we still are some way away from it. I think we are able to model the human senses, and they're intelligent in the sense that they're able to respond to the changes, but we are nowhere near what the Hollywood would like us to believe that we are. The third program is what we call as Art Park Boost Turbo, where we invest $100,000 US, and we actually help them grow. And the fourth is Boost, where we don't invest anything, but we actually allow them to work with our partners. And what we have so far supported around 13 companies. It's hardly 3-4 months old program. We also have Robin Sukhia as one of the IC members, because we chose to go with the Global Investment Committee to choose these startups. And now we are just kicked off a $100 million venture fund, which is going to support AI and robotics companies. And we feel that with this model where we can encourage young talent to come in, master both the technology innovation as well as business model innovation, we could grow some disruptive companies. And it's interesting because India is the new China, in the sense that I was tracking the numbers. Now, for every $1 that goes to China, $1.50 is going to India. So India will grow exponentially because there's so much capital flowing in. And I think it would be a great idea if any one of you have actually interesting ideas or technologies that you're already working on.
I think a lot of people have a lot of interesting ideas here. And so, I think in particular we have people on the panel who has a lot of interesting ideas and could collaborate.
Absolutely.
So I think, if you just want to finish, then I'm going to get to Charlotte to actually speak a little bit about the similarities that they do at Chalmers Ventures and how you can collaborate.
Absolutely, and I think it's an interesting world where collaboration actually reduces your time to market.
Yeah.
And time to market is everything in startups. Because the opportunity cost is so high. So we're absolutely looking forward to collaboration opportunities here.
Great. So with everything, you're doing so many amazing things, and I'm very impressed by everything that you do. And of course, as you mentioned, we have some collaborations already, with you being our AI advisor, Robin Sukhia being on the investment committee. But I see similarities with Chalmers Ventures, and I do believe that you haven't really entered into India. But it's interesting for me to understand what it is that you're doing already now to support your community, your startups, and what it is that you do really to help them to grow under the wings of Chalmers Ventures. So tell us a little bit more about this.
Elaborate a little bit, perhaps. Good. So Chalmers Ventures has, and Devdutt mentioned this previously, we have basically two legs, or two streams that we work with. One of them is investments, which is crucial at a very early stage, especially for research-based startups. And the other is incubation, business development, supporting, creating the tools and providing the tools and mechanisms for these research-based startups to be able to grow. That could, of course, and I'm glad you spoke about talent, and I know, well, we all did, complementary skills, adding skills to the team, either through individuals that are actually brought on into the companies, or through collaboration with actors such as CampX. So for me, although I often speak of them as two separate working mechanisms that we have, they are very much combined at Chalmers Ventures. We work with our companies both with business development. Did I?
Yeah,
oh,
no,
sorry.
you're back.
To support them in developing that and getting them ready, as well as investments, and bringing in the right competencies, the right networks in order to build a strong foundation for those companies. Because when we work almost exclusively with research-based companies, we have to understand that it's going to be early stage. It's going to be high risk, both from a technical perspective, but also from a market perspective. But the potential is great. It's wonderful, and I often see it as a relay race. Everyone knows the relay race. the one
Is
where
this
you
now
run.
gonna do the-
When we're going to start running, yeah. You know, where you have a button and you run. Usually, you run 4 times 100 meters. The U.S. wins all the time. But when we're talking about a relay race for a startup, and especially a research-based one, it's not 4 times 100 meters. It's a marathon, and the road is not straight. It's curvy, and it goes up and down. And it's not going to work if we use the analogy that the button is the company that we're working with. It's not going to work if I run up to Helen and I throw it at her and hope she catches it. We have to run next to each other, right? We have to run with the founders, with the entrepreneurs, to see how do we develop this in a way that we have the common goal, and it's a long-term commitment. So I think that's a uniqueness of what we've generated and created at Chalmers Ventures. But I see a lot of similarities with what you're describing at Art Park. And I'm really happy, and I look forward to having more discussions with you afterwards to see how we can collaborate in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting, particularly in like the talents that you have, the research that you do, the investors that you have, and see if there is a link between the two. I mean, I'm really looking forward to come to your event on the 25th to learn more about the different startups that you have.
Yeah.
And if Uma can stay. But we've done some common investments in India. One which is, and that's the thing with India, there are volumes. In Sweden you can do a lot of things, but if you collaborate with India, you can do even more. So, for example, we invested in a gaming company, Uma Kant and I think when we went in, we had about 10,000 subscribers. It's called Get Mega, and today we have 6 million subscribers. And the goal, and it looks like we're actually going in the direction, is that we're going to have 50 million subscribers by the end of next year. So these are kind of the volumes that you have in India. So if we work together, then so many things can be done, and we can grow even further. Do this, what Helen said earlier. But are you doing any collaborations, Volvo, Campix by Volvo Group and Chalmers Ventures, or is that also something that could happen?
I think that could develop in a even better way. But of course, we work together with.
Yeah, so maybe you can come down to Bangalore. We can go to Art Park, and then we can go to Campix by Volvo in Bangalore. That would be really nice. But tell us a little bit more, Helen, about what do you see next in terms of collaborations and opportunities between Sweden and India? Is there anything that you want to invite people to? Some closing line from your point on that, and then we have another 7 minutes to close the other panelists.
Oh, thanks a lot for that opportunity. Oh, like I said, and you have put it as well, that India is a fantastic, like a gold mine with many promising and interesting. It's really a bustling environment, and here it's not by a chance that we decided that the next hub in the Campix network, because we can go Volvo Group. We want to be with the Campix hubs where we have other type of activities, because we believe that is strong from a company perspective to have developing activities, and you can collaborate easier. But it's not by chance that the second hub we opened is in Bangalore, and with such great leadership as we have with Dr. Kaushik to run it. So it's a strong foundation, but here to further capitalize on the very exciting and bustling innovation ecosystem that is in India, and to combine it with the Swedish and when we go next in the Campix hubs, because here we can clearly see, we have the challenges and opportunities. We share them across the Campix hubs, so we have a joint backlog, you could call it, or a list of challenges that are common to the Volvo Group in certain areas. And then we can work with one company in Sweden, one in India, and see how the exchange can be. But if you ask me around India, I think that we have started since this summer in Bangalore, but we would really like to further explore and get that boosted even further.
Looking forward to that.
Yes.
I can't wait to visit you when I go back next week. I also can't wait to spend more time, of course, Umakant, with you and learn more about the art ventures. So I think we have about 1.5 minutes on the art ventures, just like for people to learn more about it. Where should they, where could they, who could they talk to, and maybe a few words more about this very exciting fund that is about to take off.
Absolutely, and I think it's interesting and exciting that we are getting into this. Some people call it the AI decade, which is 2020 to 2030, and post-COVID, it's the digital has just exploded and accelerated. I mean, just Bangalore alone is now home to 30 plus unicorns. Before this COVID, there were hardly 10. So you can see the delta that has actually just exploded. And these unicorns have brought in almost close to 13 billion in capital, and so we actually have quite a bit of entrepreneurial energy in the ecosystem, and we said that if we really want to take it up and support these companies, then it's great to actually create a fund. And the idea of the fund is to actually reduce the technology risk for other investors who might want to come in. So these companies could come from the Art Park innovation ecosystem, or they could be from anywhere else. But if it is in line with the objectives of Art Park, which is about inclusive, creating an inclusive AI and robotics revolution for billion plus people, we are going to back it as a venture. And this is interesting from two perspectives. One, we are actually investing at the intersection of technology innovation and impact potential. And it's a very different kind of trajectory we are seeing, because if we feel that if AI and robotics evolution can go through in a way which can lead to meaningful societal impact, it actually makes business sense, because you can then reach out to a much wider variety of people and much larger numbers. And she was talking about the volumes. So we're talking about things which could go billion plus. And at that size and scale, one, we would have solved some critical technology challenges, and at the same time, we would have actually broken through the whole perspective around the societal scale AI systems that everybody keeps talking about. So we hope to back such kind of companies in Art Venture. So if you're actually growing some technology which could grow to a billion plus scale, you should reach out to us.
Yeah, I think quite a few here are planning on doing that, and hopefully they will reach out. And if you want to invest and be part of maybe a successful journey, as I just mentioned, I've been a part of, then I think Umakant is very much one to talk to. If not, then of course also coming to Chalmers Ventures event on the 25th. I thought maybe also, Devdutt, you could say a few closing lines also about why you want to come with me on a delegation to India maybe next year.
Absolutely. I mean, so
just putting you on the spot. You didn't know, but we are creating a delegation, and you're all welcome to come. We're going to go to India, and Devdutt will come with us. We'll go to Campus by Volvo Group. We'll go to, of course, Art Park. We'll bring Chalmers Ventures. We will be visiting maybe some of the amazing villages that Hand in Hand has in India, and support them. And yes, tell us a little bit more about why you're so excited about India. You're from India.
Well, it's a bit self-evident because, well, I'm from India, so anything about India is exciting to me. And of course, it's great to, I mean, I have lots of, all my colleagues, friends, family is all in India, so why would I not go to India? Of course I would. But maybe I can slip in another one, since we have people like Cecilia, who's, promoting things from between India and Sweden. I mean, so, Vinova and the government of India, they have a program for bilateral collaboration. And in the past, it worked very well for us between universities, Chalmers and universities in India. Then they changed it so that they wanted bilateral collaboration between startups. which sounds even more exciting to promote exactly these things. But unfortunately, the direct experience that we had with this was that neither startups like us in Sweden nor the startups in India can actually use it. So just a message, maybe if people can take this to the people who are funding these programs, that they should actually design them so that startups can use them. I mean, for example, just to say the problem with startups in Sweden is, like us, we cannot use it because the program requires that to have co-funding of 30%, something like that. And typical startups do not have that kind of resources and budgets to co-fund 30%. That only happens if you have large companies like Volvo can have that kind of co-funding, but not startups.
So maybe there's a point from Helen here.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, very shortly. It's really good, but this was picked up. I just would like to give acknowledgement to the Swedish Innovation Agency, because during COVID now, they reached out and said, we would like to support the large corporations as well as the startups. Can we do anything? So they actually started a program that is called Accelerate Swedish Startups, and it's under another program called Swedish Vehicle Innovation and Research Program. But anyway, what I really liked was that they are funding the way of working, not necessarily, the content is not the important here. It's the way of working to accelerate the collaboration between the large corporations and the startups. And also, which I really think is great, that the Innovation Agency here really says we need to learn also to take quicker decisions, being faster, and to foster this way of working. But here, then we can co-fund and together with the authorities, we as a large corporation, and get it going so that, limit risks, but still get the acceleration going. So that is a program and an initiative that I think anywhere you can duplicate in other nations across the world, because I think it's great.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
really working.
And I think it's by these challenges that we face that we learn, and it's by collaborating that we grow even stronger. So the Sweden India Tech community, of course, which everyone here on stages are a part of, is where we have a combination of the startups and the scale-ups and the academia and the media and the influencers and the governmental bodies, etc., so that we can work and we can create changes together for the better between the two countries and between the various organizations and people that we are. So I'm looking forward to grow even stronger with the Sweden India Tech community, between Sweden and India, with Campus by Volvo Group, of course Art Park, Embeddle, and also Chalmers Ventures. And that note, I know that we have run out of time. I could stand here forever, but looking forward, if you want to know more about what we do connect with me. I'm in Gothenburg now, Stockholm next week, and then Mumbai the following week. So wherever you are in the world, hit me up for more information about what we do. Thank you so much, my panelists, and looking forward to more of this. And thank you so much for listening in. I know, Arti, you're looking at me. You want to come and say something. You want to introduce the next panel. So welcome, Arti. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would actually like to say, Vanessa Eriksson this morning said that the energy that India provides is really addictive. I would argue the energy startups provide are actually really addictive, and that actually sits with Cecilia and SITEC. So really, if you're doing startup work and you want to connect with India and Sweden, Cecilia Oldner is a place to go.
Thank you, Arti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, if you were here this morning in the welcome address, you would have heard Leif Johansson talk about the Innovation Partnership and the Innovation Center in Jodhpur. We are sitting together now, and we have the team in India with us, and it is 10 o'clock in India. So I would just like to say to everyone in the audience, online and in the room today, the commitment and dedication of the discussion we're about to see is already making itself felt by the fact that we have everyone together in the conference center in India. We'll start today with a video, and then I will hand over to Gagandeep Singh, the Managing Director and Country President for AstraZeneca India. And I will invite Cecilia Oskarsson, Trade Commissioner from Sweden to India, to take the couch. Over to you.
fast, so is development. We are in an age of transformation, yet the world needs more healthcare advancements. Because with great transformations come great challenges. Challenges that force us to slow down our growth. The healthcare industry is at a direct risk. Now is the time to step up. We need care assistants, big and small. Ones who can believe in improving lives by identifying ways to create affordable, accessible and outcome-based healthcare industry. A few such believers came together and signed a MOU for collaboration in the field of healthcare and public health in 2009, and more than a decade later launched the first innovation center beginning in 2019. At operating on well-defined challenges and services for stakeholders to build capabilities and methodologies and help socialize innovation across the country's healthcare delivery network. Innovation solutions were designed around 5 key areas that would form pillars around which innovative solutions would be designed and deployed. The first Innovation Challenge was launched in August 2020, with the winners being declared in December 2020. The Incubation Center and the Live COE were flagged off in September 2021. Onboarding the next group of startups was already in process. With innovators of such caliber and foreseeing the complexity of the problem they were trying to solve, the Innovation Center needed to expand Live COE. To innovate on new models of working with healthcare, a Live Center of Excellence was created under the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center. As part of the Live COE, the first project on comprehensive cancer patient support service was launched in AIIMS Jodhpur campus to deliver best-in-class treatment to cancer patients. There is a definite need to guide the cancer patients by helping them understand the treatment, provide a holistic treatment, support through counseling, increase treatment adherence, and improve health outcomes.
Thank you for putting this flag-off ceremony together. Through a catalyst network, we're co-creating the challenge-based solutions for patients at AstraZeneca. Working with both local and international partners, we hope to integrate innovative technologies into patient pathways, especially when it comes to non-communicable diseases.
With the increasing population, it is important to make healthcare affordable and accessible to everyone. The India-Sweden Innovation Center and Live Center of Excellence are the need of the hour. Because now is the time to change the world for good.
Gagan, we don't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear us well now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon and good evening to all Gothenburg and friends on webinar. As just introduced by Aarti, my name is Gagandeep Singh and I am the Managing Director of AstraZeneca in India. Today, I welcome you to the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center Summit. And as the video clearly depicted, today's challenge remains on bringing critical stakeholders together on one mission of a patient-centered and fully integrated healthcare ecosystem. Moving away from the fragmented picture that we regularly see with our healthcare system, moving the conversation and the needle from a volume-based healthcare system to a value-based healthcare system. And I think the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center plays a very, very vital and a critical role in moving this conversation to an integrated, innovative technologies which impact the patient pathway. These patient pathways help deliver, and these interventions help deliver, far higher value for patients than it would be in a fragmented healthcare system, and reduce the burden on the healthcare system, which is hugely burdened. And we saw during the wave 2 of our COVID that the pressure on the healthcare ecosystem in India. The whole Sweden Innovation Center is built on the quadruple helix model of innovation that refers to interactions between academia, industry, government, and civil society to nurture innovation and deliver on new ways of working. With that, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome my esteemed panelists who is going to support me in really taking forward this conversation. And let me begin by introducing, on my right is Dr. Puneet Parekh, who is the additional professor at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Jodhpur. Dr. Parekh is very passionate about technology while he comes with medical background, but believes that technology can help achieve a lot in the space of medicine. On my left is Sanjeev Malhotra, the CEO and Center of Excellence for IoT and AI NASSCOM. Sanjeev needs no introduction in India, but for my Gothenburg colleagues, I can tell you, Sanjeev brings wealth of experience of having worked in the Valley and now is at the forefront of setting up the healthcare ecosystem, startup ecosystem in India, as well as in the manufacturing space. We've also joined by Prashant Warrior, someone who's very inspiring and a founder of Cure AI and very passionate about delivering healthcare at an accessible and affordable cost. Welcome, Prashant. And on my left is Mudit Danvate, founder and CEO Dozy. I don't think I've in flesh and blood met someone who's given to the country so much at such a young age for what he's delivered during the COVID wave 2. So Mudit, very happy to have you as part of the panel today. And lastly, got Cecilia joining us from Gothenburg. Cecilia is the Trade Commissioner of Sweden to India. She's also someone who's been instrumental in setting up the business office of Sweden in India. And she's a globetrotter who's lived and stayed with over 5 different countries. So welcome everyone to this interesting panel. Maybe Cecilia, can I come over to you up in Gothenburg and talk about that Business Sweden has been a key catalyst for this entire innovation center, which started from 2019, which is entirely from conceptualization to its implementation. What are your views? And we'd love to hear on the accomplishments so far that you've noticed, as well as the broader vision to strengthen the same.
Yes, thank you, Gagan, and thank you very much, first of all 5 of you being up so late in India. I appreciate that very much, and I wish you were here with me, though, in the sofa in Gothenburg. But just seeing the video we saw in the beginning made me extremely proud to what we have accomplished during the past 2 years, from conceptualizing to the current status. It's been interesting to do this during the pandemic, but it hadn't been possible without tremendous support from our key players. Everything from AIIMS Delhi to AIIMS Jodhpur, Minister of Health and Family Welfare in India, but also the Minister of Health and Social Justice in Sweden. And of course, our knowledge partner AstraZeneca, that despite the pandemic has supported us and supported each other to make this happen. What we have seen is all 3 of our main key pillars that we talked about in the video, the Center of Excellence, where we support a more holistic view of patient care, which has now been treating more than 300 patients. But also connecting to the previous panel discussion, where we support and scale up startups. We have two persons available here in the panel today that I'm sure we will hear more about that. We also have the skilling program for nurses up and running. And what we can see is that those pillars have started to actually work jointly, and we see collaboration, which is great. So what we would like to do is really help the Indian government to achieve affordable and accessible healthcare for everyone. We are also happy to see that this model is has been called best-in-class model for cross-country collaboration in multiple meetings, and that, of course, we're extremely proud of. I think I'll stop there. Otherwise, I could go on for the whole 45 minutes and talk about how proud I am of this.
Thank you, Cecilia. But that was really inspiring. Maybe with that, Sanjeev, if I can come over and talk to you about the importance of co-creation and working across borders to find solutions, and particularly trying to solve the challenges that we have in healthcare. And given the light of the fact that the situation we've had in the past 1.5 years, what do you think are the key transformations that you're witnessing?
Thank you. Thank you, Gagan. Thank you, India, Sweden Innovation Center. I think it's been a pleasure to be part of this initiative with the objectives that Cecilia talked about, changing the public health and bringing more innovation into health sector in general. I lead the innovation program, working with different corporates, part of the industry body called NASCOM. And in the past 1.5 years, while healthcare has always been a focus, the amount of importance that we saw in healthcare in the last 2 years, I think, has been unparalleled in the history, And what we saw in the last 2 years was the importance of digital. Some of us were actually forced by the situation into it. The acceptance of digital in the medical world was accelerated, and the healthcare professionals were more willing to try out solutions and innovations which would take us much longer earlier to convince someone. The speed of innovation in the country has accelerated, and thanks to the efforts, from various companies who have been putting a lot of importance on the innovation, people who have been asking for contactless technologies. We have seen that, some of the largest companies of the world in the medtech world have said that, we want to move towards contactless technologies, and where are the solutions where we can adopt some of that in our products. And of course, remote patient care has been a big thing where we have seen demand coming from the healthcare providers, from the medtech companies, pharma companies, and so on. So these are some of the biggest trends that we have seen so far. And of course, bringing corporates and startups together, bring the importance of co-creation. I cannot emphasize more how it speeds up the whole journey. The knowledge that brought in by the corporates is invaluable for speeding up this journey. So these are some of the key points and observations that we had in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized on the speed of innovation, but I'll also take your point on contactless, technology. And today we're going to hear an example later in the panel of one of the innovations which is based on contactless technology. Sanjeev, you've also been at the forefront of really, delivering on the health as well as overall ecosystem of development with startups. How do you think the catalyst, a catalyst system can play a role in building it further?
So I think, first of all, they've done a wonderful job, this program, has done a wonderful job in bringing global innovators and adopters together. I mean, we have seen examples of international companies coming together, international users coming together as a part of this program. And one of that thing we saw in China as a part of AstraZeneca iCampus initiative in China, a fabulous program, I think, that you have started there with the local authorities. And we witnessed a lot of innovations and how they bring in innovations into the public healthcare system, or into practice. So a lot of learnings we did from that, which we can adopt in India. And a lot of our startups in India got opportunity through that program to be part of the program in China. And we have also, seen these journey of the startups. Definitely, I mean, these days a lot of solutions are global, and a lot of international companies have presence in India. So I believe this is definitely going to world is becoming more integrated, and I think it's time that these programs like this, which is definitely helping bringing together innovations from outside here and here to outside as well. So these are some of the key things that I believe is going to be very useful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, and especially given the fact that international collaboration as well as partnerships across the globe can genuinely help in transfer of knowledge as well as capabilities, and which can in turn help in solving problems across the world and bring in solutions which have far wider application than being very specific to a certain ecosystem. Thank you, Sanjeev, for those points. Dr. Puneet, it's lovely to have you on the panel today, and I know it's really late in the night, but I've always been excited to ask that with the oncology COE coming up in AIIMS Jodhpur, which all of us have been very, very closely watching, but you've been part of the journey now. How do you think the patient-centric solutions are coming up with AIIMS?
So, right from start, first I will convey wishes and regards from my director, whom I'm representing, Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, to Cecilia and Gandhiji. So wishes from Dr. Sanjeev Mishra and whole my oncology team and my patients. And I was listening to the great integration of digital AI and all the technologies for that matter. And I was just reflecting in my mind that suffering is a great unifier. So all across the globe, something we can all share is suffering. And okay, so coming to the points about this COE, so Center of Excellence. So when we had a brainstorming and initial discussions about creating this Center of Excellence, what does excellence means? We had a discussion, such an discussion. Does adding only few counselors means we will become an excellent center? No. So what we rapidly decided is, as a phase one, we should implement whatever we know, and we should create a system or a pathway so that the innovation center or any other partner or any other domain person wants to contribute to oncology, at least they have a pathway and a platform which they can observe, they can learn about this domain, get immersed, and ultimately long-term contribute to its progress. So with that aim, immediately what we have started as a phase one is that we have enrolled few counselors who are counseling nutrition, clinical psychology, addressing the physical therapy, which was not initially present. We had pillars of surgeons, we have pillars of radiation equipment, and pillars of chemotherapy and systemic care and nursing available in the institute. This was immediately lacking, and we immediately fulfilled this need as a phase one to build confidence. And we know that phase two has to be further evidence-based medicine, further capturing of clean and good amount of de-annotated data so that NASCOM and all the team members can contribute into that. And next will be reaching outreach, social outreach, that is going for prevention, going for screening. And last will be the tricky portion to deal is reducing the number of causative factors, tobacco and environmental pollution. So that I will be requiring much more bigger team to fight with. So this platform, I think, will in future will also be grouped to fight for such agendas. So any specific question, I will be happy to answer.
And thank you so very much for sharing this. But it's really inspiring to see that patients are today getting support across nutrition, psychological support as well, and some of this we know in our own, particularly in public healthcare system, have been really
Yes, yeah. So definitely, like to further clarify that, in a government setup where we have 100 to 200 patients rushing in, many times the limiting factor is the number of clinicians who are doing. Now, they are not only the clinicians who are doing the workup and examining the patients, they have to carry out procedures. For example, a surgeon today is having his outdoor patient department, tomorrow he is in an operation theater. But the patients many times are left with many problems left unanswered. Traveling, where to stay, what to eat, what will happen to them, how bad is the disease, how to arrange for finances, though not very much limiting factor because much is funded in our institute from the union government. Ours is not a totally charging institute. So, but these questions need to be clarified. And then there is fear of death, which is not unique for them. It is shared by us all. So somebody needs to sit and hold their hand, listen to them, explain to them regionally from where they have come, what they can eat, higher proteins or whatever. How can they do that? Extra time is needed from counselors other than clinicians, so that clinician can go and do a surgery, clinician can do and administer radiation, while the counselors take care of that. That part is lacking in Indian health system as of. But it is like an evolution. It has to come, but before that comes, the core departments always come in wherever the country evolved. So we are actually into next, I think the COE is actually evolutionary model into next step in India, where a public health system also takes care of holistic health, not only the very core and limited factors.
No, absolutely. And I think for some of us who've not been associated with India for very long, let me tell you, you're talking about a population of 1.3 billion, and you've got, oncologists in the country, which you can, is about 3,000, 2.5, 3,000 on the stretch. And I'm saying if I include all the surgeons and everyone.
Yes, for an example, in 2013, besides who is a surgical oncologist, I was the only one who joined next as a radiation oncologist. So we two and two of my residents, we were running OPDs for 50 to 100 patients every day. So each evening we were accelerated and happy with whatever we have done. But that is not sufficient. Whatever more needs to be done, the CO is going to be a platform to achieve that.
Oh, absolutely. And therefore, I believe the India-Sweden Healthcare Information Innovation Center can play a very critical role, and especially right across the spectrum, whether it's from diagnostics to treatment to counseling and hand-holding, and these solutions can then be applied and help in physicians really achieving their objectives. And, and it's a good segue to come to you, Prashant, but before everything else, many congratulations on being part of the 14 startups at India-Sweden Healthcare Challenge 2020. So it'll be nice if you can spare a few minutes to explain us what Cure AI does, and to my audience in brief. We'll really look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words, Gagan. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. So Cure is solving exactly the problem we were talking about, that there are about 10,000 to 12,000 radiologists in the whole country for 1.3 billion people. And this is, if you compare to US, for example, this is probably like 50 to 100 times lower than the number of radiologists per population, per person that they have there. So we are building AI which can automatically interpret radiology images. Let's go through this one. We basically automate X-ray interpretation, CT interpretation. We automate MRI interpretation using AI. So multiple solutions that we have, we focus on 9 disease areas. Today we are across about 50 plus countries. We have trained our technology on a large amount of data, and we process about 200 million images every year. And these are products which require regulatory clearance. So we are FDA cleared, CE certified. We are in about cleared to sell these products in about 60 countries now. And this is, approximately about 500 plus hospitals and radiology centers globally use our technology to interpret scans across about 50 plus countries. And we touch about I would say about 4 to 5 million lives on an annual basis. I'll give few examples of what we do. I mean, so the first example is of a TV program in Philippines. So there, they have these mobile vans which travel around the country screening people for TB, and these vans have an X-ray system, but they don't have a radiologist on the van. So what happens is the X-ray gets taken, but these vans travel to multiple places and come back to Manila, and then the scans are read to send to a radiologist to read. So it takes about 4 to 5 weeks to get an X-ray read, and using our technology, we are able to make that happen within a minute. So something that was like X-ray gets taken on day 1, gets read 5 weeks later, we are able to make that happen in a minute, and that is radically changing how TB diagnostics work in not only in Philippines but in about 20-25 countries now. Second one is about emergency care, where you've taken a critical, I mean, somebody's come in with either trauma or stroke into the hospital. You take a CT scan, a head CT scan, which is very quick. You can take that in a few minutes, but then you have to wait for the radiologist to interpret so that you can provide the appropriate care. And that is where, again, we come in, we are able to provide that, we are able to read that scan within a minute. We send that information, the report and all the different findings on the CT scan to the radiologists and the neurologists, neurosurgeons on their phone, so they can act immediately, even to the emergency physician, so that they can act immediately for that, intervene immediately on that patient. And lastly, what you see is automating reporting for a lot of scans. So where chest X-rays are, there are more than 1 billion chest X-rays taken every year around the world. And what we do is about 70 to 80% of those X-rays are normal. If you can automatically, if you can identify which are those normal X-rays, you can automate the read of a lot of those. And the normal X-rays all have the same report. So what we do is out of those 100, we are able to call out, maybe let's say out of 100 X-rays, we are able to call out 60 as normal and 40 as abnormal. And we are able to reduce the workload of the radiologist from reading 100 scans to now reading only 40 scans. And in some places, we have been able to reduce the workload by more than 80%. So that's the automated interpretation part. Coming to what we are doing in oncology, we so this is our product for lung cancer. So the X-ray AI product that I spoke about, that can detect whether an X-ray is normal or abnormal. It can detect 30 different abnormalities on the X-ray. And one of the abnormalities that it can detect is a nodule. And additionally to that, we can detect whether the nodule is at risk for lung cancer. Now, how does this work in the oncology workflow? So lung cancer is one such condition where by the time you have symptoms, already too late. And from what I understand, I'm not a physician myself, but the survival rate for late stage lung cancer is about 5%. Early stage lung cancer is about 65%. So by detecting that early, you can actually save the lives of a lot of people. And how do we do that is by looking at X-rays, which are taken for non-oncology reasons. I mean, so these are people who have come in with other kinds of symptoms, let's say fever or cough or many other infectious disease kind of symptoms. And they are then, those X-rays are taken, and what you can do is actually you can put your solution on top of that, either on the cloud or on premise, which makes sure that if there is a risk of lung cancer, as what you can see on this screen right now, we can identify that risk and we can say that this patient needs to be investigated further using a CT and or a biopsy following that. And that way we can identify lung cancer much earlier than it would have been identified otherwise. And the basic model is that there are this billion plus X-rays that I spoke about that are taken annually around the world. If you could fit this AI solution basically on each of those X-rays that are taken, you could basically identify a lot of lung cancer cases early, and late stage lung cancer diagnosis might be come down to zero. I mean, so that is the kind of model that we're working towards. So I'll pause there.
No, Prashant, that's really inspiring to see how you're bringing in capacity building along with early diagnosis. I'll also like you to comment on what you think is the value that India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center or eCatalyst Networks brings to Cure AI.
So the India-Sweden Innovation Center, we have been working with AIIMS Jodhpur, so we have been connected to AIIMS Jodhpur.
That's how we met. It was because of India-Sweden. Otherwise, Prashant was happy somewhere. I was happy. Okay.
So we are validating a lot of new products through AIIMS Jodhpur. So we have a HCD AI product which is coming up, CT Angio product that is coming up. There is a point of care ultrasound product that we are launching pretty soon. So those are getting validated. Those are getting tested at AIIMS Jodhpur. We recently also signed up for a partnership with Dr. Ulf Hedin from Karolinska University, again through the India-Sweden Innovation Center. And that is again where we are looking at a research collaboration on our neuro product portfolio. So what we're seeing is that we are getting introduced to a lot of hospitals, a lot of researchers, and this will enable us to basically, I mean, we build out these technologies using data. Right? Data is basically building out the technologies. But once the technology is built out, we need to test it out in the real world. And this partnership, this innovation center will allow us to test that out across various hospitals around the world. That is the value that we get.
Thank you, Prashant. And Modit, coming over to you, first of all, congratulations on being part of the 2020 Healthcare Challenge and the 14 startups. And like I said, it's been really a great story of what you've contributed with your solution in the most dreaded times that some of us have lived through in the COVID wave too. It'll be inspiring if you can share what Rosie has delivered and what's your vision around Rosie.
Thank you, Gagan, and thanks India Sweden Innovation Center, AstraZeneca, to actually organize all of this. So quickly getting on to what is DOSI. So DOSI is a technology that converts any bed into a connected health bed. Little bit more. So it's a contactless remote patient monitoring technology. So it consists of 3 parts. One is this thin sheet of sensor that goes under the mattress and without even touching the person, collects all of these biomarkers, which forms typical vitals which are typically taken in a hospital. And like never seen before globally, right? Entirely making and automating the workload of nurses and critical care segment altogether. And what typically a nurse or doctor would do once in a 3 hours, once in a 4 hour in a ward, this does that 300 times a second. Thereby increasing the frequency, what it also does is the early detection happens, and also the entirely automated part reduces the nurse workload and so on as well. The principle on which this works is called ballistocardiography. Ballisto meaning motion or vibration, cardiography means study of heart. So it monitors every micro vibration produced in every heartbeat. In fact, it is that sensitive that even individual heart walls also, when they open and close, it captures that as well with medical grade precision. And not just heart, it also does respiration, seizures, tremors, body movements, and all of those parameters as well, right, continuously. And along with that, it then builds up the artificial intelligence piece, which does the trend analysis, and if there is any kind of red flag sign, immediately escalates it to the critical care outreach program and automating that entire workflow. Right? And again, taking care of patients as easy as checking WhatsApp. Right? That's how easy we think that workflows of doctors and nurses should be. And all of this, when implemented in in a high dependency units, it basically saves almost 1 nursing hour per day. It saves, based on the data that we have collected over the last 6 months, almost 30 to 40 timely transfers in high dependency units and step down in facilities, cost saving for patients, and reduced human error, reduced stress on the staff, and so on. Right? So that's the kind of impact that DOSI has. I wanted to just share a few anecdotes, right? So one of the hospitals, which we worked on very closely with during wave 2 was IGGMC Nagpur. And this hospital alone effected more than 800 successful ICU transfers during COVID time, and it was also awarded by the government of India as well for having the best recovery rates in the entire Maharashtra region. And this was a place which was having 5,000 COVID patients every day, right? So, in fact, we also got an opportunity to work with even Indian Army also. They had given us a task of putting a 300-bedded step-down ICU within 3 days. And not only we did that, we even helped them run it for, during the peak of the COVID times as well. So that's where we got compliments from Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar. The reason why her doctors were able to sleep was because DOSI was there, because DOSI never sleeps. And now, quickly we are scaled up from what used to be just in about 10 hospitals in Jan, now in more than 150 hospitals across India, in more than 5,300 beds which have been upgraded, right? And touching close to 40,000 patients and saving about 100,000 nursing hours, working with the top brands as well as public hospital settings as well. In fact, we had launched an initiative called Million ICU, and the vision of that initiative is that every public hospital bed should have a continuous connected care like an ICU, right? And again, without even causing patient to wear anything. That is also important, right? We don't even think that, every patient should be hooked up to wires, electrodes, and cuffs. Without touching, we can give just that kind of a care. And now, we are even taking this beyond hospital premises as well, taking it to home, and working with cardiac, geriatric, sleep disorders, and entirely bringing the continuum of care to the place as well. So when the patient is discharged and at home, even then as well, their care continues, right? That's the whole idea. So I think that's what DOSI does, and that's what we are looking to do, change the world for better and ensure that health is accessible, affordable, as we had spoken in the vision statement.
Awesome. So how do you think, given your whole vision, the role of India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center or a Catalyst Network in helping you achieve that?
So, as even Prashant also mentioned, a lot of work that we do, right, is based on data, but finally we need, clinicians' help and also help from industry to quickly validate this and put this out in the market. And that's where we are working very closely with AIMS Jodhpur. Dr. Devra is next generation of algorithms, right? So we are working on heart failure, right? So as I mentioned, right now we are doing contactless vitals tracking, right? And that is almost a tip of the iceberg of what we are doing. Our vision is that, apnea measurement should be also contactless. Heart failure, right, measurement should be contactless. Blood pressure measurement that we have already rolled out also should be contactless, right? And that is something that we are working with. So AIMS Jodhpur is leading that effort, but we are also replicating that under their leadership in 6 other AIMS as well, right? So that is very critical in the way it has panned out. And also, India-Sweden Innovation Center and this entire program has also helped us get an exposure for international expansion as well, that we will be starting post our FDA approval as well, which we are expecting very soon as well. So it has been very helpful for us. And yeah, looking forward to working even more.
Thanks, Mudit, and wish you all the very best. I guess everything's going to be contactless except, being in contact with your physician as we go forward, which is really important. So I come towards my right, which is, Dr. Puneet as well as Prashant. Very brief response. We're really closing out on time on the future of health look like and how our patient experiences, in your view, going to change as we move forward. Anyone?
All the technology, so I will, Prashant, so quickly I will say that like Mudit has done, first of all, this gap between clinicians and technology is going to be shortened. So like AI and mathematicians, they were secluded for too long to develop their algorithms, and now they are back contributing in the world. And we see that all the clinicians will be using augmented AI, what I would say, to faster do and augment their work of healing. So that will definitely happen. And future generation is going to laugh that people used to consume tobacco. That is what I want to do. I want people to make fun of us. My God, these people were using tobacco? Were they so cool?
So my perspective, I think technologies will allow us to get healthcare to every person in their homes, closer to home, like what Dozy is doing, where, I mean, a lot of things can be diagnosed at home. You don't have to go to a doctor for something. A lot of healthcare will be proactive than reactive. I mean, today, back in the day, you used to go to a mechanic when something went wrong with your car. Now Tesla is able to figure out that your car is going to fail even before it fails, right? So I think something like that is what we will see in healthcare also in the next 10 to 15 years, where a lot of diagnostics will be proactive than reactive.
Thank you, and we all need that. We've recently had cases like Puneet Rajkumar and others, which could have been prevented if only we knew what's going to happen. Maybe Sanjeev and Mudit, my technology partners, what do you think are going to be the technologies which are going to drive these future trends? We were to look to the crystal ball first.
So a lot of these technologies, which are the sensor-based technologies, which where you can actually monitor and the vitals and some of the signs that patient may show, and there's nobody person to see that. So I think sensor technologies of that kind, and the cost of these things is coming down. And AI, where the communication technologies, the data can be transmitted to the right place. There are algorithms to monitor it. So I think these are some of the technologies which are the cost of these things come down, they becomes affordable, they become pervasive, is going to make a big difference in wider adoption and hence bring about the things that Dr. Puneet and Prashant were talking about.
So I think, I agree with him. So a lot of things. So I think the healthcare so far has been very symptom-based. Treatment have been, has happened. In the future is going to be a very biomarker-based. Right? We are not going to wait for something to happen, as in with what even Cure.ai is doing, proactively working and so on. And just asking ourselves a very fundamental questions. Right? I think that will change the entire paradigm. If I'm sitting on this chair, why this chair doesn't know my health? Right? You have to ask that kind of question. As in, I ask this question, as in I sleep on my bed for 8 hours. Why doesn't know my health? It should, and that's what led to creation of DOSI. I think such things we need to ask, and that's it.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Yeah. Cecilia, you've just heard every one of us out here in Bangalore talk about what we think about the future and the innovation. What's your vision ahead for the center?
Well, thank you, Gagan, for asking me. Well, I think it's quite obvious today that, first of all, we have reached significant progress in this program, but there is still a long way to go. Our mission and vision, we have reached part of it, but we still have something to do. And for instance, we would like to work closer with the Indian government in order to make this more sustainable, but also get the maximum impact. Other than that, something you, Gagan, touched upon before, we would like to connect more Swedish, but also Indian academia to this, also more companies, in order to really strengthen the triple helix model of this program. And lastly, I would say I would like this platform to be known as the platform for innovation in healthcare, both in India but also in Sweden, because I really believe we're taking the right steps now. And before we conclude, Gagan, may I ask you, how do you look upon this journey so far? And what are the key accomplishments, and how do you see the future?
I think, thank you, Cecilia, for that question. I feel very energized today evening, even though it's almost close to midnight here. And that's largely the state of the mind when you're around the India Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center, because you're looking at innovations, you're looking at partnerships, bringing in the academia as well as innovators together, creating a platform, seeing the energy which Business Sweden has, given the gravitas which NASCOM brings or Ministry of Family Health Welfare brings. It's all in all creating a great, a platform for delivering some outstanding innovations, innovations. It's a great start, and we'll all, probably in our careers, when we look back in a few years, we'll remember that, how we went ahead and created from a concept to something which is actually today like a lab. And hopefully some of the lab work that we're doing today will tomorrow become protocols of treatment and the changes that it will bring across the landscape. What we didn't touch upon, was also around the capacity building, which is again happening, led by Dr. Puneet, led by AIIMS Jodhpur, how we try to build, capacity around the nursing staff, around the paramedics, around the physicians, which will again, I'm really inspired by the fact that what something like that can deliver. Because remember, in India, we're always short on hands. there. And the more we invest in training, the the dividend is just unlimited there, and that's what I think the capacity building will bring in. And eventually, I'm conscious from a time perspective. I like to borrow where Dr. Puneet started. He said that suffering is a great unifier, and I just build on that. It is, if suffering is a great unifier, so should then innovation and treatment be borderless. And that brings me to a common word between Sweden and India, which is samban. And I just hope and pray that this samban gets stronger and stronger and delivers for the patients across the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. I'd like the audience to give you a really strong round of applause. Really inspirational work, and the two startups, really, I sleep better at night knowing that you're both out there. Thank you very much for being with us today. And that brings us to the end of the Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit. And thank you, Cecilia, for being with us here. And we'd like to say to all the audience that we are so happy you're with us today. Come back next year. And of course, we'd like to thank our partners, Business Region Gothenburg, Wipro, Embeddle, Chalmers. But I think we need to give a special shout out right now to our team.
Yes, I
Please
agree.
stand up.
The team who are here in this venue, we have, of course,
Peter,
the names of everyone
Sebastian,
here.
Mette, Anna, please. Thank
Sanju
you so much.
should be here as well. We also have at home, we have in Mumbai, we have Nisha who's been working day and night on this event. Of course, we have Robin Sukhia who is in Stockholm. And I would say that these are the core people that have been working to make this event happen. Of course, we have also here Hans and Devdat from Embeddle. So everyone who has been a part of this, very, very nice also to have, of course, Cecilia Oskarsson coming and gracing us with her presence all the way from Delhi. This was the first, but not the last, edition of the Sweden-India AI and Digitalization Summit here in Gothenburg. We're probably going to move places, but we will definitely come back to Gothenburg also because of the great support that we always get from Business Region Gothenburg. And there are, of course, other activities that we look forward to welcoming you to. Sweden-India Business Council is always here to bridge Sweden and India. I believe you have a sustainability event coming up on the 24th.
SIBC Connect, Sustainability and Industry. Of course, we're post-Glasgow. How do we make high ambition actually happen? Join us online, 24th of November. If you go to sibc.se, you can register and see our panel of speakers.
And we will have a delegation from Sweden to India. There will be delegations from India to Sweden. So stay tuned for more information about that. And on that note, I think it has come to an end of this day. And we look forward to seeing more of you in Sweden or India or some other parts of the world. Arti, what a day! What an amazing journey this has been. I'm so impressed by you. You're a star, if anyone here.
We're both stars, and we're going to join all the stars here for some drinks outside.
Ah, looking forward to that.
Please help us celebrate a great first day.
And if you are in India or other parts of the world, celebrate with us wherever you are. And looking forward to meeting you in person another day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.